Going live. Yeah, normally I have this timed perfectly. We're live. All right, guys.
Yay.
Welcome to CitizenCon again, re-introing on SaltEMike's Twitch channel. But welcome everybody to CitizenCon 2023 or 2953, because that's not confusing at all. We got to stay in lore here.
Very important.
SaltEMike and I are going to role play the entire stream. We've got our characters set
We're in
up.
Pyro.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I just know. Oh, you picked that
I
lovely lake for my background.
I
Thank you so
put you in
much.
Pyro, yes. It's a salty
the
lake.
Yeah. And what I was saying earlier is this is going to be day one of CitizenCon. It's still wild to me how much convention that we're about to have. We're about to have 6 hours of straight convention, I think. Starts at 11, goes till 5-ish. They haven't
Mhm.
really set an end cap, right? It's like the last presentation's at 4 and the presentations last like an hour or something.
Okay.
So yeah. Oh, I gotta turn off my air conditioning unit so it's not too loud. Unless it's not coming through on the mic. But um welcome everybody. It's gonna be a long haul. Get your coffee, get your snacks. We've got a lot of predictions coming up before the actual official CitizenCon kicks off. I think we're going to be talking to some of Mike's viewers on what their predictions are too.
Yep.
If you guys got any ideas, leave them in the chat on YouTube. And yeah, man, I'm excited, dude.
Yeah. So like we're kind of doing what I've done on like every Sunday in a very like crazy big way where we're going to have panels that are very important to watch and very like what we'll be focused on, but then there's going to be a lot of downtime. So in between, I just opened my Discord up so people can join the call and share sort of what their feelings are about a panel we may have just watched, or right now perhaps the the lead up to it, maybe some predictions you guys might have. We've spent a lot of time. I've been live for like 6 hours already, so we've been kind of doing a little bit of just chatting about what our predictions would be. I went through a few of the older CitizenCons last year as well to try to set some expectations for what might happen today, right? Like what happened last year, what we have in our hands today, and everything like that. And yeah, we're aware Star Citizen went live. They're going to do an intro screen for a while, so we have that ready to go. It sounds like there's going to be like some sort of a pre-show that they're going to do, apparently. So we might have to check that out as well. But for now, since I've been live for a while, I want to jump to you first, Level. What are your expectations, predictions, and how you feeling about
Well,
today?
yeah, man. Well, I've got a lot of predictions. Some may come true, some may not. The ones that I am feeling most confident about are a Squadron 42 trailer,
Mm-hmm.
possibly. So I think that's most likely Squadron 42 trailer. We know we're going to see something Squadron 42. Trailer's kind of the safest option for them. It could be a Squadron 42 live demo where
Yeah.
somebody plays through a mission. That would be very cool too. Little less safe, but that's what CitizenCon is, right? Is them doing live demos and it failing on the spot sometimes.
Yes.
I would be thrilled if they actually make a release window announcement for Squadron 42. I'm sort of on the fence as to whether or not they would do that just because of their massive history of failing with release windows with the game. They might not want to.
Why would you be thrilled about that in particular? Because I kind of look at that as like it's the easy thing to do, right? It's something that they can say 2024, and if it needs to change, it'll change. It doesn't hold much weight.
Yeah.
Does it give you more confidence that things are moving in a good direction, or
It's not a logical thrill, Mike. It's me going, "Oh my god, oh my god.
yeah,
Squadron 42 is going to come out next
yep,
year, holiday season. Oh my god, oh
yep,
my god, oh my god." And then once that adrenaline and dopamine kind of wears off, I'll be going, "Hey, are they going to even hit this window? What happens when they miss this release date massively?"
yeah.
Um I think we might see an official console announcement for Squadron 42.
There's a lot of speculation around that.
They've
Yeah.
really been kinda teasing it. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like, why would you ask people how do you feel about a console announcement? How do you feel about Squadron 42 on console? And then just, like, let that go off into the ether and not become anything. You don't
Yeah,
say that unless you're trying to get it out on console. So I
exactly.
think we might hear about that today. The other non-Squadron 42 predictions that I think are pretty likely is I think we're going to see the the Zeus Mark II.
Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff with that.
Hmm.
So I guess people are speculating that, or there's some leaks or something like the.
Yeah.
So do you know what the Zeus is? I assume you do. If you're so like, do you want to give
Yes.
some insight into like people that might not know? Because that's pretty deep lore there.
It is deep lore.
Yeah,
There's so much lore in Star Citizen which is not in the game. So if you just play the game, you probably have no idea. But if you read all the posts and stuff that are on the website, which is like an encyclopedia at this point, you will
a
know that the
galactopedia, if you
Zeus,
will.
yeah, the Zeus, I believe, and you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was one of the first ships to have a
Yeah,
quantum drive in it. Was
the
it the first
first.
one to actually? Okay, so it was the test ship where the guy who invented the quantum drive
Pretty sure.
made
Yeah.
the Zeus. Okay. So it looks like a funky old space shuttle,
Hmm.
basically. And it's neat. It's got some lore. And their RSI, I believe, is making the Zeus Mark II, according to some leaky stuff that has been out there on in the Reddit sphere, if you've been glued to Reddit. And it looks like it's pretty far along. It could be a straight to flyable announcement at CitizenCon. That would be very cool. I hope it's not just a concept ship. I think straight to flyable would be very neat, and I think there's a good chance that that would be a CitizenCon announcement. And it looks, based on just the very weird line art imagery leaks of the ship, that it is being set up to be a competitor to the Cutlass and the Freelancer
Whoa.
and the Spirit now, or the Spirit C1, right?
Yeah, that makes it incredibly interesting because you
Yeah.
have two competing ships being sold at the same time. But
Yeah,
sort
and
of.
I think CIG has realized, probably through their data of every person on the planet flying the Cutlass Black all the time, because it's one of the most useful ships in the verse,
Yep.
that hey, this whole demographic of ships within this size and functionality are going to be hugely popular. We need an offering from every manufacturer. It's like
Yeah.
cars, right? Everybody's got their version of a Corolla out
Mhm.
there. This is going to be RSI's version of the Cuddy Black. And I'm excited about that. I really like RSI ships. I think they've got some of the cooler looking designs out there. So an RSI version of a Cutlass ship in terms of functionality excites me quite a bit.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
always
that's
looking
where
for
they need to
something to
stay.
replace the Cuddy or like compete like
Yep.
hardcore with the Cuddy.
I think that's the where they need to stay. I've been pretty vocal about this more recently. Is like I love mining, I love salvaging, I love a lot of the industrial type gameplay. I don't want to see a single one of those ships come out for a while because I really want them to flesh out the gameplay and understand what that gameplay will look like before they design those. So these Cutlass type ships are it's pretty well understood what they do, right? They don't need to have any additional like really cool bells and whistles or anything like that. You got your cargo, you got your guns, you got your turrets, and that's all you need, right? So
Hmm.
that gameplay exists so you can successfully deliver that ship and not really disappoint anybody, right? I think the Vulture is like the best example of like we made a ship before we made the gameplay and we're not exact it didn't really work out that well, and that's like where I was like, okay, let's not make any more Vultures because I definitely want the Vulture in every category. I want an RSI small salvage
Yeah.
ship, I want an RSI small mining ship, I want all these things, but we can't get those until you know what the gameplay is. So just like leave those alone, keep making these things that people appreciate, and then we'll kind of go from there. I woke up this morning more excited than I've ever
Yeah.
been.
Oh, and just for my
I'm
stream
I'm
right
hyped.
now, Mike has been streaming since 3 a.m. my time. So 6
3:30. I
a.m. my
started late, but yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, you
So
slacker. Uh so you've been live for what, 7-ish hours, six and a
six and a
half?
half. 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
They were mad because I was late this morning, by the way.
insanity.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it. I'm gonna be exhausted by the end of this stream, just because I know Chris is probably gonna get on stage towards the end or something
That'll be tough.
and go into one of his spiels, and we should really make like we should really bet like who falls asleep first, or we should make some wagers, I feel.
I'm down. It will make some things interesting. I don't
Yeah.
know how far we want to take it, of like gifting ships to our communities or something like that, or something goofy. But I am willing to. I come from the gambling world. That was my
Yes,
last
I
job.
know.
So I am always willing to do a little gamble. It's been fun.
Yeah.
I've embarrassed myself plenty on my stream from losing some bets in the past level. So I'm not scared to, if you want to have some fun.
Let's see if chat has any good ideas for some of the wagers that we could make. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like predicting around some of the big ticket items like
Yep.
Squadron 42 would be fun.
Mhm.
Like, is there going to be a Squadron 42 announcement? Some of the other predictions that I think are kind of fun to play around with, but I have no idea, would be, hey, maybe another capital class ship, concept ship announcement. I think that's kind of in line with what CIG likes to do, is promise these massive concept ships and then everybody loses their mind. So I think
Yeah.
there's a good chance we might have something like that.
Yeah. We got.
Um,
By the way, we got 30
yeah.
seconds to the pre-show. So
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, I'll quickly just be like, I'm with you on predictions. Squadron 42 release date is where I think we'll be. That's as far as I think they'll go. I would love to see a playable demo. And outside that, I'm 20 minutes. Okay, I'm getting bad information. We got plenty of time. I don't have to rush. Whoops.
20
Somebody
minutes.
said
Okay.
30 seconds, then I got 20 minutes. So we'll figure it out. This is the one part of the event that is not very scheduled so far that they've done, but so far they've been on time. They opened the doors on time, LevelCap,
Wow.
for the first time, I think, ever.
I think we should make some fail predictions then, Mike. Like, what's going to fail during this presentation? Are they going to try and do anything live, or have they learned their lesson?
I don't know. If they try to do something live, things will inevitably look goofy at some point. I don't know. They've had crashes before, but lately it's been pretty good. I really hope nothing is live. Is that the goal scorer?
This is this is the goal scorer. He's been knocking on my door for like the past 5 minutes, and I'm like, what's going on?
Congratulations.
Mike says congratulations for
Nice
scoring
goal.
a goal, dude. He knows that you scored a goal in soccer.
How does he know?
Because I told him. All right, guys. Are you okay? We good?
I'm eating these.
Okay. Oh, you got some snacks.
Ooh, snacks.
Oh, with my treat.
Yeah. Oh, you like the background that Mike set up? It's pretty cool, huh?
He's on
He's
Pyro.
still fascinated by green screens.
Yes.
He's like, how does it work?
That's
Oh my
awesome.
gosh.
Little Cap. Everyone's typing Little Cap in chat.
Yeah. All right, guys. That's so funny. My wife stepped out for like a second, and the kids are like, well, let's barge into the
We
office.
got him. Our
All right,
opportunity.
it's fine. Bye, guys.
That was
All right.
awesome. Little
Okay.
Cap, the goal scorer. We love it. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I woke up super excited. Like, I've not, the whole time I was like, I'm not going to get excited for this. None of the panels look that great. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I woke up and I was so excited for today. And now I feel like a Star Citizen again, like 10 years ago. You know,
Well,
this
you've
is
been
the day.
live for 7 hours. I'm expecting that 7-hour energy right now, which is kind of your usual SaltEMike energy, which is like, all right,
this
I
is
don't know
garbage.
about this whole Star Citizen thing.
Well, the last 7
I'm
hours
pumped
I did
right now.
go.
I'm like,
I did go over everything and try to calm myself down a little bit, and was like, oh yeah. You know, like the flight panel from last year. We got like barely any of that, right? And there's still a lot of what we want to do instead of what we are doing. Now, I've heard some rumblings over the last few weeks that this year's different. You know, maybe it's some copium, but that this year they're more focused on the near term rather than the long term. I'll believe it I'll believe it when I see it though.
I'm hearing a lot of hype from veteran fans right now.
Mm-hmm.
Veteran fans who have been like cynical, who have been like, man, like all this stuff from 2016 on has been BS and just like
Yeah.
a lot of slow pandering to people and not really delivering. I'm hearing those people saying, I'm excited for this year. I'm pumped for this year. That's getting me hyped up. I do go back and forth
Yep.
because there is a list. There's a dictionary long list of things in this game that I have big issues with.
Mm-hmm.
And from a gameplay standpoint, we talk about this all the time. There's just so many things that feel right there just for CIG to fix, to improve, and they haven't over many, many years. So it kind of takes some of the wind out of big announcements where they're like, here's
Yep.
this cool giant feature. And you're like, yeah, but it's going to be at the quality level that you've delivered every other feature. Right.
Yeah.
So it's like salvage. Salvage is really cool, but it's also tied in to the Drake and the Reclaimer, which are these kind of oddly functional ships that have lots
Yeah.
of design problems with them. And you're
Old
just
and
like,
new,
okay,
but both
yeah,
have problems. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you're complaining about the Vulture, and I'm like, "Have you seen the Reclaimer's functionality?" Like,
Yeah.
there's that video of the person getting the box into the Reclaimer's
Oh my god, this
storage
week
area.
the big
Yeah.
32 SCU one. Yes,
And
that's
you're like,
wild.
"Oh, yeah, some design issues there, perhaps. Loading in this ship is gonna be the worst thing in the game."
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Reclaimer is going to need that 600i gold pass. That's one of the predictions I've seen people bring up a lot is that they're going to announce the 600i gold pass, or the redesign, whatever they call it. And I'm
Could
not
be.
that excited about it. I don't own this ship, but I know whoever owns it, that's a big deal for them because that's like it's kind of a high end cruising ship, man. That's how you get around the verse.
I think also some people are excited for it because they feel that I guess NPC transport missions are going to be tied to the finishing of that ship as
Why?
well, because that there's this element of that comfort matters. And I think that they want to deliver something
Mm,
like that with this. They sort of this might be the CIG said they would never sell the F8C thing, and we're getting mixed a little bit in telephone lines like we did with that, where they sort of did, but sort of didn't. But no matter what they did, it was still kind of weird. But I believe the 600i they kind of wanted to have with that in mind is like deliver that with that gameplay. And I mean, I don't know. Do they really deliver ships with gameplay? Not that often, but yeah, it's hard to say. But that's what I think, and that's why I'm like, oh, that one's interesting, and I don't know if I buy that one actually happening. But maybe
yeah.
I don't know. I'm more thinking that we're gonna get a few concept ships. Maybe they can
Mhm.
announce that it's on the schedule, but I don't think we're gonna see much of it.
Yeah. I think someone in my chat brought up something that I've been thinking about a lot too,
Okay.
which is kind of the IT side of things, the network data, the server meshing. That has been a huge blocker for Star
Mm-hmm.
Citizen for a long time.
The blocker.
So it has been the blocker and the excuse as to why the game is not being pushed towards a finalized state because
Yeah.
they're just going to have to redesign so much stuff. And that does, again, take a little bit of that hype out of whatever they're going to announce, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
if they announced that, say, the Idris was going straight to flyable or something, that would be cool. But at the same time, you're like, oh, it's straight to flyable with the current mechanics of the game. So that
Yes.
takes some of the hype out of it, right? You're like, well, I can fly it around and fight NPCs that don't really react to me. And run the very underwhelming bounty missions with it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's sort of this give and take of like Star Citizenships are the coolest thing I've ever seen, but they can't quite hit their full potential until we have server meshing and proper latency and everything running nice and smooth. No more 30Ks all the time.
So,
Oh
what
man.
do you think about Star Citizen merch? I'm asking for a reason.
Do you mean
Their
physical merch
physical
or
merch.
I don't really like to wear video game merch for the most part because it just feels you're
Me,
like, hey, I'm a nerd, just in
me
case you didn't
neither.
know. It makes sense for streams for sure. Out in public, I'm not like trying to like advertise how much of a nerd I am all the time, but
True.
I'm
I
usually not a big brand guy.
The reason I bring it up is there's a bunch of new merch on the store. So in case people,
Oh, baby.
all sorts of stuff like pins and key rings and bobbleheads and hats and beanies, like things we've never seen before. Lorville, like some of the stuff's actually kind of cool. Like I would wear that Lorville or the Orison Landing Zone shirt.
I might you know what, I might get a plushie and, like, normally when I stream, I don't green screen it, I'll have, like, my office behind
Same.
me, so
Yeah.
put it on, like, a shelf back there, like one of the little penguin plushie guys.
Yeah. That stuff's cool.
Um,
Like what about the slippers? The Pico slippers. Would you ever wear Pico
mm,
slippers?
no,
Me
not
neither.
a Pico slipper guy.
Me neither. Not really a
If
Pico
they
guy.
ever make the narwhals, then maybe I'll get a narwhal plushie, but I don't wanna support what are they called? The stormwalls, that's it,
Yeah.
narwhal, whatever it is.
The
What's a
Stormwall
narwhal? Is
plushie.
that an actual animal? I
I
think it
think it
is a real
is.
animal.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the whale with the big horn. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah, I might get one of those plushies, but I don't wanna support it until they put them in the game.
They're in the
That's
game.
another
This is in the
what are you
game.
talking about? No, I mean the
Oh,
big
the real
ones.
ones.
Yeah, not
The
I
real
know the
ones.
plushies are in the game. I don't care about the plushies, man. The real ones. The ones that they've been teasing forever. That's another thing that wasn't directly mentioned in the panels, but I think might be included in, say, maybe the first tech panel or
Mhm.
something, is fauna, creatures on planets. They've been teasing it forever. They
So
have
many
the
monthly
AI
report
they added
things.
the AI nav mesh in last year, I think. So they technically have some of the more important tech that it would require to function. So maybe they'll start showing some actual creatures, the citizen. That would be a big deal because I mean,
Yeah.
people went nuts for the sandworm back in 2016 whenever they showed that. Like,
Yes.
and then we've literally seen like almost nothing aside from this weird jellyfish thing that hung out around Lorville for a while. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Are
Well,
those still
they
in the
didn't.
game? Did they remove them?
I don't think they were ever in the game. So the only time I ever saw them was at CitizenCon uh 2017.
Okay.
Something like that. So I have not seen much of them outside of that. I'm kind of queuing up a few things because I know you popped in um, just recently, so we've been kind of catching some images of what's been going on at the event
Okay.
here and there. So I wanted to just for our prediction section, I think that this is pretty relevant here. Is it has been shown people spawning in at Ruin Station at
Mm,
that demo. So it sort of confirms the speculation of you will not be
a live
jumping
planet.
there.
Oh, well, I don't know if that confirms that, right?
I
Spawning in
think it.
doesn't confirm anything, but
Oh, well, maybe. Hold up. I have more. I
oh,
have
oh, this
more.
just in. This just in.
I might have gotten rid of it, but
Here
I
on
can't.
SaltEMike channel
Oh, I don't
formation.
have
Yeah.
it. I might have just X'd out from it by accident. But we did see a ruined. So basically, we saw the main menu, which had some pyro looking landing zone, and then we had the menu when you would click on the PU, and it showed ruin station, like where you would spawn
Mhm.
into, and there's just one button. So I don't think you're spawning into Crusader and then being allowed to jump to Pyro. And I don't think they would have enough time to do that. So it could even, I certainly think it's a technical hurdle that they can't get over yet and that they're going to
Mhm.
get through. But it also could just be like, hey guys, you only get 20 minutes, fly around Pyro. So we want to spawn you there.
Yeah.
You've
That would
already
I
flown.
mean, that's how I would design it, right? You're
Yep.
not gonna go to CitizenCon and be like, "Whoa, Stanton, let me just transfer over to," like, just put me in Pyro, right?
Yeah.
Just
Now I
only
would
do a
go to
build with
Stanton.
Pyro. You would go to
I
Stanton.
would
You
go
would
to
go to
Stanton to see if it was there and confirm that I can jump from a real Stanton to a real Pyro, because that's all
Yeah.
that really matters. So I would have been the one idiot wasting my 30 minutes, because it just got confirmed 30-minute timer that they get at those PCs, and then you have to get back in line. So
Okay.
I would do that, and then I would
It'll take you 30 minutes just to get to Pyro. So
of
obviously they got to
exactly
spawn you in Pyro.
exactly
Um, so I think that's confirmation that people on the floor are getting to play in Pyro right now.
yes,
You
Pyro
can't
real.
do a whole lot in 30 minutes. I wonder if when they switch off, if somebody's like, just take over where I am right now, so that otherwise everyone's just going to spawn in the station and walk around the station and then get like maybe a chance to fly to a moon or something.
Yeah.
You can't do Star Citizen's a slow game. It takes a while to get places and to get set up to spawn your ship, but that's exciting. I wonder if, and I've seen these predictions as well, if that might be alluding to a situation in the future where they will give us Pyro before server meshing. So instead of everyone spawning into Stanton, we will all spawn into Pyro, and that's where everybody's going to live for a month or something, or there'll be two servers and you can either play in Stanton or you can play in Pyro, and nobody will play in Stanton. But
Yeah, right before you got, like, literally right before you got here, we were having that conversation, and
mhm,
that's been actually speculated for years. I'm actually gonna switch scenes and bring up this would be a hab, and then you can kind of see the main menus on the right side a little bit. So that's one of them that kind of shows sort of what to expect. But um, I just think that that's been speculated for like 2 to 3 years, that we would have a menu option that is like Stanton and a menu option that is Pyro, and you can like
mhm.
choose where you want it to spawn in. But I feel like if they wanted to do that, they could have already, perhaps.
Yeah.
And why didn't they do that now? And I still think CIG is very honest in this part of what they do, in around the fact that they want to prove that they can make Star Citizen, and the only way to prove that they can make Star Citizen is to prove that I can jump from one system to another. Finishing the system is actually irrelevant in that, but proving out the tech that can make it is all they care about. And it's all they've
Yeah.
put their, that's the whole basket. All the eggs are in that basket, and nothing, nowhere else really.
I think the main thing to get across with what you're saying, and I'll just kind of reiterate that, is they've been building the game as developers. They haven't been building the game as a live service experience for consumers, and that is
No.
just starting to sort of take more consideration now, which is
Yes.
Chris saying that they have a lot of quality of life improvements lined up. They're going to spend a lot more time working on quality of life features pretty
Hmm.
soon. That is stuff that you do for a live service game. They have not been doing that in the past. So to make us happy, sure, launching Pyro as a standalone experience and saying go play Pyro, we know it doesn't work in the universe yet,
Yeah.
would make consumers happy, the players happy to test it out and get to do all that cool stuff, but it doesn't tell the devs anything. They know they
No.
can make another system. That's not a tech hurdle for them. Maybe some Q&A stuff for the system and ironing out bugs and stuff, which honestly isn't a terrible idea.
No.
But beyond that, it's not of any use or interest to them. So if they really are just pushing forward in as linear of a fashion as they can to get a working product at the highest level of their imagination, then yeah, don't waste your time giving us Pyro. But maybe we're at a slight tipping point where they can say, hey, maybe we should start looking more seriously at treating Star Citizen as a more live servicey kind of, still in development, but still lots of active players. What can we do to keep those players happy?
Yeah,
So
that would be fantastic. And again, just getting a few more behind the scenes. There's your menu selection with persistent universe, and
woo,
definitely
oh, that
showing Pyro.
station is so sexy, man.
Yeah, I mean, and that
Thank God,
again,
thank God Ruin Station is not another like
same old.
Seraphim or something like that, where you're like, okay, the same asset pieces. That station looks awesome. And if
Yeah,
there's a javelin just like doing a little patrol route around it the whole time, I mean, it's Star Citizen flexing. They're like, hey, you guys have been in Stanton for a while. There's some cool stuff there, but it's not flashy anymore.
yeah,
once you've seen Area 18 in a procedurally generated planet that's fully covered in city, okay, it wears off after a little while. What's the next cool thing? Well, here's Ruin Station. That looks extremely cool, especially since we've seen the trailers and we know the scale of that there.
It's
That thing
big.
is massive.
Yeah. And
Like a javelin is like a little tiny dot, you know.
and they get to do that in this system because they don't have 4 planets with cities and all these things that they need. This is really supposed to be the only thing that's here. Obviously, they've built out
Mhm.
these planets and moons that we're streaming from today,
Mhm.
but the more than the lore had said in the old days.
Yeah.
So,
I
but
think I think it's a natural realization for CIG to make because if you think about it, okay, so you have a star system built up of 100 systems. You can't just have a system that has literally no authoritative force or militarized faction there because you have these massive stargates that have to operate.
yeah,
Well, who's operating them? You need some show of force.
yeah,
And so you need at least one hub of, hey, we're the strongest thing in this system. We can deal with any sort of small threats around us, and we can keep these stargates up and running, so that, or quantum gates, whatever they are, to jump
jump
around. So
gates. I don't know. I think
as
that's
much as Pyro is supposed to be this lawless, crazy system, they still do need that one hub of, here's the safe zone, here's the force that keeps those jump gates active.
and
You know?
there's also so much opportunity for story because now you can
Yeah.
have a faction that is in control of it at the beginning of Star Citizen's
Mhm.
story, but then what about 2 years in or a year in? They have an opportunity to
Yeah.
do. I mean, I think I mean, if you're following this project and you're not hoping for MMO style like storylines and quest line, maybe not quest lines, but the wider global or in our side universe scale
Yeah. It seems
storylines
like they'll
would be
save the
crazy.
quest lines for like the big collaborative missions, right?
Yeah,
Like with the Xenothreat stuff and the Nine Tails lockdown stuff. They're trying to integrate more of the lore to those. And I think they could certainly go bigger with it. But I think day 2, they have the Living on the Edge panel,
yeah.
which I believe is going to get into some of that world crafting stuff. Ooh,
Yeah, I
it's
brought this up
Jared.
because my whole chat was yelling live, live, live. So I'll bring it up and give him a little bit of volume. I don't know how to get the volume to you, so you might have to
Yeah,
watch it on your end.
that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yep.
Like, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days
So we can
of
go here.
presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2.
How's volume now, guys?
Go to the
I had it a little bit
presentation.
low. I can boost it a bit more.
I mean, honestly,
Okay.
I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my
I'm watching
amazing
an ad
performance
right
there.
now.
Honestly, we're all dead tired
Oh,
putting
no.
this thing together.
That's what
This
I'm
is
worried
by
about.
far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet.
If I get an ad, I'm instantly buying
2
Twitch
main
Turbo.
halls. Hall A, where the presentations are happening. Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we'd open doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this. What did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming pyro.
Does he mean
which
ruin?
It's on its way. Should I tell him?
I don't know. Yeah, rundown or ruin.
Yeah. There might be 2.
He's milking it. He's milking it.
I mean, they're getting loud.
I think I'm going to let the boss do that.
Oh.
Hey, I want to be here for day 2.
Jared's a good soldier.
Yeah.
We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Oh, I've lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new,
Don't worry.
rough and ready
It'll still
paint
be there in
scheme that is
2958.
available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station.
Ruin.
When do we get nice community booths?
Yeah, he's
Like,
got
I
to
mean,
be
they look
talking about
amazing,
Ruin.
don't get me wrong, but the shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be.
Oof. I like how people take actual
Atlas Defense
offense.
Industries, you know who you are. I was going to blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the two-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as
Nobody
Astropub.
likes Star Citizen streamers.
As well as Astropub. Ooh, nice dig. Poor
Now, that one
Paul.
was on the card.
We love you, Paul.
We love you, Paul.
Talk about SaltEMike and make sure he gets his check.
Hey, I got my
General
staff
Lounge.
shirt on,
The
Jared.
General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming.
Yes, I did.
The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you are a little more important. I'm
he
just trying to
just
think who
freeze?
that is.
I thought he did for a second. He's just very
There's a
still.
merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold
He
on, I'm
is
gonna show
out of
something. Hold on.
focus, though.
I was
like
gonna
that the
say
camera.
it too.
Yeah.
He's so out of focus. I could just see the
Professional
screens.
shows. Well, it's brand new.
This camera guy is like, where'd they find him?
Star Citizen hoodie.
I think it's Chris on the camera.
Yeah, probably.
It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and
Banu.
Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion?
That's
Who can
bad.
tell me?
You can read Banu, Mike?
No.
What?
I just know what it looks like because Kroncy, my
What?
co-host for Answer the Call, just got a Banu tattoo.
Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got
Bad
this
joke.
really cool Drake Interplanetary Trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit.
It won't fit me then.
Someday they'll make it
Yeah,
hat for
me either, man.
I got a little head.
And then the coup de grace.
My hats go on the last
You
little
saw it
nub
first
that
on a
you
Star
can connect
Citizen
on
Live
the
back in
glass.
2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time.
Now we're
Designed
selling you
live
that
on the
waste
show.
of time.
The Star Citizen bobblehead.
Right.
Look at this guy.
Am I the only
Yeah,
one
can
that
we-
wants
is
a
that in focus?
Jared bobblehead?
He's
Considering how much he does
magnificent.
his little head wag. Yeah.
And he
Yes.
comes in a really cool
We
box.
need a Jared bobblehead.
With Clark Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. It was supposed Ooh. And of course, a secret area
must be
that was
so
revealed
tired.
recently on the web. A welcome to Pyro
He
with
looks
a bunch
out of breath.
computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I am also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program.
Let's.
2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers. Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides,
so this
they
is
wrote their
different.
text, they created their videos, because that's what CitizenCon is.
Okay.
You know, we got
I can
ISC,
clap
we
for
got
that.
SCL, you know, that's my stuff, I do my thing, you know, this. But CitizenCon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a
appreciate
big
that.
round of
Yeah.
applause. And when they go off the
I'll
stage,
clap
I
for
need a
that.
bigger
Yeah.
round of applause because I told them they'd get it and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody.
I am a huge fan of that.
Yeah.
I cannot stand like, you know, Xbox
All right.
presentations or something.
So let's run down the
Even ISCs, the way they've
itinerary
been-
for today.
have been
At
frustrating.
11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to
Okay.
do
What he
keynote.
does.
He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said he used his fidelity like 3 times. So
That's it?
prepare your bingo.
That is funny.
After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of StarEngine presentation. Now, whatever you
Okay,
think
so
this is,
CR before
I
Shaping the
promise you,
Verse.
you're not prepared for it.
Yep.
This is
Not part of it.
I got to think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm gonna let that present itself. But
Okay, we're
be in your
starting with a
seats,
big announcement
Be ready.
here, Mike.
Yeah.
We're starting out
It's
big.
it's
Starting out with a
unlike
bang.
anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, when we timed it out yesterday, Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from
This
the
is my
EUQ
panel.
feature team. They're gonna come. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource
my
management,
people.
and true multi-crew gameplay.
True multi-crew gameplay.
Check that out.
You get to
Okay.
replace some batteries, Mike. I hope you're
Yeah.
Then
excited.
around 1:50, these times are all
like true
approximate, from our
modularity.
rehearsals yesterday. We got a
Remember
cosplay
that?
contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual a presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not
gonna
aware
pay
of,
for the
some
event.
ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then, yeah,
the RSI.
So we know about
That's-
everything.
there's just no way of getting around that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's making a joke on the.
And then finally
Unleashed.
wrapping
The
up the
Zeus
day
Mk
is
II.
navigating
Yep.
the universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right.
Okay.
Be in your seats.
It's
It's
StarMap.
effing awesome.
Yeah.
So, and then of course we wrap
StarMap.
up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to
So no
see all the cool
Squadron
stuff in
42
Hall B because you're
at the
glued to your
end.
seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2
Well,
hours
it could be
after
at the start.
5 p.m.
That's
so
what
with
I'm
that,
thinking.
I want to throw it
Or it
to
could be on
my
day 2. There's a
compatriot
huge
over in
gap
Hall
on
B,
day 2.
Dan
Yeah.
Halbrecht. Dan,
Could be
take
the
it away.
closing of day
Could be.
2.
Welcome everyone to CitizenCon 2953. Let's give it up!
Wait, I knew this guy worked there.
I heard
I
a
knew
bunch of people
him.
over there. I heard a bunch of people over there.
But I
We're
didn't know
back, baby, after 4
from where.
long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person. And we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid
I feel like I
question.
know
I'm
this
the
guy,
community
too.
producer here at CIG. I produced the community content for many years. I produced subscriber content behind the scenes for many years. Just like that bobblehead that you guys saw. You're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while. If you guys have
Oh, okay.
enjoyed the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953.
I saw him
If you
earlier, I
guys hated the
recognized
things
him.
I've done, let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jared, you're just an easy target. Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the community booth section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is
guy is like,
decorated
I do not
to
wanna
look
be
like
on
you're
camera.
on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like one of the biggest orgs for like a single game?
I mean, Not Eve.
They can't. Yeah, they
The
can't be
largest
bigger than
organization for
Eve.
Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
Really?
So they're kind of a
Wow.
big deal, is what we're saying.
Oh,
they're
because
here
Eve
at
as
the
well.
community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give
Because
away.
they're from Eve
Oh,
They
okay.
also.
focus on
Okay,
you know,
that makes
professional
sense.
gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career
That's the
paths
dude.
and
Look-
job
look
opportunities.
at what he's wearing in the
If
middle.
you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check
Yeah,
out
what
Test
is
Squadron
that?
right here.
Oh,
on the community booth
yeah,
section.
the
We're
hospital
going to
gas.
follow me
Hospital
this way
gas.
now over to the United Space
found
Confederation.
him.
In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a role-play focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is this kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth. Ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool
Oh,
stuff.
my chat's
Ask them about
trolling
their
right
org.
now
Ask them
about
about
the
who they
lore.
are.
Yeah,
pretty
We're so
hard.
excited to
Yeah.
have them as well.
It's
As you
tough
can see
because
over here,
everybody
we have
showing up here
JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going
does
to be able to
not-
see because there's
does
so
not
many
wanna see
people
this.
trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of CitizenCon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin.
They do?
We brought the Dragonfly back. We will be
Mike,
showing
does
you
your
that
org have a
little
booth
later.
here?
But if
Are
you
you
guys have already
repping?
checked out the
I'm
digital
not
goodies pack on the
repping,
Pledge
no,
Store,
no.
well, you might have
Yeah.
already gotten
We're
a glimpse. So
keeping
go
it
to
digital
robertspaceindustrial.com. Check out that
What
digital
would
goodies
your
pack.
merch and
You'll be able
goodies
to see
bag
what they brought
be?
here to CitizenCon
What would you give?
2953.
Some salt? Oh, some
But in
salt
addition to
shakers?
making
Himalayan-
large-scale things,
Himalayan
and
salt.
by the way, they also made some
Oh,
amazing stuff for
I
our
like it,
community
yeah.
booths. In addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures as well. So if you want to bring a little bit of the verse into
You
your
could give away
home,
some of
into
those,
your office,
maybe your
come check out
number one
JRDF.
like
There was a
fan could
line
get like
literally
one of those
wrapped around the
lamps,
corner right before
right?
we went
Like
live.
the
They
salt
are
lamps.
A salt
insanely
lamp,
busy,
yes.
But if you come by their booth, they're doing giveaways for free stencils. So if you vote either Drake or
So
I
this is
believe,
all giveaways, apparently.
of course, I didn't write down the other manufacturer. It's Drake and I think Misk. I could be wrong. But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again,
Ooh,
come
a
check them out. They're
stencil
going to
of
be
a
doing some cool
miniature.
stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well.
Very
Literally,
exciting.
when this goes off the air, probably going to break out my wallet. So
Oh,
that's
it's now
just
my,
how cool they are.
my daughter's
We're gonna
turn
follow
to
me
show
back
up.
this way. Excuse me, everybody, making my way through.
She looks a little different. Not human.
And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have
It's
the
like you've been
interactive team
streaming
making
too
a
long, Mike.
live drop
Yes.
here at CitizenCon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack,
this is
a
kinda
total
cool.
Are they like
CitizenCon
3D
staple. We
printing
always include
masks
it
or
in the
No,
digital goodies
these
pack.
are the
Well, they're
props
making it
team from
live here at the
CIG
floor. Look at how
making the
cool
props
that skull is. It's going to be part of the decoration
from the goodie
of
pack.
the trophy. These are members of our Interactables team
That's
in
pretty cool.
Manchester. They're
Yeah.
currently making it live, and you can see if you look over there to the left, they're taking suggestions from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I
That
don't
is
think it
not
can
a
be said
Starge
enough
Forge
that
PC,
we
whoever
are
said
so
that.
excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years.
That'd
I'm
be
an
really
LA
funny.
native,
That
so
would
to have
be
it here
funny.
in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal. Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether they're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible. We are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs, so you guys can see exactly what kind of passion and versatility.
15 minutes,
and
guys. This
creativity
is the
drives members
pre-show.
of the
Just for
booth.
anyone watching
That's
right now,
you guys.
coming in,
You guys are the
thinking
reason
that
why
this is
things like
the opening
CitizenCon are
ceremony. It is
possible.
not.
Yeah.
So we're going to come back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron, get a little more
And for people
about what
waiting
they're
in the
about.
queue that might want to talk
we
to
got
us,
Chrome, D-Seth, and
this is
D
all going to
Lefty.
be
What's up, guys?
played by ear, so we don't know what'll happen.
It's been
But
really
I appreciate
great.
you
This is
guys
my
waiting.
first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far. So
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be
Of
here.
course.
And it's just I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome.
How much-
And
how much
do you
money
guys
you
have
spending
any
today,
advice
Mike?
for people who are trying to
Do you
break
have a-
into
did you
the
set a
verse? It
limit?
can be overwhelming
$0
sometimes for new players.
That's my limit.
Trying to figure out what to
But I
do in
might
Star Citizen. So do you
melt
guys, as part of
and
Test Squadron,
buy with
have any
store
advice
credit.
for new players who are trying to make their way
that's
into the
my
verse?
the way I handle
Honestly,
things nowadays.
find a friend, find someone to play the system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for, is really to make it join.
It is
Awesome.
overwhelming
Thank you
when you
guys.
try
Well,
to
as I
join a
said, they're
game
giving
and there
away
is
some
no
cool
game there.
swag,
It
so
is
if you guys
weird,
are
right?
here at CitizenCon,
I was
come
overwhelmed
check out
by
their
that.
booth. We are.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
we are
yeah, and
beginning
when
in
you
10
try
minutes
and
for
do the
Hall
thing
A,
the
so
way
if
it's
you
supposed
guys
to work and
are
it doesn't
here
work,
at CitizenCon, start making
can
your
make
way
it
over
tough
to Hall
too.
A. We're beginning in just a few
always
minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff.
It
here at
is
the
neat
community
that
booth
they
before I
set
kick
up
it
the
back over
floor to
Jared.
look like
We're
a
gonna be going over
pyro
United
sort
Space
of
Confederation.
bazaar
I
or
said
something.
Confederacy
They
before.
did
It's
do
United
a
Space
really good job with
Confederation.
that, actually.
Yeah.
Excuse me, guys. So you
Get
guys
out
are
of
a
the way.
role-play focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such a intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone.
Somebody
now
in
that
my
we kinda
chat
have a
says
new
VOD
imperator.
friends
So
skip
what's kind
2
of the
hours.
direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well,
None
we
of
like
this
the
is worth
ideal
watching.
of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go.
11 minutes
is
out,
to
guys.
reestablish
Don't
relations
worry.
with the new
Almost
We don't
there,
have to
guys.
listen to this guy's pretend lore.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths.
Did they create
throughout
a?
the
Was he saying
weekend,
they
so
created
be sure to
a,
come over
a
here.
guild
I'm going to
that's
throw it
like
back to Jared where we
basically
can kick off our first
an
panel of the day.
extremist
Jared,
group
back
or
to you, and we'll
something?
see you back
I
here again
think
at
so.
CitizenCon
I don't know.
2953.
I mean, if you're into that, that's your thing, but yeah.
I have some yard work going on outside, which
Thanks,
I can hear,
Dan.
Mike. You
He's
let me know if it
somebody's
starts
nephew. We still
triggering my
haven't
mic,
figured
and
out
I'll
whose.
mute it.
So
You're
we
good.
are here in Hall A with the community.
Every time he says Hall A, I keep thinking Hall A.
Yeah.
So
The
as
whole
Dan said,
A.
if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's
The
very
whole C,
cool.
Mike.
We are just
Or
a
the
few
whole
minutes
B.
away from the
There we
start
go.
of
He
the
announced
it.
official
would be cool.
CitizenCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wave, Dad.
Everybody
You're not my
wait.
dad. Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right. So yeah. So again, we're just a few short minutes away from
That's kind of
CitizenCon
adorable.
2953.
No, yeah, he
thank
like
you
his
for,
dad loves the game, plays it all the time. His dad's
our,
awesome.
Sales pitch during the
Oh,
pre-show.
super cool.
I told
Yeah.
you, CitizenCon is entirely
super
by
proud
the
of, like,
devs
Jared and
for the
everything. It's
community.
really
So
cute.
we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you
We're
for
just about
tuning
to
in.
start.
Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then Shaping the Verse, the future of StarEngine.
Okay.
Grab yourself a snack, get a drink. You're not going to want to miss any of this.
Let's
Stay
go.
tuned. We'll see you in a bit,
The
everybody.
hypening.
The hypening is happening.
All right. Let me get my wallet. Hang on, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Let me go
RSI
get my
Zeus,
wallet.
RSI Zeus, how much is it going to cost us, do you think? I don't
Mm,
know. I mean, it's got to be the $100 range.
200 maybe. What does the cutlass sell for?
$100, 110, something like that.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's got to
Or
be
maybe
around that, I
130.
think.
I'm just so used to the prices being astronomical for everything these days.
True. But
The
yeah, I think it
F8
should be.
The F8 was $260.
And
like,
I thought that was
woo!
cheap because I thought it would be like super overpowered. But do you want to jump to a couple callers while we have this little break and see what people are
Yeah.
thinking? It's
Let's
an
chat with somebody
experience,
for the next 9
5
minutes.
minutes or whatever. Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
experience. Maybe you. I brought you on answer the call, but I don't know if we had any callers. So we're gonna bring in our first one.
Dun, 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 dun,
Dun,
dun.
dun, dun. Corn, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Not
you-
Sorry, I'm like in game right now.
Okay.
So don't let us distract you
Yeah,
from your
Oh
mission.
no,
sir.
absolutely not. Hey, no, I listen. Legend of the industry, LevelCap Gaming is talking to me right now. And I mean, of course, SaltEMike,
I'm
CIG employee.
brother.
you, sir.
I'm getting the same feelings as you. I told Level this before, but you know, Level is the reason I made a YouTube channel and everything. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, it's fucking crazy.
Yep,
Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse.
you can.
I
It's fine.
appreciate it.
Okay,
And
okay.
just, while we're on the subject, just everybody subscribe and, all that stuff too.
Of course, yeah.
While
Like
we're
and
talking me
subscribe.
up, Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Corn, what are your expectations? You've heard ours. What are yours? What are you feeling?
So my thing, okay, so I started playing the game in 2021. I don't really know how I didn't hear about the game before that.
Okay.
But I started like late in the year 2021, so I kind of like didn't really know what was going on with CitizenCon. I think I like heard offhand about it, but I didn't really like know what was going on. You know what I mean? So my
Mhm.
first CitizenCon was last year, and my
Okay.
thing with last year was that we didn't really get anything of substance. I think the only thing that the players, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only thing that the players got in their hands from CitizenCon 2022 was the Steve.
The vaulting or mantling would be one of the
Okay.
only other things, and then you can argue master modes in the arena commander. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like all morning, I spent time watching the previous CitizenCon and going, all of this stuff we didn't get.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
really hard to look at what we have and go, or what we had in the past year and go, anything they say here about Pyro, anything they say here about future stuff, I am, open arms, ready to be excited for it. It's going to be
Exactly.
hard. It's going to
So
be hard.
my thing with this year is that I just want the players to get something in their hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love a ship. I mean, put the fucking merchantman in the game. I know that's not going to happen,
Yeah.
but Jesus
You don't
Christ.
want the merchantman. You don't want any ships that are unique or cool. You want them to figure the game out first. Trust me.
Yeah.
Be as
I mean,
patient as
that's
possible.
true. But yeah, you're right. But I also want my space house.
Of course.
I
Yeah.
think they need to show the features for at least 2 CitizenCons before you can expect them in game. So like we saw
Yeah.
EVA last
Well-
CitizenCon, the new EVA stuff. Well, we're gonna have to see it again, and
Mhm.
then we'll get it in game, or maybe
Yeah.
another CitizenCon after that. But
I mean, it's not really. I wouldn't classify it as a feature per se, but the spirit
Yeah.
that was only one
Yeah.
CitizenCon.
that's true. They can get the ships in the game faster because they know how to make ships. But
Yeah.
when it comes
But
to the
what I mean by that is I just like I think that that's something that they're like actively trying to get better at, or at least I hope it is. Just like when they like show us things that they like kind of want to put them in the game instead of just like continuing to work on them in the dark.
Mm.
Yeah. In CIG's defense, they added persistence, right?
Oh,
Was
true.
that since the last one? And
it
then
was since it, but I
yeah,
don't know how much they
since
talked about it at last year's CitizenCon. Did we get like a server meshing talk? I don't remember. It was 2 years
I
ago
don't-
for sure.
well, I'm gonna say is they added stuff that they didn't really talk about much
Yeah.
that have been big
Yeah.
features. So like
Sure.
increasing the server cap too
Cargo refact.
to like
That's true.
100. Yeah, cargo. So there's a lot of the things that came in the game they didn't talk about. So I'm not excusing CIG, but I
No.
will just say, hey, they did add a bunch of stuff to the game that actually has been really big ticket stuff that
super
they
fair.
just didn't talk about, which will
Oh.
probably happen next year as well. We'll be getting some features that they're not going to talk about on this panel that are going to make some big changes to the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. Corn,
would,
just because there's so many people, I'm not cutting you off now, but I'll just let you know, like, make your final
Yeah, of
thoughts, and
course.
maybe we can get one more person in before it starts, if you don't mind. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Of course, yeah. I would love a like something substantial to do with Pyro. I know that we're probably. I mean, I don't expect to get it like next week or whatever, but
Mhm.
I would like to. I would like to be able to play it sooner than later, and I would like some sort of Squadron 42 release date, not just a year, like an
Yeah.
actual kind of like month or date. Just like for some kind of reassurance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's really
I
about
hear you.
it.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to hear that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Corn, we'll let you go. I don't know when, how quickly I'm going to be able to get him in, but we do have somebody live at CitizenCon that's going to call in. So whoever's next in line, I do believe it's Johnny Morgan. Hold tight, okay? I know Johnny understands. So, yeah, we do have some people that are calling in. So, Corn, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much,
thanks,
man.
man.
I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me on.
I feel you too, man. I hope we get a really good good pyro focused but game focused thing. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Talk to you soon, brother.
Yep. Have a good
Bye now.
CitizenCon. Peace.
Later. So yeah, let me see. Zero just messaged me. He's
Oh, we're
calling
getting
me.
Zero State on?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him to join the green room if he can.
Okay. We have like potentially 2 minutes before
Yeah, exactly.
the ceremony starts.
So we'll hurry it up with him is what I'm gonna try to go for.
Okay. Yeah, isn't he is he competing in the Atmo thing? Or
I
no?
believe so.
Okay.
I think so.
I know
These guys are
A1 is.
T-posing at the event. A1 is.
T-posing.
I know Lizzie B
Oh, they're
is.
standing on their chairs and T-posing.
Yeah,
Very,
yeah. We'll
very
give you guys
appropriate.
a look while we wait for Zero. All the T-posers.
The music is going perfectly with it as well.
All right.
Yep.
Zero is here. Zero, can you hear us?
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
How goes it,
Hear
dude?
me okay?
I hear you perfect.
Okay, great. Where did I go? So I'm in the event hall right now, and there was like 40 people standing on chairs T-posing just now.
We just saw it, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
So
there was one guy doing it for like 5 minutes.
Oh my God, the
That's
dedication,
commitment, man.
the dedication.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. How's it going for you guys? Are you guys getting lots of information?
Not really. We do know that Chris is coming first, so everything you heard, we heard. Everything that Jared was saying. So nothing.
I've been stuck in kind of the Atmo Esports booth for the Atmo Esports event. They've been doing dry runs and trying to figure out like controls and stuff. So it's been cool. I have information about Avenger 1 and Schwang that will surprise you guys.
Give it. What do you got?
Okay. They are both at least 6'4". They are tall as fuck.
Whoa.
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
Avenger 1 is 6'4"?
He's super tall. Yeah, he's like 6'3".
Oh my, dude, now scale that with the size of his head. It must be massive. My God.
Yeah. He's a big.
Yeah.
I would have never
Everybody else is pretty much what you'd expect, but it's been great to meet everybody. I saw Space Tomato roaming around. I got to it's starting. I should let you go.
All right.
Okay,
Hey,
all right.
Have a great
Thanks for
time,
calling,
Zero.
Zero.
Have a great time, brother. Talk to you soon. I'll push him out. But
Can't hear shit. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, God.
Right now.
All right, it's starting. I'm going to turn up the volume here for everybody.
So
Here we
we cut
go.
our view over to
Yes, sir.
the bigger view.
There we go.
Woo! Chris.
All hail. That guy is not hyped. Did you see that one guy? He didn't give a shit. He didn't care one bit.
He's like, I thought this was Star Courtesan.
Well, hello! CitizenCon 2953.
Uh-oh, his mic already.
Yeah, it's quiet.
Really good to be back in front of all you guys in person.
I'll do my best to boost this, guys.
4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, CD alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the Pyro paint job on. Get pictures
Let me
taken
know
on.
on your end. It should be the same.
We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And And I'd like everyone
I
to
got my
know that
finger
the
on the
people
button
that
when
aren't
they
here in
fix it, so it
person,
doesn't blow your ears
we're
as well.
going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works.
Pyro for us next week, apparently.
This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed
I
that
told you so.
tasks have dried
Maybe.
up on the task tracker.
Give it time.
And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days.
If we're not jumping, it doesn't matter.
So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen.
I want to believe him.
Me too.
I want to
Said
believe
the same
him.
thing last year.
On that.
I want to believe him.
So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So,
I think we're going to see some RTX lighting here.
Things
gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry.
It's running on PowerPoint.
He never knows how to use the
We
PowerPoint
thought
thing.
this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics and our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So
God, this stuff.
Let's run that video.
I'm salivating. Let's go.
I'm not. This is the stuff that bothers me the most.
Don't kill my hype, Mike.
Acting
Don't
like
kill
it's
my
more
hype
than
right
it
now.
is. It's not. I'm trying not to. Okay, I'll calm down. Like, I don't know. We play the game. We know what it can do. Not much.
I'm getting a Fortnite ad right now.
Seriously?
It's on the side.
Okay. I'm full screen. I might need to lower the volume now.
Solar system size game spaces. Beautiful soundtrack.
Always.
You can do seamless transitions in this game?
I didn't know that. Yeah. Nobody's denying this stuff. You know?
It's a nice shot.
It's incredible.
Texture repeating. Texture repeating. I see it.
Yep. I see the repeated textures. The argument because this stuff holds the game back. Prove to me it doesn't.
Yeah. Objects popping in. Streaming assets popping in.
Yes, I've walked around here for a couple of years now. Okay. Dense characters and players is debatable.
Yeah.
That's the only debatable thing so far. That has not worked well.
Yeah. It doesn't quite feel alive when you're in a city.
A fiscalized frozen ocean. What?
What does that mean?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a texture. Does it unfreeze in the summer? Is that what they mean?
No. Also known as ice. That was weird.
Nobody has ice in their game like we have ice.
Our engine can make ice.
The soundtrack is dope, though. I mean,
amazing.
they always knock it out of park with their music.
Absolutely.
Microtech is gorgeous. They need more stuff to do on Microtech.
Oh, yeah.
The Carrack.
I mean, and this is Star Citizen right here. Fully interactable and explorable spaceships. That's why we're all here, I think.
Yeah.
This is what this game does differently than everyone else, I think.
This was my first big ship purchase in Star Citizen. I was like, that's the first time I dropped real money, and I was like, oh man, did I just buy something this expensive?
Yep. No. This is the ship I think is still the coolest in terms of like org stuff. It just feels right.
Yeah. The bridge is what sold it for me. I was like, yes, please.
For me, it was like the kitchen area. It just felt like a home.
Now, Mike, is this going to transition to Pyro? Is that what they're going to do?
No.
Are they going to be
not
like
yet.
jump gates to Pyro?
Not yet. We still have to talk about clouds.
Yeah. Also, don't show the moons that have the old school atmosphere and crappy textures.
Different biome. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, is that a new cave?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So what you're telling me is this game is filled with amazing looking locations. Yes. We all agree. We all agree.
I've never seen this. I've never seen this area. This looks amazing.
Yeah, that might be a new cave. The new rocket caves, I think. Two entrances. If that's real.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a big deal.
And if you can drive the rock in there, which they had the rock off to the side, that would be very cool.
Yep. That's a big deal.
The forests look way better. They updated that in the recent patch.
Yep.
I mean, Microtech is breathtakingly good looking. This looks better, though, for some reason. It looks better than normal Microtech. I can't figure it out.
It's probably because it's running at a frame rate that looks good, maybe? I don't know. Not stuttering. Ah, yes, we forgot about rivers. Very important. I heard a fish jumping.
Some loud water, man.
I know, I've had to play with the volume.
Looks incredible. Who was that? Oh, is that the
Prospector.
Prospector.
Yeah, they're gonna go mining. You can mine, by the way.
The ground detail looks a lot better. Like, this is improved ground detail, it looks like.
Yeah. We'll probably hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be like, all these things in the demo, these are the improvements we made.
Those rocks look great too. Like this looks higher Oh, Jared said fidelity. He said fidelity was in the script like 3 times. So
True.
This looks higher fidelity.
It does look good. I've never seen these locations.
Mike, my chat is not used to your level of salt. They're saying,
I'm sorry, guys.
Tone the salt down.
I'll tone it down.
Just for the trailers. It's beautiful. Oh, please show an animal. They're going to show an animal. Can you feel it? You feel it, Mike? It's going to be a microtech.
Nope, just wind.
Come on, let's see the deer. Here it comes. It's going to enter frame. 3, 2.
I just heard a weird sound.
Here it comes. 1.
Oh, it sounds like a
there.
ship.
Oh, did I call it?
It's the cow. Yeah, it's the space cow. You called it. Okay. Big
now
step.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah.
Now we're
That's a
cooking,
huge
boys.
Step.
Oh, we can
Whoa!
milk it like in that Star Wars movie.
Look at this. There's a farm.
Yes.
This makes me so much more excited for Fix It and Fly It now. Even more.
Yeah. You can fix your farm now too. Oh, look at the solar panels.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Somebody in my chat said, "Don't fall for it."
Yeah. Imagine the sandworm breaks out of the forest right now.
That would be funny. A
It's
frozen
a forest
sandworm.
worm. Yeah, yeah. You know they're gonna end with something else here. They can't just pull the camera back.
Nah, they gotta jump. There's our clouds, okay. Seamless the other way. Yep.
Yep. Oh, are we going to a jump gate? We might be going to a jump gate.
We gotta.
Are they gonna show us physicalized suns yet? I'd be down for that.
That would be cool.
Oh, wormhole. Here we go, baby.
Somebody's jumping in.
No, I think we're jumping away.
Wait. Oh, the new quantum animation. This is quantum travel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That looks gorgeous. Oh, if that comes into the game.
That is so much better.
Yeah.
Whoa, I didn't think I would be that excited for that.
Oh, we're going through the asteroid, but Yella is still one of my favorite locations in Stanton.
Yeah, that looked good. I don't think much has changed here. This looks the same, but has
It's always looked incredible.
Always looked good. Yeah.
I can't think of how they would improve the Yella asteroid fields. They look fantastic.
Only way is if they were like bigger scale, which.
Some of this lighting looks a little better though. Maybe it could be more RTXC lighting. Who knows?
True, because they're on the kind of dark side, but they were almost on the dark side. Maybe that's why. Dude, that quantum looked. That blew me away.
That looked fire. Also,
Yeah.
the transition coming out. If they can get that transition down where it's not like some weird laggy thing. Yeah, we know about the real day-night cycle.
Yeah,
which is
planets
super cool.
don't rotate though.
Are they gonna announce planet orbiting? That would be cool.
That would be the next line. Okay, now they're saying where they are. So I imagine they're
Mhm.
going to jump down and say we have gas giants.
Yeah.
Probably here.
Crusader is an underutilized asset now that they've got all the clouds.
Yep.
It really is an incredible looking planet
Mhm.
when you travel through the clouds and stuff. Here we are at Cloud City, Orison.
Yeah. Still, I think the best laid out location. Everything's like kind of usable.
Oh, Mike, you know what's coming.
No, it's not. No shot. You wanted the
Yes.
space whale? You think so?
We're gonna see the storm walls, guys. It's going toward going towards the sculpture.
You got
Enter
the cow.
storm wall back frame is happening. the perfect setup? Come on, baby.
I don't know now.
Storm
That would have been the
come
time.
on. That would have been the time.
That would have
But
been
let's
the time.
see. Maybe they don't come that close to the city. I don't know.
I'll take the cow. That was cool.
Storm wall. Right now. This is the time, right?
MSR.
They're
Okay.
gonna announce the new ship that harvests the storm walls. Buy this ship to harvest the storm wall.
This could be this could be the time as well. The framing, it pops out from the other side.
Oh
There it
my
is.
god!
Yep. No way.
Those look great.
I'm gonna point out that they're gonna be very static, and we won't interact with them yet. But that's still
Stop.
awesome.
Stop. You're gonna be able to kill storm walls. I know it.
Because they're supposed to drop like loot, like on their tails and stuff. There's supposed to be resources on them, and I didn't see anything.
That
But
was the
that's
original concept. They might have had to back off on that because that was crazy.
sick. Yeah.
That does look great. I'm so
Yeah.
excited about seeing storm walls at Crusader.
Yep, me too. It's just the first thing
Yeah.
I looked for was their tail, and was like, was there anything there? Because that's what I loved about that concept.
If you can harvest their milk, that's gonna be my career in game.
Oh, here we go again. I can do this many more
Yeah.
times before
It's
it
gorgeous.
gets old.
Also, if they have different quantum for the alien ships and stuff in this similar type of effect, that's gonna be great.
Yep.
Here we go. Here's a jump
To the
point.
jump
There's
point.
Pyro.
Yep.
This is Pyro. I'm vibing right now, dude.
I'm also vibing.
I saw some cows and space whales.
I would have never guessed that. I thought we were going to get little fish and some birds flying around. That's it.
Woo.
They
Wait,
really
where's the
undersold
gate?
it. I
Is
see
there-
it.
Oh, are they not going to have a gate anymore?
No, I see it.
Whoa.
It's just very different looking.
Yeah, it's not a structure around
No.
it this time.
Which explains why we didn't have a structure.
Whoa, that looks... If these are the actual graphics, that looks insane, dude.
Believe it or not, this looks exactly like they showed it in 2015, just a little
Not
bit more.
exactly. I watched it recently. It's updated.
It's updated, but it's still, they kept to it, is what I'm trying to say, which is cool.
Look at Pyro, dude. These volumetric clouds are so... Oh!
It's big.
Look at that station. Look at this atmosphere, dude. Look at the atmospherics.
I hope we go on the interior. I really want to see the interior.
They're going to, man.
Yeah.
Look at the chunk
Look at
of
the
the
arrow
station that's
pointing
just
where to
busted.
go to get in.
Oh, I didn't see it. Dude.
Okay. Hard to hate on this.
Wow, that looks
Outside
incredible.
of the scuffed NPCs. Which we all don't expect that to change anytime soon.
No, that's not stop until server mission.
Nah. This is awesome. Still have like clear readable signage though, which is important. Oh. We've never been able to change our body types.
Yeah, okay, okay.
So that's actually really huge. We're going to hear about stuff like this tomorrow.
Okay. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Less exciting because it's not giant tech stuff, but you know,
setting
I'm all about
expectations.
character customization. Yeah.
I was not excited for that panel, and now I'm a little bit more for sure.
Tattoos. I want like future tattoos, like holographic tattoos.
Yeah. That would be sick. Okay.
Ruin Station looks fantastic.
But they
It looks
didn't show a
absolutely
lot.
fantastic.
That
No,
was a
well,
small
maybe
look.
they don't want to. This isn't the Ruin Station showcase, though. They need to
Exactly.
keep it moving. They got to keep the pace going.
I like the branding.
Look at that. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Have you ever seen a location in a sci-fi game that looks that good, man? That's insane.
No.
That orange emission from over. Oh, man. Where are we going now, man? Where are we going? My chat keeps yelling, Polaris! Polaris! I don't think this is the time for Polaris. That's talking ship, okay?
Yeah, we might hear about that then.
Ooh, what planet? Pyro 3.
I think Pyro 3 was the mossy planet. From
Yeah, Yellow Moss?
yeah, from a couple years ago.
Okay.
Or the last few years they've been kind of showing it. I've been calling, I want to see a solar flare. I saw somebody in my chat type about that. I really want to see that.
That would be amazing.
That's the big thing with Pyro.
Sunshaft occlusion, dude.
What's
yeah,
that
it does
mean?
look really good. I think that's just God rays, essentially.
Okay, okay.
But from like volumetric clouds, it is impressive. That's
For sure.
impressive lighting tech.
The clouds look better too.
Ooh.
What is it?
Reclaimer.
Reclaimer, okay.
Yeah. What's smoking, dude?
All right. A lot.
It's just polluting up the atmosphere.
Oh, no, engineering.
Oh, here you go, Mike.
Yep. Look, it's on fire.
Oh.
Still looks very similar to the ISC, which is good.
That
but
guy is standing in the fire.
yeah. It looks actually better. I think it looks
Yeah.
better.
It's looking solid.
Yeah.
I think it looks great, to be honest.
Me too. I had some issues with the ISC. They improved all those.
Even if the interior of ships wouldn't be built out of flammable materials, I'm down with it.
Yeah. Good point. Good
You
point.
need it for gameplay. You need it for gameplay.
You do. All right, now
That's
we're really
so cool.
smoking.
Yeah. I wonder if that is how it's going to look when your ship is on fire. If it's going to be like bellowing smoke.
That would be sick.
Yeah. They mentioned that in a progress report a couple months back.
Okay.
That their smoke tech was really like coming along. Volumetric shadows from clouds cast into atmosphere. Yep. I mean, it is. This is cool stuff. Like doing this on a planet scale. Nobody's doing this on a planet scale. Getting a little bit of shaky cam here. What's going on?
All right, back to the moss. I'm thinking settlements coming next.
I wouldn't mind seeing maybe if they did a flyover of some sort of pyro animal too.
Pyro crab, anyone?
Is
That's
that
the only
on
one we
this
know
planet?
about, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, now we're chugging.
Is the stream a little chunky for you?
Theirs is.
Yeah. Yeah, their stream's a little chunky.
I'm looking at mine. I'm clean.
Yeah, it's probably just a Twitch thing.
Yeah. Or a pyro thing, maybe. A little unoptimized still. Could be.
Yeah, it's possible. Pyro has not seen the optimization pass yet. Ooh, what's this? A settlement?
Settlement for sure. The top of one.
Oh, look at that lake down there, dude.
Who's he waving
Look like
at?
there's-
Did he just wave at us?
It's a good looking planet. It's very different. It feels more alien.
Is
which
that a
nice.
reservoir?
Ooh. Oh, whoa, that's cool.
That's a landing pad.
That's cool.
That is Super Mando, by the way.
Yes.
That was Mega Mando inspired. Star Wars, guys. Woo!
What's Star Wars?
I think it's the one with Captain Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Klingons
Starbuck,
and stuff.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like their little wind generators. Those are fun.
That's what I got when I saw that the first time. I was like, outpost. And I saw that, it was like, we're gonna use that maybe.
Oh yes, give me the
Okay.
Oh, those water physics, dude. Imagine low flying over the ocean now. This is gonna be cool. Imagine an 890 doing that over the ocean.
Tarada just came.
Yeah, he did.
Tarada just came.
He's yelling right now.
Yeah.
Screaming. That looks cool.
Yes. What?
What? So we're getting destruction.
Never had that.
I didn't think they could do that on this scale.
That looked weird.
Yeah, the water still needs a little work, but I'm okay with them showing it in this state.
That made this look very fake, what they just did, the smashing the ships together.
It's all right. I mean, they're showing the progress, right?
This so far,
real-time
I'm
plot
mind blown.
simulation. Yeah.
What?
Dynamic blood? Does any game have dynamic blood?
Why even?
That's awesome.
It's so
well,
cool.
Imagine if you're dropping blood as you like make tracks in the snow or something, and somebody's following your bloody tracks around.
Bounty
that
Hunter
could be
V2.
cool.
Following blood trails.
Yeah, dude, you could be Predator, right?
Somebody in my chat just said this is porn.
It is.
Kind
this
of.
is space nerd porn for sure.
I'm most blown away by
StarEngine TM. They're gonna sell this engine, man. Make some money.
Yeah. I was most blown away by the physicalized damage thing. That was wild.
Yeah, that's exciting. Because imagine if you could drop a bomb in the forest and like level an area in the forest.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of bombs.
Yeah, a huge level of interaction to the game.
Unexpected.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole
billion
sequence.
kilometers. Holy smokes.
So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together.
That's incredible.
I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well.
Pedro, the unsung hero of Star Citizen.
Yes, sir.
And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing
Got me excited
to think
for that first
all
panel.
that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from
Turning them up a bit,
close
guys.
to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online.
Did he just say it
with
just
that level
works?
of physical simulation with hundreds of players,
Like
thousands
COD?
of AI running around. It's hats off to our
Give Chris
tech
some
guys who are going to be coming up
some breathing
and
room
talking
here,
about what
okay?
they're doing.
We know who Chris is. He talks big game.
I know, but it's just funny. It's the thing.
Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll
That was at the very
part
start.
of the upcoming
I missed
speech.
Conductor.
Okay.
But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great.
12 months or so.
Before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who,
Oh, you were thinking
as a lot of you know, Turbulent
Squadron?
have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform. And a few years ago, started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year, we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July, they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management.
We have a big announcement after this
team at CIG, and I'm
that they
really,
just put on their
really
website.
happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going
I got it,
forward,
guys.
and
I'll
some
show
of
it,
the new
okay?
initiatives we're going to go. So, Benoit,
When we got a break.
come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Bonjour.
All right. I like Ben.
Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are
people
so
are not
happy
gonna
to
like
be here.
this announcement,
It's been
some of
so
it.
long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion.
I said it.
And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of
Somebody
applause.
said
Thank you so much.
57,000 Star Citizen viewers. That is by far the most they've ever had.
I just
by
want to
far
touch on one bit, which is that
people are
all
hyped.
the people you will see in the
Yeah.
next couple tech panels
That's what
are
that
really
means.
the best
People care.
of their craft in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless
34K?
optimism.
Oh, well.
That this game
Never
can
mind.
be made. That this vision
Plus your viewers,
can
my
be
viewers,
achieved.
Oh, they're carrying the
And
whole
so,
category. Yeah, that's what
Without
they're doing.
further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new.
Whoa,
So
okay.
as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with
I want that in our
Marco,
hands.
who will show
so
you
bad.
all the cool and amazing
Yeah,
features
me
of
too.
our
Those
engine and the challenges
smaller
that we
things.
face. Thank you so much, guys.
You know, like UI and stuff. Those are the ones we hope that gets to us quickly.
Yeah. It's what's holding the game back is the small stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello.
They do the big stuff great.
I am Marco Corbetta,
We just saw that.
VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about StarEngine today. We have been developing StarEngine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming.
I'm putting him up. He's a little bit
This is
low.
not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame.
Oh, we know.
So in a typical StarEngine
We're
frame
aware.
update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities, and millions of entities overall in the solar system. About 150,000 updates per frame.
I wonder what that means
we have
compared to
over
like a DayZ
200
server.
vehicles,
You know, or
spaceships,
something.
and ground ones.
I have no comparison.
Over 2 million physical objects.
I listed this out as
over
tech mumbo jumbo in my
100,000
notes
objects
of what they're going to
generated
talk
per
about.
frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by custom vendor in the R&D team.
They've talked a lot
The
about
first new
this
feature is
in
the
the
light
month report
shafts.
for all
They're
year.
volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They're truly volumetric and 3D,
This
fully
game gets me excited
integrated.
about gas.
They're not just
No
a
game gets me
post
excited
effect,
about
as
gas.
It is
This game gets
usually
me
done
excited
in
about gas,
games.
dude.
With
fair.
this, the atmosphere from an
That's fair.
overcast sky gets darker. And this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another
ground fog.
component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is
We don't have
also
this now, do we?
fully integrated
No, I don't think
into
so.
the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain.
I have one
It
guy in my
reduces the
chat
light scatter into the view ray.
that goes, clouds are not gameplay. And then
And
the fog,
in this
fog
video,
is not gameplay.
We're showing all the features combined together.
Oh, here we go. Cloud improvements. Nice.
In
Ground
addition,
fog.
we made
That
many
looks
improvements
cool.
to cloud shaping
It
to
can
allow for
improve
more
gameplay.
variation and details.
Yeah.
Fog
But it
definitely
is
could
not
be.
in itself.
Unable to
The
see
shape noise
somebody,
blending,
right?
a vertical variation,
Reduce
has been
engagement
improved a lot.
distances.
Yeah.
Increased chaos. That looks incredible, man. That looks really
Yeah.
good.
I'm thinking Star Wars scenes with lasers shooting through fog that you couldn't see, you know?
Yeah. You imagine seeing the explosions above the cloud layer, you know, lighting up the clouds.
Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance
Dang,
read.
that
and the
ground fog
tiling
looks so
is
good.
less visible.
Reddit is going to be filled with this stuff.
Of course.
Yeah.
Dude, look how much that ground fog improves the visuals of the terrain. It makes it look real. It kind of like creates the depth to it.
This is going to be a good scene to see for that.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. You could see the valley. Yeah. Putting a
Incredible.
homestead on top of the hill and looking down at that. We've all seen visuals of that in real life. This is the only thing about clouds that I've struggled with, and now they fixed it.
And
most of it.
And best of all,
That looks amazing.
we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank
322.
you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's what Chris said.
Whenever
The cloud
that-
stuff will
whenever
be
we hit that.
end of the year. December-ish
Yeah.
patch would
Okay.
should be when it is.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah. And that's the only thing we know about that's in 322.
So far.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
Cloud Imperium likes
I'm Ali
clouds.
Brown, the Director of Graphics and
Surprise.
Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in StarEngine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Bring it.
Oh, forest fires, maybe? This might not just be ships. This might be...
So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences.
Can we see it?
It creates emergent sandbox
There we go.
gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense.
Okay.
Okay, so how do fire start in StarEngine?
Fire!
Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items.
Okay.
And the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire and ever-present threats.
This game does need explodey barrels. We
If a
don't have
fire does
explodey
break
barrels
out,
yet.
you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player.
But not.
And at this point,
real
the player needs
explodey
to limit
barrels.
the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat.
There you go, Mike.
For example, using the fire
Gameplay.
extinguisher, which
Look at the HUD.
is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that.
Look at the HUD.
The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum.
That's cool.
Or simply the
can't wait
fire's
to see
burned so
that.
fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do.
Char.
There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Charred towels, by the way.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we
They're
have
gonna
to
announce the
describe what is behind the
flamethrower
surface.
ship
You might
now.
see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind
Absolutely.
it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass
rip our
is, the
graphics
energy
cards.
density, combustion temperature, fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off.
I love voxels.
So here's our
tech,
debug
and
mode
I'm
that shows
glad to
us
see it showing up
what's
more
going on in the
in
simulation
modern
is what we use to
engines.
track it. And you can see these squares and
always
markings
enjoyed
show us
games
where the
with it.
fire is spreading.
Yeah.
For each of these voxels, we're
I know
tracking
it
the
doesn't look
fire, the
perfect,
temperature, fuel
but-
remaining, the amount of smoke. And the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced,
And
the fire will
you wonder
reignite
why this
and it'll
game is
continue
CPU
burning,
bound.
just like it would in real life.
Just
Yeah.
looking at this.
Yep.
When a fire breaks out on your ship, your frame rate will drop.
By 50%.
So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network
How are
and
they gonna
simulate
do
it slightly
procedural
differently.
fire on a
And we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be
Can
able
you
to scale
burn
this up
down
quite
a
easily.
microtech
That's going to be our next
forest?
focus.
We're going to
Okay,
try.
so how do we create realistic
Somebody's
dynamic
gonna
fire
try.
visuals in StarEngine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals.
Some people want to see the world burn. Now you can actually
Then we
burn
bring
the
in the burn
world.
shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice
This is what I thought
motion.
looked bad in ISC, and they really improved
And then
it,
we
I
bring in the
think.
GPU particles,
That
which are
glow.
spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per
It
voxel.
looks
as
good,
an
but I will say
optimization.
the fire
cluster
coming
being a
out of
representation of
textures
voxels close
that
to each
aren't
other.
there doesn't quite look
And then we
right.
bring in the fog.
Hmm.
So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before
fog
filling the
kinda
rest.
masks
And we're
it
simulating that.
well, though.
So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we going to see them put it out? Yes.
Fire hurts now.
The movement. Everything looks so different.
Yeah.
This
They're working
looks
on
like a
some-
different game.
Picking up that item really quickly, too.
Oh, yeah, look at the
Very-
compass.
Yeah, it's an updated UI.
And you have to point it at the bottom of the fire to put it out. Look at how it reacts. That is incredible.
Yeah. I don't think you're gonna cut it, buddy. Save the Pico.
Oh no. Oh, it magically came back to life.
That is pretty cool.
That was
like
sick.
some fires will be too big.
Thanks
for
very
you
much,
to
everyone.
deal with.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You have to vent instead or something.
Yeah. Wow.
That makes sense so that
wow.
you can't just put out like a giant room fire with a little extinguisher.
Hello everyone,
Agreed.
I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about
River
water
guy.
in StarEngine.
It's the
River guy.
And this
He's
guy's
even
so
got
happy
his
go lucky.
t-shirt.
I love this guy.
So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first.
I mean, that looks
and then
incredible.
we'll move on to the other stuff I
Yeah,
discussed. So
that
first of
looks
all,
like a photo.
the water
Yep.
shaders, particularly the ocean and the river
People
ones,
have
were
knocked
in
water
dire
for a
need
while.
of a major upgrade. They were currently using a
hasn't looked
technique called
good.
deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction.
Yeah, the
It
reflection
allowed
is
us
what's
to
selling it
integrate
to-
the
for me.
atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, as adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more
ridiculous.
detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam.
Foam
I've got some
technology.
examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this
That's
really beautiful
cool.
screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one.
Yeah, that's
So
a
this
very
is
cool
the objects
screenshot.
under the water are being
You can
correctly
see
lit,
the
which is
surface
new.
under the water.
And then we
Yeah.
are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is. which gives
Submarines
us this
going
really
on
beautiful
sale in
effect.
5, 4.
This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is
looks
coming across the back
great,
of those
dude.
waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam
bubbles.
and from a distance we have
Foam
both
tech.
surface foam
I
and
mean,
subsurface foam rendering correctly.
this part of that
Looking
demo was
really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after.
mind-blowing.
First of all, this
Ooh,
is
let's see the
our
before and
lakes
after.
on Stanton 4.
Okay.
Next we have water volumes on Orison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean,
And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference.
Yeah.
yeah. That looks like when I was on a cruise this year.
So the
Like,
next bit that I want to
exactly.
talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple, but even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately.
Somebody
this is
hit
not a cop-out.
play.
We're doing this in 3D.
Yeah,
You see as I'm jumping.
I was like, did the stream
And then this
freeze?
next demo,
Okay.
we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
Oh, man.
Oh, we missed it.
That's all right.
Right, the one
Take
more
that
thing that we
water.
had to
Did
look
you hear
at. So it's
somebody
all
yell
well and
that?
good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen.
Ooh, that makes me
We
nervous.
can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time.
I have no idea what he just said.
We still need to get that information onto the water, though.
That it's
and that's
heavy.
a bit trickier. So
And it
what
was
we
tricky.
devised is yet another set
servers
of regions. Now, the
struggling.
regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it. Because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet. But it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our
What does
work
he
going
mean by
forward.
a line across
And here's
your
a really
visor?
good video of some of it in action. Just
Maybe
I've let that play.
a
This is
water
the debug
line?
mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water.
Yeah.
And as you see, if we pan out a bit or make
Condensation
our
tech
sphere a bit bigger,
upgrading.
we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the
Dang,
foam
that looks
properly.
good.
That's
It looks really
impressive.
nice. Really happy with this one.
Great job. He really deserves some love for that.
So what I'm going to do in a second
Doing
is
this
I'm
on
going
a
to turn on
planet
the
scale is
debug
what's
mode so you
so
can see where the
crazy.
regions are. You
Look at
see
all the
we've got these grey
destructibles
boxes. They light up green when there is
showing
a
up
hit
green.
inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a
I want
cluster of
a
text.
ship to be able to
That is
hit the
a whole
ocean
bunch of
now,
other regions
create a
because there's some
tidal
stuff
wave
floating
that
there
then
causing little
destroys
ripples that we can't actually
something
see.
on the coast.
And as you
That'd
see,
be
these
wild.
scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately.
That's really
You
good. The
see
fact
those
that they
big
got
waves
that on
crashing over the little
GPU
sim there.
now is fantastic.
It
dude.
works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the StarEngine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you.
God, that is cool, man.
Whoever's flying is awesome as well.
Yeah.
Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there.
Oh my God, at distance.
And from the
it's
cockpit
even crazier.
perspective,
That's gonna look
water
so
droplets
beautiful
on the
when you
glass,
see that.
thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output.
New HUD on the Gladius, guys, as well.
Oh, good eye, Mike. Looks beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Bro, I actually have chills. That is so cool. CIG does locations better than anybody. I'm sorry. This is so sick.
That was one of the few visual areas of the
Hello
game that was
again.
lacking, and
Yeah.
they just brought it up
So,
to...
Oh God, this is
Here,
so
I'm here to talk to you today about
This
a few other
coming up
graphical
is
things
so
we've
weird.
got coming in.
It's-
I'm really proud of the work we've done on the
It's amazing.
fire and the water.
I just would've never
They're both
thought.
amazing features. But I'm going to talk to you about a few
Pure tech.
smaller features and a few
I know,
longer-term
right?
R&D features
I
we're
can see
coming
you
in
in
on the
game, and
visual
I'll
side.
be like, "Were you
This
crying
first one,
recently, Mike?
Something we
I
wanted
see,
for cinematics and
evidence of
telling a
water on your
story, but
face."
also
I will
to tie into our active
permanently
feature
have
system,
tears,
which is to
'cause I'm
get
always
the
crying
face to
about
tell a little bit
something.
more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin
This
go a
is
little
gonna
bit
become a
redder to
meme.
simulate the extra blood flow when you're
I feel like it's for
tired or
Squadron.
upset.
This is not really for PU for us. This really feels like Squadron focused.
This is going to become memes.
So
whenever
none of this is
something
a
bad
pre-canned
happens in the
animation. It's
community.
completely dynamic.
This
We have
guy's
complete
face
control
more than
over everything.
anything.
We can keyframe every single tier if we want to. And we can even simulate
Wow.
blood right
Yeah.
here.
Wow. Nasty.
It's
He
just
needs
going to
to
be
go to the
great for
doctor.
cutscenes. It is necessary for
So the next
Squadron,
thing I
this
want to talk
stuff,
about is
for
our
sure.
scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game for our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there's nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards.
Interesting.
And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game.
We need this so bad.
So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got a infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions.
Nice.
You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it.
Yeah.
You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work.
Impressive.
Very.
We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope.
That's cool.
So we have the blur, distortion.
Most games don't have this level of sim in
aberration.
the shooter world.
And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted.
If you get EMP,
so
the
we're quite proud of
display's
this. I think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think
I love games that do
before,
that.
But it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope.
Are we going to next?
It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And
My buddy who plays with HDR
as well,
says
if
he
you want
can
to know
see
how
at
to get the
night
best
much
out of it,
better.
because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve.
Apparently
and
I
this
need
is
Windows
the process
11.
where we map
I'm
the
still on
real-life
10.
colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing anything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time. We're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing.
I know how it works.
We've got CIGs.
When is it coming?
We've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR.
DLSS 2, come on, DLSS 3, boys.
And we've got NVIDIA
2023,
DLSS 2
almost
as well.
2024.
They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs. So it's important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look.
Why would we be behind
On left
this
here,
far,
we've
do you
got a
think?
zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges.
I don't know.
Central one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling.
There's not a lot of games that
and this is
support
going to be
DLSS
replacing the
3.
TSA solution.
Most are on
And this gives us
DLSS 2.
better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Some numbers
I don't
here,
know
which
what
I'm
those
sure you
graphs
can
meant.
pour over later, but basically
Also,
we
my
can get
chat
about 2
mentioned
times
that
GPU
DLSS
performance
3 is
with
only
just
for
using the
40
upscaling
series
technique.
cards, so it's not as widely
Obviously,
available.
if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It
Let's stick
depends
with
on
2.
your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR3 and DLSS3, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first.
Gotcha.
Fair enough.
Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows.
Looks incredible,
characters,
dude.
and it's particularly
Looks
on planets,
real.
it helps a lot.
Yeah.
And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU
When is the
to
question?
make sure we can get the absolute best possible results.
And if you didn't notice, CIG had their
we've
own
also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release.
There was the
Just to give you a
FSR,
quick show
DLSS,
of what
and
the screen space
CIG's
shadows
own
mean.
version of
Here
it.
we've got a planet with no
Interesting.
shadows.
Yeah.
Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see the normal shadow maps that fill in half
TSR
the
it was
scene.
called, yeah.
But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They
Wow.
really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating.
Yeah, foliage shadows is a huge deal in these games. It's the difference between something looking pretty good and photorealistic.
Yep.
So when you get grass
Next
shadow.
up, just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU.
Okay.
And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water
Poppin's
presentation.
one of the worst things in the game
And it should
right
give
now.
you major CPU
And
saves
it was
as well.
even in the
So we're
demo
looking
they
forward to getting
were
this in.
willing to show everybody
Another
too, right?
benefit
So-
is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment, we'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon, and much better
Planet
performance.
surfaces and rocks.
So we'll finally get rid
More
of the
stuff
dreaded
getting
pop of
moved to the
trees coming
GPU
in.
is a huge deal for performance.
We also have to integrate
too.
it with our harvestable system, the resource
Don't sleep
system,
on
and
that.
the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some
making
noise.
your planets.
We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So
This is
based on the
beyond me,
temperature and
dude. This
moisture,
looks really
you find out
complicated.
what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then
What's funny,
what we
these
do
pictures
is
are
we
in
take
this
the
game,
large
Nico.
data
I
sets we
play
already have
exactly
from
like
Earth,
this. This is
from
how you build
Mars, and
biomes.
from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution.
So this
for
seems
biomes,
kind of
so
standard
forests,
for game engine tech right
grasslands,
now.
and
Yeah,
things like this.
Unreal
And
does a
by
lot of
training
this.
it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is the height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get added together, and to avoid any seams.
I'm all about reducing memory usage.
Just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better
this
sense.
stuff
It doesn't
is
look
very
quite so abstract.
complicated.
Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will
they
be
said it, early
helping
days,
the
bingo
future
card.
of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
But that looks awesome.
They do have to dial this in so that they don't have to keep going back and rebuilding.
The last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is
2
largely
times faster
performance.
CPU render
We're going to be getting
submission.
at least 2 times better performance on
Yeah.
our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game. So that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements.
Update
We
your
also get better
CPU,
control of
instant
memory
frames.
with advanced GPU features like
In
the
this game
resizable
currently.
bar. It
Mhm.
also opens a door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of
this
Vulkan
was the
running
thing they jumped to
live
by
capture.
accident.
Oh, okay.
Which ship is this? But it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches
Reclaimer?
in performance, so we can't quite release it yet. But we're looking into
Yeah,
them.
looks like it.
The last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon.
Yeah, Reclaimer.
So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to
Here we
hand you
go.
over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
This is what punches Star Citizen to the next level.
I remember calling out global illumination as ray tracing,
I'm Ben
and somebody
Parry,
said
and
it
this is
wasn't.
Global Illumination.
There's global illumination ray tracing. You can do global illum with ray trace.
So, as Ali just said,
OG global
moving over
illumination
to
is
the
not ray
Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use.
There we go.
Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin.
Is very extensive. This is CitizenCon. Extensive use of the Pico.
Yeah.
Now, for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
Better dark scenes is maybe what I'm getting here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. This is big. This is, I don't know if you played the latest Cyberpunk with all the visual stuff turned
Not
up,
yet.
but it's a big difference.
Yeah.
Like, you might not see it when watching it side by side, but when you're playing, you're just kind of like, whoa.
I'm seeing it.
It's sort of one of those, the devil is in the details.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden you realize, like, the nuance of how lighting works is really what sells the scene, and you just don't feel it until you're in the environment. You're like, oh man,
Wow.
it just feels real.
Yeah.
That looks great.
Felt like a movie.
Yeah, there's your dark, there's the darker.
Yep, and the little lights on the side. On the right side look really...
Man, that looks good.
Yeah.
Someone in my chat says, ray tracing's a fad. It is not, sir. It is the future.
Yeah. Sometimes fads turn into the future.
Yeah. It's been the heart and soul of 3D render tech for like the last 15 plus years at least. Like, it's coming to games. That looked incredible.
When? Again, we got to go with
Yeah.
when here on this.
So next up, the boring or the interesting bit.
But they're showing
How are
it.
we doing it? How does the tech
Yep.
work?
So-
I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room. And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time.
It sounds better.
More. Yeah, more is better, right?
So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves.
Like, and this is all
and then we
happening
interpolate
in the
that
background.
to provide like a smooth bounce.
I feel
and you
like
can
this
see
game's
already in the
always being
distance, like the red light
for
is really bouncing up there.
computers 5
And then we
years
add a
from
screen
now.
space occlusion pass just to tidy
Play
up the edges on
Cyberpunk,
things.
man. You can play
And there is the
4K
final
over
composite.
100 FPS.
Yeah, so it's ready today. This stuff
Yeah.
works today.
Yeah.
Nice. So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh.
Yeah, that is cool to see the light.
And that means that the
bouncing.
art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see,
Looks
like
cool.
the
You can see the
spotlight's
colors
really, like,
bouncing back on
throwing
the
stuff into
ceiling.
the scene. This is just one light in the room.
That's a good example.
And we could actually, we did have live
Imagine
updating.
how this
as
is
you
going to
can see
make
in the old system, but it was
and
designed
ships
for like
crashed
time of
into
day
the
changes
planets
rather
look
than
so
this
much better.
continuous smooth
like
view.
single light sources. Kind
And finally,
of
it means that we can
emitting
do
in the
things
middle of
like
a
glowing
forest or
surfaces
something.
can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it.
Zylo just came in my chat and asked how they're doing so far. Pretty good.
Very good, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
So yeah,
darn
there's
good.
two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness.
Okay.
We capture at the moment the...
Was that a dog?
I didn't
At the
see
moment,
that.
we capture
What
that
happened?
cockpit
Somebody
probe
barked.
in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video.
I
Oh,
wanted.
yeah,
I
so
wish
this
the
is
HUD
the
was
old
there.
system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little.
Oof.
But then as you turn over, you get all the
Gorgeous.
ground lighting. And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing we're seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar.
Fair enough.
And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just it's overly lit, let's be honest.
This looks cool. It's going to make you need to use
And
your
now this is what
flashlights
Star
more
Citizen would have
too.
looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but
of any of them.
It's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
Gotcha.
It's more subtle, maybe? I don't know. I'm not seeing it as much.
And finally,
they're showing that there's more light bounce on the original system, where you're just...
I was looking at the floor.
And finally, I'm just going to show you a
to-do
list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done.
No.
Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture.
Okay.
And for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends
forest
to handle that full scale.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now.
Literally global
I've been Ben
illumination.
Parry. Next up, we've got StarCloth.
We need
with Chris
multiple
Rain.
global illuminations in this game. Multi-global illumination. Solar illumination.
StarCloth and StarHair. You're finally getting your
everyone.
cloth tech that's been a meme for how many years?
Hi.
Bed sheets, baby.
Bedsheet physics. That was
Let's
the
see
meme.
the bed sheets.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two,
This is the bedsheet guy.
but 3 new physics of our
3
physics
beds.
engine.
Oh.
And I would like to start off by introducing StarCloth, our new character
StarCloth.
cloth
I love that they
simulation
call
with a
it
short video.
Of course. You have to
So
do
this
it in
is
that.
just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Looks like it needs a little tweaking.
You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate.
Wind.
Cloth gets influenced from wind.
You can do the
and has accurate
Marilyn
collisions with the
Monroe
player's
scene,
body.
where you stand over the vent now, finally. In your hospital gown.
In your hospital gown.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing I've never cared about in games. Like, I remember when they started showing this in, like, sports games, like hockey games and basketball games, and I was just like, I don't care too
We
much.
now have support for collisions from
It's
dynamic
cool.
objects.
I think you'll appreciate it at bases maybe more than on people. So
Yeah.
like bases that have like tarps and things like that blowing realistically.
Perhaps,
You
yeah.
can play
or if you want to
football
find a
in
soccer
any
ball.
outfit.
If you want to hide
This
one
is
somewhere.
a very weird demo. Let's just show what a soccer ball under this dude's hospital gown looks like. This is definitely an engineer tech demo where they're like, I don't know, just put a soccer ball
StarCloth
under
supports
his
the full range of motion a human
That's starting
can
to
make,
look better?
from fast movement
More realistic?
to extreme poses.
Yeah, that looks oddly, that looks uncanny, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there going to be a Tai Chi skill set in the game or something?
Perhaps.
StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine.
Ooh, flags will be
interacts
cool,
with
right?
everything we have
That's
to
what I'm
offer,
talking about.
from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand-optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality.
said
We want
fidelity.
to raise the bar with this.
Drink.
The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual
I
geometry.
hope this doesn't add to the...
This allows us to share the
After
same
seeing all
sim
this?
setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for TechArt.
Hopefully it's
We can
productivity boost and
seamlessly
doesn't
blend
add a
the
lot of busy
simulation
work.
on and off.
Fingers crossed.
So we
there.
can disable the simulation at a distance.
Because they have to make a simulation layer and now the clothing layer too.
Back to
Just
the
like
football.
more stuff to do.
Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create
Americans, he
folds
means
and
the soccer
wrinkles,
ball.
but not interpenetrate itself or other
My
layers of
graphic
cloth.
designer wife is cringing
The same
at their
applies to the
PowerPoint
static environment
presentation.
as well.
She's very upset
The
for some
cloth will
reason
drape itself
at the
around
font
the
choices.
environment. So brushing up against objects will
It's not
result
Comic
in the
Sans,
behavior
so
you expect.
That's good.
We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the
I'm
end
getting
points.
confused now.
Human anatomy is
Yeah.
complex, and
We're
we
getting
need to
very detailed.
accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump
That guy's
between
swole.
the elbow and the lower arm, and
Michelin
another
Man.
jump where
Yeah.
the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them
This,
for everything.
in their defense, this future-proofs the engine. As unexciting as
We
some of
simulate
it
the
is
cloth
right
always
now.
at 120
He's very
FPS
technical.
or 120 hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running
Because when
at.
Unreal 7 is
We
like
do this
doing
to be
cloth physics
faithfully
like
able
bananas,
to detect
they gotta be able to
collisions
keep
with a
up.
fast-moving
Yeah.
character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth
This
sim
is where
page.
30% of your FPS
Now,
are
if the
going.
game is
just in
running
case
at
you're wondering.
120
Yeah.
FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture
You
very
guys might hear a
complex
USB
movement
sound.
and
I gotta plug in my
fast-moving characters, even at low
keyboard.
frame rates
It died.
without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above.
This will look really good for Squadron
This is a
42,
very difficult
since
region to
that's probably gonna be
simulate
cutscene
properly
heavy.
because you don't have
That's
much
my
space
concern about
and
a
the
lot of this
simulation
stuff.
collisions have to be absolutely
comes from
accurate.
Squadron
do this for
42.
This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect.
Yeah, here we
You
go.
see
Yeah.
a rendering with the high fidelity cloth disabled.
Okay.
Looks good. Looks fine. Now,
And here the same scene with it enabled.
this is why it's better.
I mean, it does look better.
It does,
It
but
looks
it's
better.
also very subtle and is like,
You know what, though? We're at the point with game graphics that
gotta do this.
everything is subtle. Everything is subtle now.
continued,
You're not making big
tomorrow,
improvements. You're making subtle improvements.
Much more can be seen about StarCloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
Everybody's just clapping for Gary Oldman. Is that Sandy? Who is it?
I don't think so, but maybe
So,
a
next
face
up,
that is using a lot of
StarHair.
hers. You know how they have the DNA thing?
Currently, we have the ability
Maybe?
to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are
Runamitra,
essentially
that's right.
simulated pendulums.
Squadron 42 character.
The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair.
Yeah.
However,
They do
the
need better
quality
hair
is
tech. The hair
directly
tech right now sucks.
correlated to the quality of
Badly.
the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these
Oh
strands.
my God. No.
This is a single strand
so
isolated
worried.
from the rest.
It should
As
be
these are simple
100%
triangle
GPU
meshes, we initially
calculations,
thought
though.
we could
GPU
simply
handles this
use
stuff
our
really
cloth
well.
simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing.
True.
Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow.
We just did an 8 billion.
And we thought maybe we can just
kilometer
simulate
spline.
these.
Someone
They're
in
much
chat pointed
simpler.
out that they can now simulate
So-
fettuccine.
And hair
So-
simulations need to be able to maintain
sim.
the original hairstyle.
Expect fettuccine
You
in,
cannot
patch
have the hair
322.
simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation.
Somebody in
so
my
you
chat
do not
said
know how
pubes
the
patch
next
when.
segment
Oh my
has
God.
bent
Conan
in relation
Exiles.
to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So
Okay.
all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods.
Of course.
A Cosserat rod allows you to
yes.
model the
Naturally.
behavior
does.
of
As one does.
slender,
Naturally, yes.
one-dimensional rods, exactly what
I
our
knew that.
splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear.
Tesseract
Exactly
rods,
what
that's
we
what he
need.
said, right?
Sure.
Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
The forward looks really good. Cell phone neck.
So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right.
Wow.
Oh, Mike,
That's
We're
impressive.
actually
brush your hair
simulating
back in
all
game
the hair
now.
strands.
I
Just
can
like
just
in real
reach
life.
up to your head and go, hang on, Mike. Let me just put your hair behind your ear for you.
All my hair.
We can have romantic
So,
scenes in game.
We will have characters being able to run
That's
their
what the
hands
pasta
through
tech's
their
for.
hair and have the hair react.
We get one
This looks
needle from
really
each
cool,
side.
but you know that somebody's hair is just gonna get like
barber
stuck in
simulation
something,
next.
and then it's gonna like stretch, and they won't be able to go. It does look very good though.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
Actually,
the cutscenes
being
in
a
game, the
bald
characters'
man, this
hair is
was
just gonna be in their eyes the whole time.
very touching moment for me when I made this video.
They're gonna look like the girl from The Ring.
Oh my god, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That should be a hairstyle coming up as Ring Girl. Just like, can you be Ring Girl?
Halloween costume.
Yeah.
In game.
They look good. They look good. A long presentation for hair, but you know.
Well, and
let
he
the
said
nerds
3.
talk about their stuff.
So now we
Was
have
that
one
2?
more.
Next,
That
I
was
would
2.
like to introduce
Oh, physical
Maelstrom, a
destruction.
physically based destruction system.
This is mega important. This is it. Pay
And
attention, everybody.
I would like to do that with
to
a
do
video
this.
that I
No,
believe
me neither.
speaks for itself.
A lot of people hinted at it though, so maybe some leaks.
Dude. Oh my god, can you imagine bombing a place now? Explosives are gonna be amazing. Okay, okay. Okay, if you can do this to a forest, I will be very impressed.
What I more want to know is how does this affect ships in the future? That's what I thought Maelstrom really.
Nice. Oh, look, it hit the water.
See the water splashes?
I didn't think they were going to be able to do this in an engine of this scale. That's really impressive. Dude, imagine firefights chipping away at that concrete and stuff.
We want players'
can't.
intuitive
Like, it's that wild, I
prediction
think.
of the effect a weapon or a collision
cool.
has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity.
How do you deal with PES in
If
this?
something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This
Okay.
means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level item for items like power plants,
big pillars
lights,
of this
weapon
game
systems, and so
are
on.
starting to be developed.
Maelstrom is persistence
This is big.
and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations to
I mean, this sounds
persist
incredible.
and
Yeah.
replicate easily.
Again, when? So.
Yeah. You have to be an electrical engineer to make a spaceship in this game.
Yeah, possibly.
To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across
Ship
the
armor
network.
damage.
Armor.
One of them, and that's the
Yeah.
most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating or rather absorbing energy from kinetic impacts or energy
It's gonna
weapons.
make ship balancing
and also in the
so much
future
more
from
challenging.
absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire.
I
as
love
we've
it, but it
seen
is
before.
more work. It's
Yeah.
a lot more work.
Too many variables.
We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity.
It'll be cool. You
if
can make the
structural
Xion
or
fighter stronger,
internal
so you don't just
integrity
shoot off an engine
collapses,
immediately.
we know which visual geometry is affected, and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off.
How's this different than what we already
Between
have?
breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain.
It looks
I'll
more
go
advanced.
into more detail in that in
more
a bit.
Before they just had breakpoints. Now
breakable
they
clusters
have-
are hierarchical. They mirror
This
the
looks
hierarchy
much
of
more
all
advanced, I
attached
think.
entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical
Bro, this is
geometries.
just one ship.
They essentially represent a ground
even know what I'm
truth
looking
of the
at.
entire
That's
hierarchy
insanity.
necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the
Oh
gladius.
my god.
This is
Those
just a gladius.
poor ship
I'd like to
people.
show one more
Those
video
poor
of
people.
Maelstrom before
Somebody
we
had to
continue.
make that.
Somebody made that. And this is them slamming into each other, I think, again. Or maybe slamming into these locations.
Come on, man.
That's sick.
There's the freaking Pico again.
The
Come
Pico again,
on.
dude. Unharmed, as always.
Yeah.
It survives.
That looked totally insane.
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established
way.
model from material sciences and structural engineering,
Lorville destructible
cantilever
now?
beams.
Come on.
No.
In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to
Somebody said
calculate the
racing
amount of
crashes are gonna be
stress
mental.
the fixed support
Yeah.
is enduring. The basic
It's going to look like
ideas
pod
behind
racing
that are
from,
best explained
Star
from a
Wars.
very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical
gonna do
part,
that?
the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part.
I feel like I'm in school right now.
Yeah.
But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is.
If they show Lorville coming apart, I'm gonna
cantilever
lose my
and the
mind,
fixed
dude.
support
Like, if
has
you
a
can
large
bomb Lorville.
influence on when a cantilever beam will break.
That's what I meant by
In our case,
within
this
PES.
actually means we analyze
Like, it has
the
to come back.
cross-section
It has to
of
refresh
the
somehow.
intersection of the set of
You know,
geometry
Lorville
of two
begun in a
breakable
week.
clusters to calculate the
Yeah.
surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body.
Yeah, pad ramming will be legalized again just because
We
this
then
is so
project
cool.
forces
Yeah,
from
pad ramming is gonna
impacts
look
and
so good now, man.
explosions
You're not even
onto
gonna be
these
upset.
cantilever beams and calculate the
Who
stress
cares?
the beams experience.
You're just hitting the
Over
screenshot
time,
button
this
while getting
stress
pad
turns
rammed.
into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system
Forest,
that we can use on
forest. Come
all
on.
types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of
More.
AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
All right. Yeah, from an FPS standpoint.
No, this is great. This does make shooters much more interesting when you don't feel like you're in a static environment. You
Yeah.
have control. Blowing up the cover somebody's hiding behind is awesome. You have a rocket launcher, all of a sudden you don't have to hit the guy with it. You can blow up his cover.
Notice the ragdolls. We're not getting these stupid animations when players die.
Yeah.
That might be an
those
update.
animations suck.
Like, some of them are funny. You shoot a guy in the dick, and it's, like, funny once, but they're, like, really
Yeah.
long and drawn out.
Physical material properties influence damage and braking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture.
Single-player missions from Squadron
To achieve
42
this,
way cooler,
we added
too,
various
if
properties.
that's in Squadron 42.
Density, yield strength,
You have to imagine it is,
resilience,
right?
thickness,
Yeah.
toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
Bring it. A bomb? That's a
Is that
Gladius.
an ion? Is that?
Something's coming above it. Oh, that was a much better collision than we
Yeah.
saw in that initial demo. That was way
Yep.
more realistic looking. The
So-
last little piece.
Yeah. Dude, ships ramming into each other now is going to look so much
So
cooler.
thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Because ship collisions look like just terrible right now.
I will say, for a game that's intended to be permadeath,
Great. Thank you.
that is a lot of destruction.
All right.
And unrecoverable destruction.
I am not this person,
So that would be my
but I'm
only
filling in with him.
little slight
so,
concern.
So far, I mean, you
Yeah,
guys
how do
think
you
this is going to
repair
change your
something?
game up to now?
How do you
All these
survive
new
it?
features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water. We've just seen force. We've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game
boy.
is audio. And so I'll
Oh,
leave you with Graham,
okay,
who's
I'll
going to
take a
show you
nap.
some of the new audio
It's time for a nap.
enhancements we bring to StarEngine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player.
Not for me.
And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of
My
our
chat's
tech
saying
from
yes.
the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your
The
hands.
audio is desynced while he
Earlier
talks
this
about the
year, we
importance
showed
of
you our
audio.
resonance tech, which allows us to
Yeah, and I
bring the
definitely think it's on
action
their
much
end,
closer
too.
to the player, even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action.
I mean, it sounds pretty good without the new audio effects, I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result.
Sounds great. I can't imagine. I wonder what a big firefight
The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener.
It's more bassy.
Well, you get the reverberation.
Let's
in
show
the
you the
rest of the
same audio
environment.
effects
Yeah.
applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
Ooh.
That
Yeah,
sounds
there's like
good.
meat to it.
I like it.
Sounds like a steak.
Yeah, it sounds like it could hurt something, you know?
Yeah.
You gotta get that space audio right, Mike.
But it's
True.
not just about
Oh,
feeling
look at the
powerful.
HUD. This is the
Changes
best look
in
at the
audio
HUD.
can create a sense
Ooh.
of danger, of being out on your
So
own
much
and under
more
threat. Here's
just
an example
player
of ship
view.
combat.
Unimpeded, but it's tiny.
Ooh, the UI looks good. It looks like you can like press buttons and navigate stuff nicely now.
But a bit hard to
Sounds
read
good.
the smaller UI
But what if we
around
wanted
it,
a
right?
little more realism?
I know, we'll see. Dude, that's awesome. Is that what they want the game to sound like? Like, interesting.
I guess.
The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
Is the game going to go for that route? I wasn't sure.
Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the
Hybrid
threat level
5's
feels
video
higher
did this.
due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon
Will you
and
be
ship
able to
audio.
choose it, or will some ships have simulated sound that you can hear the weapon fire of your enemy ship or something?
Making these
Sounds
changes
great.
creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area.
Oh.
Oh my god,
That's
old
cool,
Star Marine.
man.
Yep. I remember hearing this in Star Marine way back.
Very interesting.
With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the
There you go,
location a different
space
colour
nerds. There's
and
no
adding
sound in
variety to the
space.
audio
You
experience.
get what you want.
I can hear yourself yelping and stuff.
It's just
Player
breathing
breathing
the whole
and foley
time.
are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
That is
Also,
it.
we're on Ruin Station, by the way.
Yeah, depressurized area of Ruin Station. Super cool. This looks like a really good FPS environment.
Yeah.
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
I'm very curious to see if they're gonna go with the realistic sound for the space fighter stuff, you know? Like, are you just gonna hear the vibrations from your ship, or is it gonna simulate the audio of combat for you?
They got it.
All right.
I think.
Hello, everyone.
I don't think you're gonna need to get the choice.
So,
What if it's
This
like
is server meshing guy.
persistent entity streaming,
okay.
replication
Yeah,
layer,
yeah.
and
Big
beyond.
brain dude.
This is
My
server
name is
meshing
Paul
man.
Reindl. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer.
Okay.
I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works
Silo just said what you're
is
about to
give
see
you
is a
live
big
Live
moment for us.
demonstration.
And that's what I'm going to
Live
do.
demonstration, baby.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Here's where things get real.
So
Yeah,
this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches.
Are we going to see the first example of
Let's
replication
keep this
layer
rolling.
stuff?
I think I'm
Perhaps.
supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched.
Google search.
Before
How
we
to make
start,
server meshing.
A little bit.
Search it.
I'll just give you a little bit an overview what you see here.
It's Chat GPT. Can you code
set up
server
everything.
meshing for me?
Okay, so he's loading up what appears to be 2 games.
One moment. Sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side,
Or a server and a game.
you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just
Okay, so he is starting a
stopping
second
that.
client.
2 clients.
Sorry about that.
Oh, he accidentally
live.
started 2,
All
I
right.
think, because he just quit
So
one.
again, on this side, you see the
Oh.
client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in.
Interesting.
I'm showing a
server
small
render.
demonstration level.
I've never seen that
And
before.
on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18.
Okay.
And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed.
Nothing
once
looks
I
like
do
it's
that.
on fire, so that's good news so far.
Right. So
All the
let's
graphs look
Wait for my
straight.
client to come up and
I'm trying to
join
read the
this
graphs.
level.
I can't quite.
I
The
can,
resolution's too small.
So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on
Oh.
that server, everything streams in. and my client
Whoa.
gets connected and also streams in everything on the client.
Oh.
What
Those
would
are different
happen
servers.
on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his MobiGlas, his head with all his customizations.
So can they
his
do this, man?
undersuit,
This is it.
And then all his customizations as well on the undersuit.
It looks like they can.
What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works.
Somebody in my chat goes, that's why I had no head.
On the server, you will see 3 different zones.
Yes.
Purple, green, and
I mean,
red.
we're looking at the most important
And
tech
each
in
zone
the entire
comes with
game
its
right
own
now.
coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet.
What
and
did
you will
each color
see
represent? Different servers?
As I walk between those
I thought
zones,
so.
I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that.
Just
but this
object
is actually
containers.
what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine.
it's object containers. Okay.
No other engine
We've
has
had
this zone system. And that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in
But
the
object
videos before,
containers are
transitioning in and
prequel to
out
server
of
meshing, essentially,
planets
right?
and go
You need
from
it for
the
it.
smallest scope
That was
to the largest
2017, 2016.
so
This stuff, this tech was brought in.
everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in StarEngine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here,
Plushies.
you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here.
Yeah, that's cool. It is
And
really
you
neat to see that.
The pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those,
Oh, that's so
they
cool.
will also transition between the different
That's cool.
zones.
It's neat.
And the same works for
Our
ships
concern was
or
the
more complex
latency
entities.
between
If I spawn this
the
buggy
communication
here, you
from
will
the
see
server to the replication layer and back.
This one gets created with
And it
all
was
its
instant.
attachments and its and
Yeah.
everything else attached
That looked
to
pretty
it.
fast.
And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of
Yeah, this is
gameplay, when
running
you
locally.
guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system.
Okay.
Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server.
Okay.
And when I come back in the green zone,
Still older
that
tech,
purple zone streams
server-side
back
object
in
container
with
streaming.
all the entities in there with their
Just
full
a representation of
persistent
that, from what I understand.
state. So
it's
now
going through
I
the
have
whole
a
thing.
second player joined. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey Ben.
He's
How
wearing the
did they
bear
do it
helmet.
on planets, though? Are planets
Sorry.
broken up into a billion sectors, or what?
Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here.
I don't think so. They are in
because
object containers.
The next thing I want to talk about
the
is
entire planet.
new technology we are right
believe.
now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split.
Here we go.
And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might
let's
know.
see it, baby.
So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen.
Yes.
So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here.
Hopefully,
He's going to kill the server. He's going to kill the server.
This is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down.
Okay, Benoit stops moving.
Yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something.
It's
you
what
can
a
see
30K
Benoit
looks
kind
like.
of froze there for
Yeah.
a
You
bit.
go, oh, 30K.
And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now.
Okay.
But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server.
What if the replication layer crashes?
Should come back online in a second.
It won't, Mike. There's a replication layer for the replication layer.
And as you can see, now that the server came
Wow.
back, it restored the state.
Okay. Okay. Crash recovery, baby.
I mean, that is
It
big.
restored the state, and the
That's
simulation
huge.
just
Yeah.
continues to work as before.
Plus, if they have those
this
backup
will be-
servers just
again,
waiting,
this is, very
so
early tech.
instead of it pausing,
But
right?
this is
Yes,
a
that's what we
great
need.
benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing.
Ooh.
And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second.
He's pausing
Let's stop
the
that server again.
DGI mesh. Okay. Or DGS mesh. There you go.
And restart.
What's he doing?
And this will take a little bit. I'm
Okay.
running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run
that is
everything
the
on
concern.
this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and
How
see what's
quickly
happening here.
for us, right?
Yeah.
How long do you wait out a 30K? Would be
All
the
right.
only question.
Simulation continues. I
We
can
saw
see
it
Ben
work.
moving again.
Is
Hey,
that what
Ben.
they're demoing here?
I don't think
However,
so. I think he's
Let's see.
making an
What just
excuse for the
happened?
time.
Well,
Hang
as
on.
you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see
Okay.
here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh.
Okay.
But how are they connected?
All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works.
Yeah,
Because
here we
it is
go.
truly magic.
It's truly magic. Okay.
Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to
each
those
server.
servers. And we
Yeah,
said,
purple,
okay,
green, red.
server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated. but
You can
only
see them.
the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server.
But
So
you can still see them.
while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server.
So you can see
and
the
now,
other servers. Yeah,
as
yeah.
I
Benoit, go
transition
run
between
over there
those zones,
and move. Can you still
you
see
will
them?
see
He
that
transitioned.
on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because
you can hear
my
him
entity
using the
was, my
Pico
player
in
was
the other
replicated
server.
on both servers,
Yeah.
this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a
You can
couple
see
of
the other
times.
guy in the other
On my
server.
client here, I don't notice
How do they do
anything
that?
yet. This all happens behind the scene.
How though? Who cares?
And this
Somebody in chat goes, how?
doesn't
Who cares?
work
If
only
it works,
on me.
who
Let's
cares?
turn on the zone colors.
nice. That's
and
awesome.
the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that
This is
even entities,
nobody's
as
done
they
this
transition into the other
before.
zone, seamlessly transition to that
Yeah,
zone.
not this seamless.
Not at this fidelity, man. What the heck?
And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the screen zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple
What the fuck?
Entity.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, the bullets
And I can also
transitioning
just
between
go
the
ahead
servers,
and
dude.
destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone.
That's so crazy.
There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right?
They did what they said they would do. Now the only question
How?
would be, can
Alright,
they scale it? And that's it.
Yeah.
So there's more to this. The
There's
first
more.
thing
I
will
don't
do, let's
actually
spawn a
think I
fresh
want to
buggy or
know
just
how.
destroy
I think it would
one.
hurt my brain.
Yeah, I don't.
When I
I
go
don't.
into this buggy,
He's gonna
I will
drive.
become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server.
Silo
so you
said
can
it
see
scales.
as I drive around with this buggy between the
Come
zones,
on, man.
I will switch between
Come on,
the different
Xylo.
servers.
Don't hurt me, Xylo, okay?
But
If
there's
this-
more to this. So
if this
remember
doesn't
when I
scale.
turned on the
I still
streaming
stick with,
earlier?
you got to show me it
The
scaling.
same
I gotta see
streaming
it scaling.
mechanics
But yeah.
work here as well.
It's awesome.
Like obviously in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all
Yeah.
need to replicate all
It's
those
expensive.
entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can
Well,
turn
that's
on
where
streaming
dynamic
here,
comes
and you
into
will
play,
see
right?
Oh,
that
he goes, I didn't
suddenly
say anything, LOL.
my
Everyone's
purple
saying things
server
in
no
chat and
longer
they
has
mixed
the red
them up
area streamed
with
in.
somebody else, I think.
And
so
the red
sorry.
server no longer
Level
has the
stream.
purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened
Sorry, Xylo.
when I drive my buggy
I got baited.
backwards into that red into the red zone. What happens?
Oh, it was
on
Jakari.
that
It was
purple
another dev.
server?
Okay.
Okay.
Xylo's just like,
And I
don't pin
just
it on me,
disappeared.
man.
So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area,
Okay, now they're.
you will
Okay.
see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on
Wow.
that server, or stream in a new area.
That's really cool, man. This is so cool. This is like every game is going to want this tech.
Yeah.
And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as
This
well.
is huge. I don't think
Let's
people
get a
understand
couple
how
more
huge
player
this
join. I
is.
have
This
couple more QA
this
in
proves
the
Star
back, so you
Citizen
can just
could
see
happen.
the whole thing running at live. Running in live with
But
a
this
bit
is the
more,
start of like mega games, dude. Like
Yeah.
people would love to do this. You know, Planet Side would love to do this.
Oh my god,
It's
somebody
like-
just 30K'd.
Did they?
Oh, the dude with the Flyers hat still works there? He's such a cool
And you will
guy.
see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client.
More people are joining.
Yeah.
So they're kind of scaling it up basically to show
Yeah.
us.
So yes, this
I'm
is
concerned about
pretty much
more
it.
like the millions of entities that a server would have. how quick.
Of course.
But this is so
I
impressive.
hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point.
Bask in this.
He
looks so
can't
proud.
Put in words how
He
much
should be,
tech
man.
Yeah.
and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team.
He's
Big shout
emotional.
outs to the online services team.
Yeah.
Making
Big
me
shout
emotional.
out
What
to
the
Chris
fuck?
to let us doing this.
I mean, this is history for gaming. This isn't just Star Citizen. This is applicable to any game that
It's been
performs at scale.
a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job.
Chris
They've
is
been working
too.
diligently for the last
When
4
other
or
people
5
cry, I cry.
years.
Sorry.
We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the
for
replication
them.
layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down,
Is that why they call you
I think,
salty?
a genius design.
The tears?
Because they don't know
And
me.
The first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried.
Yeah.
It's like giving birth.
We did it! Yeah.
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right. 100%.
Now, you guys
And your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right.
This isn't bullshit.
To really
You know
build
how
it.
real this
So
is,
thank
you know?
you.
Thank you, guys.
So
This
much
is why I like
to
Chris.
everyone, and thank you
I
everyone
hope.
at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this
Right.
MMO,
Wow.
guys. That's what we need.
What an
Listen to
opening to
Benoit.
the show, dude.
Great demo, by the way. That's good.
Wow.
That was great. Come on, give me that.
You guys should be so proud. Holy shit.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I mean, this is huge.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from the Abo, Dan.
Oh, they're
Make
over
sure
at
you-
Atmo.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the CitizenCon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff
Let me
working.
know
We're
if you
here
wanna
at the
take a break
Atmo
from this
Fight or
and
Flight
talk
area
this
here
out.
at CitizenCon 2953 at the
I
Los
might go
Angeles
get
Event
some
Center.
food,
I have with me
so,
two
real
of our
quick,
content
and just
creators who are
come
going to
right
be
back.
in
I'll
the
cover.
Fight or Flight
You go. I got my
later
food
today.
next to me.
We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is
All right,
up,
chat.
guys?
I'll be
We're going to
right
be doing
back.
some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at CitizenCon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great
The
opportunity
second
for the
panel should have
community
started
to,
45
showcase the
minutes ago.
PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
The arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right.
Ghost is
Advice
OP.
to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen.
Nose to the grindstone. Go hard at it.
Yeah,
my
don't
God,
be
this
afraid.
is-
Just jump into Read Commander and just
That was
put in
like
the
a
hours.
sports
It's a lot of fun,
interview.
worth it.
Yeah, we're just gonna get
All
pucks
right.
in deep.
Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter. LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagas.
All right. And, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
There you go.
I'm gonna feel really bad blowing him up.
Oh, you can't even say anything nice.
All right,
Bob.
guys. Well, that is it for Atmo Fight or Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitizenCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
I got it, Sniper. Thank you. Okay, guys. We're gonna bring the. Oh my
I'm
God!
back.
They're going right. They're going right to fix it and fly it.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't really
I
want to
think-
watch any of the Atmo esports stuff. I was
Yeah.
like, oh no.
Unless this is like a preview.
Are they going to give us a little intermission? I assume people have to take a leak, right? Like,
I don't think
okay.
so because they were 45 minutes late. That panel took so long.
Hello,
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm Thorsten Leimann,
This is
lead
my
systems
man.
designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different.
Okay.
So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you're about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also
they
that
focused on gameplay
the UI
somewhere.
is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So
Good.
we are still iterating.
We saw enough visuals in the
But
last panel.
let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Chat says this guy's nervous. He's talking in front of like 50,000 people, if you think about it.
Thank you.
He should be.
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that will support all the gameplay we actually want to do.
This is your wet dream, Mike.
And yeah,
Well,
so
not this
it is a
necessarily,
network, as you can
but
see on that
yeah,
picture.
it's important, I think.
So in the connections between different
Right.
items, even those inside of your containers.
My wet dream is crafting.
It enables specifically the relay
yeah,
gameplay we're
that
going to
could be
show
really
right
cool.
after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we saw today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. And let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
This is
So
this
hello
is the
again.
nerdy dev talk portion of the.
So as a crew member
Yeah.
of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you.
Tune,
Every
maintain,
task
manage.
requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state.
Okay.
You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples.
The items have
So
to matter
let's actually
more.
show you some of the maintenance you can
gotta
already
oil
do
items
and
in this game,
will be
man?
able to do.
Is this what you want, Mike?
Yeah.
Item oiling?
So here we
Item
start
oiling.
with
Oil
2
oil
gameplay
my quantum
mechanics
drive.
that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together.
Okay.
Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting. And now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
Okay, still nothing new.
That's new.
No,
right?
you can do this now.
So all of this is, of course,
You can do that
optional.
now?
So you can purchase those items already, and in the future even
I
assemble
didn't
them
think
for
you
yourself.
could take components out of ships in
So
space.
crafting.
Only certain ones.
Okay.
That's why it
While
doesn't
the
feel
Fury
like it, because
approaches,
it's like literally the Gladius
you might
and like
get
two
the
others.
glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming.
Oh my god, look top left.
I activated
Of
the
the
debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And
Nobody's
what you
paying attention
should
to
have seen
maintenance right now.
is
They're
that
like,
the shield generator is fully destroyed, and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health.
There's our first mini-map, guys.
Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury.
More
so
beam
it's making
tech,
it
though.
fully functional again.
A repair beam.
I don't mind.
And
what
here
do
you see
want?
the debug UI. The
Like,
health is now
honestly.
fully up again, and that means that it runs
Subcomponents, maybe?
at full.
But that'd be it.
Full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health. So the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed.
So he's gonna throw
So
it
I
out.
have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius.
That is cool, man. Taking those components off of ships. That'll be so awesome for the sort of survival gameplay and the outlaw systems and everything, where you're like.
I wish I
So
could
with
pause.
all those repairs being done,
When there's a
the
delay,
Fury is
I'll give some
operatable again,
more
and
context.
it can go its way.
Okay, hopefully this is good. He was at a German con, and this Torsten and Dan Truffen, and said that other ships may have unique components that you can only find on their ships. So, like, finding a really
So
special
getting back to the
drive or
responsibilities,
shield or
a big
whatever.
one is managing your ship, which
So
includes
think about that
resources,
now.
but also more general
Yep,
aspects.
It's like getting a
You
legendary
have to manage the
item,
power
basically.
distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance.
Also, tractor
You will
beam looked
delegate the
different.
rest of your crew to keep your
Yeah, it
ships
did.
intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Wow, dude.
So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also
See the
helping
sizes,
differentiate
everything.
between consumer, producer,
really cool.
and converters.
It's built
You can
into
tell
the
the current
minimap
state of the
system,
item.
too.
That
You
means
can
the
tell.
amount of energy it produces,
Feeding
consumes,
from
or
the
has
same
stowed.
system.
The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the
somebody
current
has to set
state it
the
runs
Polaris.
in,
This
like
is the whole scene.
charging or being
Or
in an
no,
idle state.
The
You can
C2.
directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states.
Someone in my chat won't stop talking about Polaris.
If you hover over a relay, that I will be
Maybe on the
hopefully
ship
doing
panel.
soon. You will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. Like you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay.
Wow.
Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that
Turns red.
suddenly the entire
Really cool.
right-hand side of your ship lost power connection.
You can see what doors are opening and closing in the UI as well. If you
And-
didn't see that.
Really?
Yeah.
What you might have not picked up
Oh.
on the screen
Look,
is
look,
that
see it?
actually the power plant here
Dude,
that I'm
this
now
map is
focusing on is
incredible.
on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again.
I wonder if he'll get a UI
So,
indicator to repair.
something to
a
highlight
specific
here. Take
point
a
or
closer
something.
look at the doors.
Maybe.
Since we also track the door
Like
states,
targeting.
you see that
Go there.
you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like
That's so
compartments
cool.
in this case where
Or lock
Simon
them
just
in
forgot to
rooms.
close the compartment.
Maybe.
Dude, you can be the hacker now, opening doors for people and stuff.
People are gonna
so Pete
sabotage
destroyed
so
the
hard with
relay.
this.
We
It's
need
gonna
the
be
ship
so
in
funny.
fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay
Nice,
work
those
again.
fuses look good now.
What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take.
That's cool.
Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors.
3D
Again, we show the
barotrauma, if you
details
guys
of
have ever
each
played
room,
that.
like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition. So everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players,
When
hey,
is
you
gonna be
should
tough
repair
on
this
this one?
item,
There's a
so
lot
I
of
open that
ships.
door for you, and they directly know which
There's
item
a lot
you
of
mean.
ships.
It also allows us to
This could be one
control
of the further out
the
things.
outside-facing doors
Single
much better.
seaters will probably be easy, but any
So you can
multi-crew
directly
with
open, if
interior
you just want to
space is
open the
gonna be
left
tough.
side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp.
Someone in my chat said rip solo flying large ships. I don't see anything that's preventing that currently. Too bad.
Mm-hmm. That is so cool, man.
Yeah. I mean, if your quantum drive goes down, having to... deal with that is problematic, right? But
I wonder if it'll show where your spare parts are located.
True, I don't see anything in the cargo bay, right? And they had stuff in it.
So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented.
Wow. Room system, Cameron. There you go.
The consequence is death.
The consequence is death, and people are clapping.
What we want, Mike, death.
We want lots of death.
We want the most
So
impressive
as you
death
can tell,
simulator ever.
engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes.
Kill me as many ways
Some
as
of
possible.
those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time.
Or reserve power,
Allowing you
maybe?
to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide.
Yeah, they're
And
like perfect.
this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now.
Okay.
For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant.
Okay, solar
so
pilots will
managing
turn off
decisions will have an impact now.
Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since
No.
you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And
Life
here
support's
comes in the
going first
batteries.
on my ship.
In
Yeah.
scenarios where you
Radar,
need to
maybe.
react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power.
Oh, cool. You got batteries.
Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries.
Okay.
I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk
That's
about
way more than a recap.
malfunctions.
Because we didn't know about this stuff.
That looked pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
The
So I will
interface
talk
was
about
impressive.
Malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next
Which I
video. since we're a
generally
bit
don't
behind
say
schedule.
about Star Citizen.
What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and
They're
more fun
rushing
to
him.
interact with.
Why? For this panel, don't rush this panel.
Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature bursts, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on.
Turning it off and on will fix everything.
Here's a video of the fire in
Are
action.
they going to simulate like Windows bugs and stuff?
You've seen in other videos of fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works.
We keep missing the beginning of videos.
Here's a bit of a bigger fire.
notice.
It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Oh, it's spreading.
So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher.
Oh, it spread a lot.
To mixed results.
That is cool, man. It looks like fire's not easy to put out.
No.
And here we have the option of using the life support system.
So the life support system's the way to go.
Before, and just vent in the area.
For big ones. You use the extinguisher for little ones.
It would be cool if it showed the fire areas on the map, but
Yeah, even just like a little emergency or warning symbol, right?
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out.
But the char is still there.
Yeah, I wonder how the repairing of that's going to work.
I think that's the ones you
so
just
let's
go to
get
the
Thurston back on
stations.
stage.
Or maybe
you saw,
repair beam everything and
systems
it's
in
just
action, but let's
magic or
get
something.
a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
But they have talked about going to stations.
yeah.
Always as an option still. Like you don't have,
I have
to
to
do
excuse
this
myself
stuff.
already because I was leading this
Too
group
much.
of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job. But more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, I wanted to talk about.
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
How do we know?
So,
are they
yeah,
faking
being
it? did they
attacked by a
say?
Gladius for an A2 isn't
Or
like
is this
a big
real
challenge,
simulation?
but in this
know.
setup, we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and no
I know,
one
their
being
music is
seated in
loud.
the
I
in
can't do
the,
anything
in the
about it, guys.
turrets.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's just like ISC.
Our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging
So they're
it,
repairing it
I
while
thought,
it's being
hey, it's
shot?
a good idea to tell
I think it's
Pete
already been
and
shot.
Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, prevent further damage to it, but I failed.
So rip habitation room.
That
were
was
fire
causing a
icons
bit
on the
to
screen,
the
by
panic,
the
so
way.
I even got distracted in this
okay.
moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant
There's a lot
died.
of shiny icons on the
And
screen, okay?
so
Leave me
the
alone.
backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very
I want to
best
see what the icon,
to
the heads-up
fix it,
display
but,
stuff looks like when you give somebody an
didn't
order.
manage to.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if they showed that.
Yeah,
I don't think
the
you have
attack
it.
moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And
look at all the red
at
lines
this point,
now.
we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed.
I
So,
like this.
here you see
being
it very
able
clearly.
to take the quantum drive
that,
out without like
with a
destroying
relay
it, but
being
because you screwed
destroyed
up the
at
power
the
relay.
at the quantum
There-
drive
everybody's like-
position, that means that the quantum
Yeah,
drive
then you're
cannot be
chewy
accessed
with the hydro
from the
spanners,
pilot
and you're
seat.
trying to get the
That
quantum
means
drive
that,
back online,
yeah,
you know?
I also
It means
have
you
to
don't
get
need a
that
mantis
prepared.
to prevent somebody
So it
from
was,
quantum jumping too, you know?
a bit chaotic.
Yeah, if you get a good jump on them and you do some damage, all of a sudden
Everything
they
was
might
also
not be
happening
able
a
to
bit too
quantum.
fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant because were already running out of battery life.
What I'm
so,
trying to
yeah, if
see
we would have lost
is we don't see a
the
health
second power
indicator
plant, that would have been
of
our certain death.
this power
And I think at the in the next
That's probably coming. That's
part
probably
of
why
the
it says
video,
work in progress. Would
Yeah.
be my guess.
Yeah, we basically asked someone to fix the
Top left,
relay at the
I
back
guess,
so that we
line
still be
streamer
able
again.
to jump
I looked
away.
on the multi-tool, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we at least managed to save one of the power plants.
HUD top left. Okay, I'll take a look next time. They're doing it. Someone in my chat, guys, it's Star Citizen Among Us. Yes, there's Among Us mini games in Star Citizen now.
That's now.
Well, it
I
reminds
think it was
me of
Pete running there and
FTL a
fixing
lot,
the
you know?
fuse. And
That's what a lot of people I've seen
the
said.
next step was the pilot trying to push the
Gravity's off.
the quantum
Ooh.
drive, but it was too late. We died, and
Soft death.
the end of the show. Yeah, thanks.
That was cool, and that was just a play session.
So
You know, it didn't go how,
what you
how
just
they
saw
planned.
gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But
the amount
what about
of yelling
the future?
between teammates.
Since we worked on technology that will be
You're gonna
used
wanna
throughout
vent
the
your
entire
whole
game,
ship
you will
during
see more
combat
and
so
more
it doesn't
coming
catch on
utilizing
fire.
this tech.
True.
It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all
Crafting
to
and
shut down
building.
an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are
Don't tease
related
me.
to each other. Bases
Don't
built by
tease
player
me.
will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team. They all were super supportive to
Duncan's
get
there
this
and Phil.
behemoth into a
Hey,
state
they're both here right now.
that you could see
the
here.
two bottom guys. We see you
And
guys. Hearts
it's
for
something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey.
Looks really cool, man.
Wait,
maintenance stuff looks dope.
there's one more thing.
Oh boy.
Oh.
So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it.
321
I
dot.
hope all of you have heard of the
322?
experimental mode in the Arena Commander.
Oh shit!
So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
Let's go. That's huge.
Cool.
That's why DJ was mentioned. Yeah.
And this will be soon. So
Soon.
thank you.
Soon? You get to repair your ship in an experimental mode soon. That is cool, man. A lot of work went into that. It's clear.
That's awesome.
Hi, everybody. I think I'm supposed. There we are.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Mike.
When we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace.
Way too dank.
That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise.
Yes.
Edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Wait, Forrest still works there too? There's so many people that you just don't see on camera anymore that you're like, oh. Okay, I'll put us here for a second. I'll put us here for a second. I'm gonna run and grab like a drink and a pee. I'll be right back, okay?
Sounds good, man.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by Toby Gaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say, professional ship poster. And on stage with me,
guys,
I have Kat
There's more
Reeves.
panels coming up today.
She's our creative director.
Okay.
And then next to Kat,
Talking
we
ship
have Forrest,
comes after cosplay, guys.
who's our principal technical artist, and who let this guy on stage? Security?
Talking ship is going to be a big panel.
And of
for
course,
sure.
Jared
Everybody's excited
Huckabee.
about that.
What's your title these days?
Creative content doofus.
All right. So, really quick, we did say that this was powered by Toby Gaming. And for those of you in the audience, just out of curiosity,
Toby's
who has
really
used
been rocking
a
it with
Toby
Star
eye tracker
Citizen.
before?
They've been promoting a lot. But Toby's good.
A good number of you. Okay, so for those of you who have not used a Toby eye tracker, I want you to look to the left.
Thank you, Eric. I think Mike and I do
didn't see anybody
complement
look to
each
the
other
left.
pretty
Everybody
well.
look to the left.
Mike's more
And out to the
cynical
right.
than me.
All right. Now,
I'll bring
wouldn't
it
that
back
be
with the hype, you
awesome
know.
if you
It
could
works.
do that in game and not have to use your hands to do camera controls? That would free up your ability to
I actually
focus
thought
on
you were
your
going to be more
flight
cynical than me
and
today.
your fighting in game. And with all
Why?
of that,
Why would you
can
think that,
do
man?
with the
I don't know.
Toby Eye Tracker 5.
Wait till the FPS panel. I'll get more
which
cynical.
is
I think that's
some of
why.
the prizes that we're going to be giving out today. So thank you so much, Toby, for being here and for
I finally know how to
providing
say
these
her name,
prizes for us.
Galactica.
All right, now, who's
Galactica?
ready to see some
Yeah.
cosplayers?
It's spelled very
Can we get some drum
hard
rolls? Yes.
to read.
Judges, are you ready?
Yes.
Chat
Yes?
wants VR.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
I'm not, I
Yes.
wouldn't hold your
Okay.
breath on that one.
All
guys.
right, so coming up first, we have Diabolus.
Diabolus, this guy's going to be insane. I actually know some of these people. They're fucking nuts cosplayers.
Oh,
Whoa.
Look at this guy.
goodness.
Wow.
He's my vote for when I saw some stuff already.
Wait, Mike, should we take some time to address what appeared on the
Who is
website?
this?
This
Diabolus.
Yes.
Mix Elite.
Sorry, I wanted to see
person
him, but
armor?
yes, let's take a break from this. I'll lower them. And there's a lot of important things we have to talk about. So
Yeah.
let's address some of that stuff. First
Let's do
thing,
a little bit of a recap here.
preview channel, welcome to Pyro.
Yeah. So this is the big news right here.
Yeah. So Pyro's happening. So all the people who said it was going to happen, you're semi-right. It's a preview channel of just Pyro. So what they're playing over there, let me lower them all the way, actually. What they're playing over there is what we're going to be playing from everything that I read here. And I read this during the thing. Not everything you need to read here too much. A lot of it is saying, hey, it's going to be rough and all that stuff. Now, towards the bottom is the interesting one. We're excited to announce that on Tuesday, October 31st, we'll open access to the preview channel. We'll utilize a random selection process pulling from digital goodie pack owners, concierge, and our most active testers. So I don't have to worry about this. I'm in, but I don't know about how other people are going to feel because I'm in because of most active testers, but I don't own a digital goodie pack and my concierge level isn't the maximum.
Yeah, but you
So
are SaltEMike too. I mean, Jared name drops you during ISC episodes. I think you're gonna maybe get an email from CIG saying, "Hey, would you like to be in on this?"
yes, and to be clear, so nobody freaks out, most of the time, most active also does include content creators.
Yeah.
That does tend to be a thing. So I may even be in from that perspective too, and same with you, which is cool. That's wild. Halloween, we're gonna be in Pyro. I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you
man.
think about that?
I think they had to do something for us, you know? They
Yeah.
gotta do something for us, and it can't be another CitizenCon where they go, "Pyro soon," you know? Like,
Yeah.
that's just it hits too hard to people who've been waiting for years and years. So, this is good. It means that they'll actually be able to test Pyro, because let's be honest, Pyro's gonna have so many bugs in it. Like, Stanton is buggy, and it's been around forever. Like,
Yeah.
Pyro's gonna have 10x the amount of bugs. So this is good. Obviously, people are going to be upset if they don't get in the first wave, but we have seen CIG explain their wave system for letting people in. It doesn't make sense for them to spend a ton of money booting up tons of servers, getting all these people in, and then it not working at the start, and them needing consistent feedback throughout the whole play session. So I'm fine with that.
They kind of talked about that here, whereas like they want to make sure Pyro works before they go to use like the server mesh thing. I buy that for the most part. And the other part of it is like it also has the other hype factor that obviously plays into this, which is really good for them, right? Really, really good for them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a double win for them. They get testing and they get promotion, hyping up their next system, which, I mean, on that showcase of Ruin Station, or sorry, what was Jared calling it?
He was calling it Rundown Station, but it's called Ruin
Rundown.
Station. Yeah.
Yeah. We're just all gonna have to call it Rundown.
I
from
think
now
he
as a
just is
joke.
run down because he's he's tired, right? They've been working pretty hard. Burks
Yeah,
just typed in my chat, I played it, and he's hyped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so who said that?
Burks
Someone
is at
in
the
your chat?
event. He said he played it, and he's hyped.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice. And Burks is the guy who's like, Star Citizen could work in Stanton. You know,
Yeah.
so if he's hyped for Pyro, then that's good. That's good for
meaningful
everybody.
for sure.
Yeah. That's this is good. Also, when you said I was kind of right earlier, I think what you meant to say was I was totally right about them, you know, doing 2 servers.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to touch on next, is that I really never thought they would do this, because it seemed like they would have had the opportunity to do it before and then never really did it. So, yeah, I mean, everybody who called it, you know, I absolutely concede to that one. I never would have thought they would have done this.
I don't think they did it before, because I don't think Pyro was far enough along. Like,
yeah,
I think they realized how far back they were with server meshing and didn't like put the foot on the gas with developing Pyro, because they were just like, well, like, we need you guys elsewhere. So just kind of work on Pyro and put your foot on the gas when we're ready for it. So
yeah,
I think they're finally ready to show it, which hopefully down the road, new systems don't take as long to develop. I mean, Pyro's been in the works for years and years now. I want each system to have a very unique feel and new unique art assets to it, but it will suck if every system takes years and years to come out before we see it, you know?
Of course. Now, we also have something for from Clive.
Okay.
Also, Greasy, you get the last laugh. Congratulations. That's maybe a little inside joke, but Clive kind of explained it a little bit more. Somebody was asking, and Clive's the guy who's really talked about server meshing for many years. I will link that to you guys. And then Burks wants to hop in and talk as well, which we'll get him in. I'm linking this to you guys. We'll talk about this quick, and then we'll bring Burks in. So Burks, hop in the green room, and I'll pull you in, okay? The Clive, it was asked, like, how will this work at scale with, like, how Like
Right.
server meshing means that CIG has every planet and every space station running on its own server, which are seamlessly connected. How many servers does CIG have to handle this mass permanently? Because there are more and more star systems to come. And then I guess he's responding to something else, and I'm not really sure. Spectrum's stupid to work with, but I got just linked his quote. A battle of that scale would definitely require some fudging on our part. So I might. I mean, he's responded to a few things. Like, look at all this. Clyde, my biggest concern is about really big battles. Okay. So it would require some fudging. If you've ever been a part of a large crowd, say a sporting event, a gig, or even a busy city square or train station, you'll have noticed that you are very aware of the people immediately around you, but beyond certain depth into the crowd, you aren't really aware of the people. Yeah, but you could still see them in your peripheral. So if they do something weird, then you become, you then do notice them, right?
I
think
imagine
truly,
it's going to be a quality. Yeah, well, let's keep reading. Sorry.
yeah, it's fine. I think truly massive battles could work a bit like that. The battle would be divided among a lot of servers. Hello? Did somebody put you in before we were ready? Who sent you in here? We could hold on, Burks, because we're
Clive guys, technical difficulties.
All good, yeah. I'm gonna mute you for a second because Clive Johnson's is talking all about server meshing on Spectrum, and we're all losing our minds here. Oh, he's like live. We'll bring him in. Fine, we'll just bring him in. I don't want to take up any more time from Burks. Yo, what's up?
Hey, man.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
Everyone? Dude, I'm getting lunch. I'm in LA. I played Pyro. I'm hyped up on cope. They're literally handing out copium dispensers at the door.
So tell us about it. What did you do? Like, were you quantum traveling? Was there missions? What's up?
Okay, so you spawn at Ruin Station.
Yeah,
it
we
looks
saw
great.
that.
It looks like Big Grim Hex.
Okay.
Same like deal as normal. You know, you go to the hangars. There's a bunch of different areas, more than any other station.
Okay.
There's like a medical area. There's a like a shopping area. There's like a bunch of stuff that I didn't get a chance to explore because they only give you 40 minutes and then you're off.
Yeah.
And people know 40 minutes is nothing in Star Citizen.
Of
so
course.
I took off. I'm flying mid-quantum travel. It's like solar flare alerts. Like warning, take cover. Yeah. And then I keep on quantum traveling. And at one point it goes solar flare averted or something, like now safe from solar flare. So like I could have like stayed there and like I guess got hit by the solar flare. I don't know what it does yet. So I landed on an outpost. There were NPCs there. It was a very cool, like unique outpost. Never seen one like it before. NPCs were cracked. It was 30 FPS server.
Yeah.
And then a
Did
player
you live or
land
die?
killed my ship. What?
Did you live or die?
I died twice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. I died to a player. There was desync. No surprise there. Me and a player fought each other. We died. We traded. And so he killed my ship. He landed. I watched him land, and then I killed him. And then he killed me. And then I respawned, went to go finish the mission. It was 25 enemies that you had to kill at this outpost, and they were insane. Yeah, they were insane. But that's all I got to do, and then they kicked me off.
I love that another player kills you in this like one of a lifetime like chance to explore.
And the crazy part is the guy who killed me was being pursued by another player. So it wasn't just me there. It was two other people who were there fighting each other. And then the survivor landed, and then I killed him. So
Did you open your MobiGlas? Any new things on the MobiGlas by chance?
Dude, nothing. It looked like the same MobiGlas.
Okay.
The star maps look exactly the same.
Okay.
The journal was exactly the same. Everything looked the same as far as I could tell. There was a ton of locations. Tons. You couldn't QT to all of them. The QT to the Stanton jump gate was not available. You couldn't do that.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, aside from that, I mean, I'll probably go in and play again, see if I can get some more information. But I mean, the 31st, everyone's going to get to be able to play, or at least a lot of people.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you knew, so I was actually right before you said it was going to repeat that back to you to just in case if you knew or not. I don't know what they're telling you guys there.
I don't know if you know this, but that was my fucking prediction, that they were going to release it standalone in PTU with like replication layer.
A lot of people thought that, and Level did too. And I sat here and said no shot, because I know that they want to deliver server meshing, but I thought that they wanted to demo it with meshing, but I guess it's just going to take longer. And they said fuck it, you know.
Right.
We got to do this now.
And they gotta test replication anyways, right? So it's two birds, one stone.
Exactly.
there's a reason why they were being so secretive about replication. They renamed 321, right? So that's what I think. Anyways.
Yeah, Greasy's saying you stole his prediction.
I stole his prediction?
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Greasy, your prediction was we were getting fucking meshing. So no, I didn't. We're not getting meshing. But hey, listen,
I
I'll
had to
level
create
with you,
some
Greasy.
drama.
I'll level with you, Greasy. Okay? I'm fucking happy that Pyro's out. I'll level with you.
We all are
and
happy.
I'm glad I was wrong overall, is what I'll say. I'm glad that I was wrong overall. That like we got Pyro in some way. It's sick.
That was so impressive. And what did you think about I know it's like was on a smaller scale, but how smooth the meshing demo actually was.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
And they had the demos on powerful PCs, really powerful ones. I was getting like 80 FPS the whole time.
Okay.
So
that's all right.
Good.
All right.
But anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to eat lunch.
Yes.
Anything else for me before I dip?
No. Have fun. And if you see anything else you want to call later, just let me know, dude.
Cool. I will.
Have a great
All right.
time.
Yo,
Send our
peace
love,
out,
all
guys.
right?
SaltEMike, what's
Thanks for
up?
the info.
Love you, SaltEMike.
I love you too, man.
I don't know that guy. Okay, cool. No, see you guys.
Later, dude. Oh my god, that was awesome. That's funny.
That was great,
all right.
dude.
Yeah, I guess back to Clive, I guess, or is there anything you want to touch on there?
No, it's just exciting to hear him like, yeah, I landed on a planet in Pyro and fought some guys, and there was 25 enemies, and the AI was actually competent because, the servers aren't stressed to the max right now.
Oh my god, this is an old post. I got debated so hard.
Oh man.
I just read the date, 2019. Sniper in chat. I'm disappointed in you. I got debated.
Here we are with the latest news from 2019.
I swore it was latest. But he has gone... I guess what it would prove is that a lot of the things that they said even all the way back then are becoming a reality now. So I guess that... I'll link it to you guys, but you guys can look through that yourselves.
The
I guess it's not super
costume
relevant.
contest over. It's saying we'll be right back now. I think it might be over.
Perhaps. Let me bring that up. Yeah, it looks like it's over. Damn, I wonder who won.
Do you want to put us? Yeah, that screen will at least keep
us
people watching
updated.
right now know
Yeah.
that we're not missing anything.
Exactly. So we got lunch break for... I don't know. I can take a peek.
I think it was an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, but given this is their opportunity to catch up on time, so my guess is they might start the next panel a bit early. So I do think it makes a lot of sense to keep an eye.
Next panel is talking ship. So
yes, big panel.
I mean,
we all love our ships.
That's the money making panel right there. That's the one
that's how we paid for server meshing, right?
And here's what funded the entire project. Cool spaceships.
Exactly. I think if you want, we could take a little bit of an opportunity to talk to take a few calls since we didn't get the opportunity there. Although Elliot Maltby, who is on the mission team, is saying he sent me some stuff in Discord. So let me grab that.
Oh yeah, let's look at that.
Let's see what he sent. This can be something you can share. Okay, cool. The first time I tested Pyro, my team was hit by a solar flare. Our screen lit up with white light, almost blinded. I stood on the ground and died. Team member was inside an outpost, and they survived. And the one who was flying, when the white light faded, their ship was off, and they were spinning towards the floor. Also, there's a mission in the rest stops to clear a hangar, and they're using Squadron 42 AI, so maybe more updated AI. And I made a new mission that's internally called Bombing Run for Pyro.
Oh,
now
hey, bombing.
That's some... Okay, so we listen. We got a little debated with the you heard it first, Clive 2019 info, but now you're actually getting some real you heard it first info here. So that's pretty cool. So the A1
really
useful,
exciting,
the A2
dude.
useful, Morph rejoiced. It's not just a troll
the
ship.
solar flare thing is very exciting because that's almost exactly what I think a lot of us were saying. I hope it's this. I hope it's this cool system where waves pulse out from the star and you have to like run from them or hide from them. And like, can you imagine trying to pirate a ship and all of a sudden a solar flare comes out and you're like,
we got to get out of here.
do you get out? Do you power down the ship? Do some ships will they have the ability to like tank a solar flare or something
Mhm.
like that? Like, it sounds super cool. Yeah, imagine trying to land on a planet and a solar flare hits you and you're just like out of control spinning. Can you repair your ship and get it back up and working before you hit the ground or something?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Oh,
I
very cool.
wonder I wonder if and I've been hoping that this would be a thing at some point, is drop ships need some sort of purpose. And I was thinking like drop ships being able to withstand really
Withstand.
intense like electromagnetic stuff and other things like that would give them some sort of unique ability to withstand crazy conditions. So maybe drop ships could be much better suited for pyro type gameplay. That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
And just to update people, this is from the show floor. Apparently, they awarded the cosplay winners with an in-game ship they couldn't reveal until the talking ship panel. So again, probably
Ooh.
that Zeus that we're all speculating on, but just in case it's something new.
I didn't
Yeah,
really hear
cool.
your predictions. Since we're already through the first part of this panel, do you have any ship predictions?
I have none. So I've been very good about not looking at leaks. So I have no idea. The only thing that
Zeus is the only leak that I know about. And
do you know about the Cutter Scout?
Yeah, the Cutter Scout,
Which
but
isn't
that's
really a
all
leak.
over Reddit. That's
Yeah.
all over Reddit.
It's
yeah.
literally in the game in 321 as a
Right,
bounty NPC. So that's nothing crazy. Yeah, maybe an update on where they are with the Polaris. That is something that they really should show, regardless of how far along they are. If they're in Whitebox and it looks like shit, it shouldn't matter. They should show that because I think they owe it to the community to show that they are moving along on ships. You know?
And hopefully it'll cool off Ron, who's in my chat, who has screamed Polaris maybe 20 times now. I don't know, 50 times. It's been every time I look over at chat, there's Ron going Polaris.
Ron
like,
needs to
right,
meet
dude.
Armored Sponge from my community, or they might be the same person because they're both obsessed with the ship, I guess.
Yeah.
A funny story about the Polaris, real quick. Back before there was like any sort of content creator program where they were like, "Hey, a new ship is coming. You don't have to go broke to show this ship to your community. You can borrow it for a little bit, and then you have to give it back." How they do now. Board Gamer and I were at CitizenCon, or I was at CitizenCon 2016, and he was at home, and he agreed that he would buy the 890 Jump and share that with me, so we can share content. And I bought the Polaris and agreed to share it with him. And it was just like, it's all been so long, and the Polaris still hasn't come to fruition. But now it's being worked on, apparently, so we'll see. I guess for ships, that's my one speculative, maybe interesting thing.
You don't think they're gonna surprise Banu Merchant Menace or something? You know,
no chance. They would never make that mistake.
Okay.
Again.
Well, I would just like to remind Stream that you said the same thing about Pyro being
I
in its
was
own
wrong.
server as well. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, who knows? We might be
Yeah.
seeing Banu Merchantman.
Yeah.
I would love it if CIG had made a huge amount of ship progress on one of these big ones and manages to surprise us here.
Yeah.
You know, trick us with some of the progress reports or something like that and show some old one or something to make it seem like it's not as far along. But
yeah. I've been 0 for 2
yeah.
today. They're keeping track on me. And
you know what I'd like
you know
to
what I'm happy
I'd
about?
like to see
I
is,
like being wrong.
Yeah.
I like
yeah,
being
no,
wrong
the
about
Pyro
these
thing
things.
is like fantastic, you know?
It means they're changing. It means they're getting better. It makes me very happy.
Yeah. I hope we see more alien ships. I love the
Santoki.
alien ships in this game. Yeah, Santoki is cool, but it's kind of just a slightly bigger
It's a fighter
version of what we already have. They mentioned getting into the cargo running ship from the Xi'an soon. Forgot what that
the
one's
Gactec
called.
Railin with the
Railin.
triangle cargo. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh god, now we have 2 formats of cargo. What a nightmare. But any sort of like bigger ship, what I think would be really cool, because Squadron 42, according to rumors, is getting into a much more finalized state. Seeing the updated Vandal fighters at the very least would be really cool. And maybe some sort of like tease, something to like whet our palates for capital class Vandal ships would be awesome, because the Vandal fleet has got like 5, 6 huge ships in it, like as big or in close to in scale as the carrier,
Mhm.
as the Bengal. And so you're like, wow, Vandal have some big ships. It'd be cool to like get a deep dive on one of those maybe, and just get us hyped for Squadron 42. Because if they are close to some sort of release or announcement about that game, you start hyping a year early, right? You
Yeah.
start hyping it with some ship preview stuff now.
Are you surprised? Very little Squadron 42 mentions outside of some using some characters for demo tech on the
Yeah.
tech panel.
So if they don't mention it at all on both days, then I will be very surprised.
Yeah.
There's some pretty big blank spaces on day 2 towards the end of the show. And if they don't show it today by the end of the panel, that would be my next guess is when they might show a Squadron 40. They already said that they were going to say something about Squadron 42. It came out in some message.
Mhm.
I forgot what it was.
It
One of
was
posts.
the F8C like the I guess the event post. They said that they would be touching on Squadron
Yeah.
42 as well. There's also another hint that I don't know how familiar you are with this developer, Brian Chambers. Does he stick out to you at all?
I've heard the name. I just
Okay.
can't place it right now.
He used to be like way back in the day, like the most communicative person that worked at the company, like better than community back. Like he was in every stream. He was talking all the time, was on ISCs, all this stuff all the time. He was great. And then he kind of went behind closed doors because he started working on Squadron. And he was the guy in that, remember when they showed the satellite and that one thing that they
Yeah.
were like, we're going to do this more regular. He was one of the guys there. And he said that something about the closing ceremony was goosebumpy. So given what he
Okay.
works on, we can assume maybe closing ceremony tomorrow is probably our Squadron 42. Like we should be pretty heavily focused on that.
I wrote it down in my notes before any of this started, was like, this is when I think they might show Squadron 42 is closing ceremony day 2.
Yeah.
Like it would be cool if they showed it in the opening there, but then I think that might derail a lot of the presentations if you think about it, because everybody's just going, oh, Squadron 42 the whole time, and nobody's. Then they're like maintenance gameplay, and people are like, who cares?
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you, did you see, or instead of saying what's your biggest highlight and what's your biggest low note so far from what we've seen? Two pretty good panels.
Yeah. The opening sequence showing all the engine tech and the creatures and was probably the first big highlight. I've been waiting for fauna in this game. It's such an important part of making
really
it
is.
feel more real. And then the next one for me would be the visual upgrades. The RTX is really cool, but the fog and the volumetric lighting and the god rays and the clouds, all that stuff was just like taking the already spectacular visuals of Star Citizen and just pushing it up to like, hey, we can compete with Cyberpunk's visuals now, maybe even push past it. Now we're competing for one of the best looking games, period. And that really got me hyped. The water stuff was really cool too, because I've been wanting that, just been thinking about it for a while. Is there's this awesome shots with low flying jets or planes going over the water, and you see that giant water vapor trail kicking up behind him. I'm like, gosh, that would be so cool to do in Star Citizen. And now they're doing it. And that's a big deal, because there's giant oceans in this game. The way that the waves break on shore looks terrible. They don't even break on shore, really. It's just like, here's the standard water texture and here's land. And it looks like a game from 10 years ago. And so that getting updated means a lot, because, river tech has been a big talking point for the past year or so from CIG, and the rivers are cool, but the water doesn't look good. So this is all the visual stuff is really exciting for me. I mean, it's all exciting so far, but those are the highlights, I think, is the fauna finally getting those animals, and then the just insane improvements to the visuals with Vulkan, and at least seeing DLSS on a little note that they
Yes.
had up there. I'm like, okay, at least their work, because I've been just sitting here the whole time going, where's DLSS, guys? Like, come on, because one of
I
the
mean,
giant criticisms of the game is the low FPS.
Yep.
And that's like more FPS right
I mean,
there,
to be
right?
honest,
So
a giant criticism of the game has been the engine overall, right? So when they start like an older engine that never made an MMO, it was for Crisis, you know? So there's been a
Mhm.
lot of people knocking on the engine choice for a long time. Go to UE5, go to UE5. So just the idea of them working on certain things that are not trying to catch up to current standards and always being one step behind, they're starting to actually catch up to current standards. And then if they want, maybe they could start thinking about pushing past them, right? Just like you said,
Yeah.
is
I
we're
would say some of
approaching.
this stuff looks like they're getting ready to surpass in many
Yeah.
areas, because maybe you can replicate something that looks on par with UE5 in some situations, but the fact that they're doing it at this insane scale, and now if they can get that actual server meshing tech that they showed in there to actually work at that same scale, then it'll just be insane, pure
Yeah.
insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
What about
just
you? What are your highlights aside
well,
from, putting out fires?
I don't know if you were doing the same thing, but I had to kind of look at my chat while we were talking about it because there were so many things
Mhm.
to pick out some of them. I mean, there's no doubt the server meshing was I did not expect it to be that smooth. The thing it's both kind of the highlight and the low light. I do worry about, like, okay, you showed me these little rooms and a Pico, and it's like, okay,
Yeah,
very, very
there's 10
small
people
scale.
there, right?
Exactly.
Not 100, not 1,000.
No, but we obviously know that this isn't ready yet. We see that they're, going to give us Pyro a little bit early, and there's things they have to do. Now, somebody that works at the company said it does work at scale. If it worked at scale, then why don't we, why?
Yeah,
Part
why
of me is like,
wasn't
why don't
that
we
the
have it now?
demo?
Yeah, why don't we have
Yeah.
it now or whatever? So there's got to
And
be
if it worked
some
at scale,
kinks.
why didn't they demo it at scale, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe it's easier to visualize it in a small 3-room environment where they can
Mhm.
explain it better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think we're close to getting that, but it is nice to see it working at this level, because now they just have to scale it up, right? It just has to work at the higher level, and
The
proving this
fact,
tech. I mean, Chris
yeah,
saying that he cried, is like,
he
you get
cried
it.
on camera, like, and you can. I don't care what anybody says. Somebody's going to say they faked the cries and all this stuff because they're just, delusional people. But that was so real. And like,
Mhm.
I mean, I've been following this stuff for 10 years, right? Like, a lot of us, not yourself, but a lot of us, like some of us content creators that have been in the Star Citizen space, put a lot of our eggs, all of our eggs in that basket. And that
Yeah.
happening was a lot of weight off of a lot of our shoulders.
Yeah.
Now the game being fun or being entertaining is now, and you yourself making the game entertaining, that's the next step, right? But them actually potentially being able to make the game, that is a big weight of like, do I stick around and wait for this to happen? I did. A lot of people that I started streaming with a long time ago did not. They couldn't wait it out for all
Yeah.
this. And
Well, and
that
you gotta
means something.
imagine from the developer's perspective too, and I think about this sometimes from the industry perspective. Working for CIG is like, hey, come work with us on our proprietary engine that nobody else has.
Yeah.
Build up a portfolio based on a game that may never launch. Tie your years and experience and work to CIG. It's very risky for them,
Very.
and it's hard because, yeah, if you go to a different studio and they're like, yeah, we work in Unreal. Okay, I'm building up a skill set that I can move around with, that I can do lots of things with. If
Mhm.
you learn the Star Engine, unless they start licensing it out like the Unreal Engine, like, your skill set is not going to translate with you as easily. I'm not saying certain stuff will, but a lot of it won't. So for them to see the game hit these milestones, this is probably the biggest tech milestone, because
Oh,
for a
yeah.
while it was like, oh,
Without
procedural
question.
planets, seamless loading, that was pretty cool. These were big milestones, big achievements, but server meshing is like that. It's on a different level. It's nobody has done this before, because other games have now done the procedural planet seamless transition stuff. Maybe at the net, not at the same fidelity or scale, but they've still done it. And this would be an industry. This is an industry first, and if they're able to do it at scale, they'll be so far ahead of anybody else in terms of this technology.
Yeah, and I think even the bigger difference is if you look back at procedural planets and if you look back at the original Kickstarter and all those things around the time when I backed, the idea was so different of what the game would be. There was cutscenes, there was loading screens, all that stuff. And then procedural planets came in, and yes, it was a monumental tech, but it literally put the game back an additional 5+ years. The tech that we're seeing today is supposed to do the opposite. It's supposed to make everything now a reality that was not anymore, right? So it's so much more impactful and it's so much more meaningful to me than procedural planets ever were. Procedural planets, like, if they deliver really fun, enjoyable gameplay, and I know we're going to talk a lot more about that tomorrow with the FPS panel, I'm sure. If they actually deliver for meaningful things in this game, they're already set up for success because of the amazing locations they've made. So that tech is monumental. But to bring us and to make this an MMO, you guys heard Benoit screaming, this is what it takes. This is what is going to make this game an MMO. You just feel the emotion coming out of them, and I felt it too. That's how I've been feeling the whole time. That's why this moment means so much, right?
Yeah.
Is like procedural planets. I was screaming. I saw the procedural planet tech live. That demo, I was there in Germany, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs, whistling and all that stuff too. The amount of excitement I had today far surpasses that.
Really?
Way far surpasses. Because
I didn't hear you screaming.
I know, because I'm not a. I'm 40 years old now almost, right? I'm not. It's not 2016 anymore.
You will politely clap.
Not a young
and go,
pup.
Yes, very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
It was really. I'm still digesting a lot of what we saw because the tech panel was incredible. The destruction I was not expecting, because
people called out Maelstrom a lot, but I didn't know what it really meant.
I didn't. Yeah, and I mean, from my background as a Battlefield player, destruction has been one of those things in that franchise that has been very hard for them to really lock down, and it's actually gone away in some of their more newer titles because it's just such a big effort to get it working right.
For me, it's what separated that game, right?
Yeah, it's what really set it apart in many ways. I mean, it's scale with tons of infantry and vehicles, and then they added destruction on that. But I was not expecting destruction to come to Star Citizen because I'm like, well, let's not push it, guys. You're simulating AI on the sides of procedurally generated planets in a giant solar system. Like, you've done enough. Like, we can get by without destruction. But then they add it in and go, what? They're just not stopping. They're just taking it to the
as far as it'll
degree
go.
in every category. I mean, it's like the cloth stuff, right? Like, unnecessary.
Why?
But
the blood.
They're doing it, and it won't hold them back at any point in the future where they're like, man, we can't make this alien race because we need some cool cloth tech. Oh wait, we developed the cool cloth tech. They're making everything that every other engine can do and doing it at a scale that nobody is doing.
Yeah.
And it's baffling. If they can take down trees, like, imagine you're going down on Microtech and you crash into the forest and you take down like a line of trees in front of you.
You make your own what is it called?
Ghost
Hollow. Yeah, you make your own Ghost Hollow with a reclaimer.
And then you see that smoke billowing up from your ship in the distance. So you're like 100 kilometers out and you're like, you see that giant plume of smoke over there? I think somebody crashed. And then you can go investigate. Like, the game is opening up opportunities that I think every gamer on the planet will be impressed with, whether or not you like space games or not. Like, it's just inarguably incredible tech.
Let's
Again,
touch on
from the
that a
gameplay
tiny
perspective.
bit.
Yeah, what?
Well, because I agree with you, and I think that's something that they've actively. I don't think they intended to reach out and do that. I think they just really wanted to make a really good game. But don't you think? And I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm pretty bad with that, so my apologies. But I think that what you were about to say is basically what I'm saying now, is that the gameplay is still lacking significantly at
Yeah.
all these locations, right? And I think that does come from the fact that like there's a lot of things that they want to do, and it makes it really hard. How do you do everything well? You can't.
How do you make a good FPS mission when the AI are consistently not performing
Yeah.
because there's no server overhead? You can make the coolest mission ever and have it run incredibly well on your computer when you test it, and then deploy it to the PTU
Just
and have
they don't
everybody
even
be like,
spawn.
well, it's like the Siege of Orson, right?
Yeah.
Like it's this cool giant mission, and there was I know I brought a couple of people in, and I know a bunch of big FPS content creators came in to play that out, and sort of they didn't make any content on it because they were just like, this is embarrassing, like from their perspective. They're
Yeah.
not fanboys of the game.
And it's
They
fair.
come in, they go, why would I show this off? This is
Yeah.
like the AI aren't fighting back. It's like a group of all these people fighting like the easiest to defeat enemies. There's no tanks, there's no advanced weapons. It's all just basic FPS stuff. So that mission could have been cool, but it's limited by the tech, right? So CIG does get a little bit of a pass there, but not in every regard. They still have been holding back on designing gameplay. And that's the one area that I feel that the team still needs to prove themselves. And that's
Agreed.
kind of what Squadron 42 may do for the company, is prove that they can make good gameplay and good missions. So we'll just have to wait and see on that.
For
But
sure.
once meshing is out, they're not going to have the tech pillar to hide behind, if you will, right? Like you'll be like, well, the tech's in the game. Now the gameplay needs to start getting good. So hopefully it will. But
Mm.
with all the funds and all the time that they've spent on the game, it seems like they'll have a lot of time to iterate. And that's the most important thing when designing good gameplay for any big studio, is having the time to iterate on something.
Mhm.
And I interviewed some of the Battlefield devs on one of their latest maps, and it's a fantastic map that they built. And it was because they iterated. They looked at what they had done in the
Yep.
past, or what other people had done in the past. They kind of started there, and then they tested, they got feedback, they redesigned, they manipulated. So as long as CIG has the time to do that also with gameplay, then I think we'll get good gameplay out of it.
For sure.
It's just one of those projects where balloon's so big that iterating and going back and changing can be a gigantic task.
And we've seen that. I mean, look at gold standard ships and stuff, right? They just literally stopped
Yeah.
doing them. And like when you talked about ships earlier, I think we'll see the fruits of their labor, or their hiring of more labor, probably next year sometime, because there's a Montreal team that's doing ships now, and we'll have
Mhm.
to see. I think it's going to take a little while for them to ramp up. That's why I don't expect much actually from this ship panel in comparison to others as much. I think it'll still, maybe in the next little while, we'll start seeing some more ramp up with that. But I want to talk about one more thing, and then hopefully we could sneak a caller or two in, because I know these people have been waiting forever, and I feel really
Yeah.
bad.
Let's stop eating up the airspace.
Yeah, that's fine. The only thing I wanna I wanna take a little part and talk about is, did you see the UI on the Gladius? I loved it, and I didn't all at the same time, and I want to just touch on that and get what your thoughts on it. And
I
see.
would, if there was an image that somebody posted and we could look at it now, we could get more into it, because I did look at it, but I was also kind of noticing
If you guys have
the
one, link
lighting.
it, yeah, and I'll put it up.
Yeah. I would love to get into it a bit more. It's interesting because I recently have been playing some VTOL VR, which does realistic MFD interactions for like a real jet fighter.
There we go.
How those would play out. Here we go. Awesome.
Sorry, I'm flashbanging everybody with light Reddit.
Yeah, so
but
we got the power triangle, it looks like, on the right. And then I've got you full screen and I can't quite make out what it says on the left panel there.
yeah, coupled ESP and
What's the actual menu on the MFD?
overview, thrusters, exterior weapons, interior, name. So this is a scanning panel.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Visually, like from just an aesthetic standpoint, it looks very cool. Like if I'm just sitting back and I'm a casual observer and I have no idea what any of that stuff means, it looks really cool and slick. I'd have to get into game to really know if it's going to be readable and functional, right?
Dude, I can't get this thing to look good. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
No, it's fine.
When I
Dude.
zoom in, it's just breaking.
Yeah.
My biggest issue is like I like their plan of removing a lot of things from the field of view that matters. You're aiming.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, let me open a new tab actually. That should probably help us there. No, it didn't
If
change
you
a thing.
hit F11.
No, it's still like when I zoom in, it gets smaller. It just I don't know. Reddit's being
Okay.
weird. Sorry guys.
No worries. No worries, man.
Yeah, boomer options. But the thing that I don't like is that the thing that I like is that they're removing a lot of stuff from the where you're going to be focused on, aiming, where you're flying. But what I didn't, and I like the idea, the thought is really, really good of putting the things around that little section, but they are really hard to see. Really hard to see. Now, none of
that's
this
why
stuff.
I say I want to get in game, because if you can't read at a glance what your shields are at and where your weapons are at with their capacitor recharge rate and all that, that's some of the most important information that you need immediately. What's my speed? What's my vector? What's my velocity? What's my shields?
There we go.
As long as that's nice and readable, then great. Some of this, as you're pointing out, looks really tiny. Like really tiny little readouts up there, but that's just going to come through them play testing, hopefully, and being like, oh, these are big enough. The important information that we need is big enough. It's hard when they're going to try and design multiple MFD styles for each manufacturer, because then you have to solve the same problem 20 times over with all the different chip manufacturers, which I don't envy. So we'll see. It doesn't seem like they have as many. I have an appreciation now for modern jet fighter MFD designs, and they have they don't rely on touchscreen stuff. They rely on physicalized engines, and then the joysticks on their the little hat keys on their joysticks when they fly can manipulate the screens and move around them. It's all set up very efficiently.
Yeah.
So seeing that kind of stuff in the game would be very cool, to see more physicalized buttons around the screens that could quickly change from, like, say, your weapon readout to your power triangle to something. So you could quickly change between the screens that you need, because a jet fighter might only have 2 MFDs, right? And so you need to be able to get between all your targeting stuff to your mission description stuff, between everything else that's going on, right? So they have all these buttons around the screens that are very quick and very easy to access. If they can replicate that here, great. But again, I have no idea what all those buttons down there do, right? Are they just for looks? Are they... We'll see. We'll see.
I mean,
but
I mostly think they're for looks and for immersion. Like, you'll probably click a keybind and your person will click the button. Or you can click the button. I do want to point out a couple things here on the MFD that's interesting. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit more to the right side. We see in the power management, usage 19%, which is clearly what this bar is as well. Output is a thing, so definitely something with engineering there. And then I don't know if you see this here, but there is an Atmo mode that you can click on and off. So I imagine
G-Safe is at the bottom.
G-Safe's on. Landing gear in the middle.
Oh, gear. Okay.
And then atmosphere. So that's a pretty big deal there. And then you have your noise decoys. 100% remaining. I'm not sure what that is in relation to maybe shields or something. But
they are replicating realistic fighter UI in that it's all the same color.
Yeah.
But real fighters generally use green, I think.
Oh, this is Afterburner.
Okay. I wouldn't mind them using more colors and stuff, because a lot of video game UI will do that, where it's like your health is getting low or your shield's getting low. The colors of things change, and it helps you read stuff at a glance. Whereas if they keep everything this kind of blue color or the same monotone color for different UIs, it'll be hard reading things at a glance. Like if you're in a firefight, you need to know when your shields are down. What's an easy way to tell you that? Okay, have it turn red, have it start flashing, have something happen where even if you're trying to keep on target with somebody in a firefight, you will see it in your peripheral vision that your health is low. I don't want to have to take my eyes off of what I'm doing to know if I'm about to die,
Yeah. Somebody's telling me to change the left panel to shields. I can't click this. It's not in the game, sir. I'm sorry. Okay. This isn't real. It's just an image. I can't help you. I don't know. Everything else on the left side, though, is all basic stuff. So like couple DSP. I'm not sure what this is. Maybe a lock, like a missile lock. And then you have SCM, QCM. Not sure what this is in the middle. Maybe some people can... speed limiter. And then you have velocity meters per second. Very tiny right there in your current speed.
That is really tiny, really tiny. Maybe that'll be some of the manual. Maybe that'll be some of the manual stuff. Because again, what happens with talking about the way real jet fighters will do it? You'll have your visor heads-up display with what tracks with you when you move your head around.
Yep. And when they may not be showing that to us.
Yeah. So we might not be seeing that yet. And then you have your manual readout stuff. So you have duplicates of information available to you.
I'm just checking, making sure we're not missing anything here. No. Okay.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Yeah. I just didn't
want
to
get a caller in.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's bring somebody in. So I know if he's still there waiting, Johnny Morgan's been waiting forever, and he's been a regular on Answer the Call for years and years. Johnny, I'm giving you a heads up. It's been a long time. I know he's got kids and stuff. He's muted, so fingers crossed. We'll just be bringing you guys in slowly but surely. If you're AFK, and we'll put you back in line because I know it's you guys have been waiting there forever. Johnny, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, bud?
Hey, thank you so much for waiting. It's been hectic.
Before we get started, I start fanboying out LevelCap. It's been fantastic having you in the community, man. Really appreciate your content. Really appreciate the eyes that you bring here too. Mike, as always, man, this is a great day. Like, this is a great day. I did not expect this level of hype. Oh my god!
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it, man. And my hype is through the roof right now for everything we've seen. It's very exciting. Chris almost cried. Chris cried. Yeah,
I'm crying.
I cried, man. That was such a moment. That was crazy.
That was a very touching moment for
I did
us
not expect
Chris
to be
Roberts.
crying. Tears of happiness, at least.
We've been
today.
This dream is Wing Commander, right? Like, I played Wing Commander as a kid.
Too.
I played the OG game, right, all the way back. Number 2 was the best. We've talked about that before, and like, I was burned on Starlancer Freelancer. I was jaded towards this project when it first dropped. I wasn't a backer, right? I didn't do it until 2018, 2019. I followed the project, right? We've talked about that before. And now I'm just in like Flynn, got a big team. They're dropping that multi-crew gameplay for us where the people put the time in to build their teams. Gonna get really rewarded now. I'm really psyched about all that. The biggest one though, server meshing, guys. Like, I did. That was my call a couple weeks back, right? That they'll show it. I didn't know it'd be to that fidelity. I'm gonna use fidelity.
It looked incredible, and I was wondering how they were going to show it too. And I think they did a really good job with the presentation of explaining it and showing the entities move between screens. Because, what are they going to do? Show a giant like page of text or something? Be like, look, it works, guys. Isn't that cool? But seeing it function was very impressive.
Yeah.
It's hard to show an abstract concept like that. No, they did a fantastic job. And when they say it scales, it's right, like, because this is the synchronized, it's just separate in the layer. The servers have no real relevance other than they're a worker process now, right? So, I'm still wondering what the, I want to believe it too, man. I want to believe it. I'm so hyped. Like, the whales, though, the space whales, beautiful. The flora,
I thought you were
fauna,
talking about people with big ships. Okay.
Yeah, that's at first what I thought too. And I want to apologize to LevelCap too, because that was a really big moment. And the first thing I feel like I've ruined it by being like, but they don't have the material on the back, because I mean, that's my obsession, is like, I'm a loot goblin, all that stuff.
I'm here to balance you out, Mike.
Exactly.
Okay? This is why we work well together.
True.
It's a great show, guys. It's been a really great show.
That was the first thing I was like looking for. I was like, will we be able to shoot the stuff off of these guys and everything?
I'll be honest, when they showed the harvestable whale concept thing, I was like, how are they going to do that? Like, this seems like a fun concept, but I would not be surprised if they rolled it back to something more simple. So if that is an actual rollback, if that's what we're seeing, I'm okay with that. I'm happy enough just to see some space whales flying around and create some atmosphere and some lore and some personality to the universe, because
yeah,
you kind of realize how much creatures add to the personality of a world building situation. Or if you're
absolutely.
on all these dead planets, you're like, well, we're on some dead planets. Nothing lives here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, my argument of like, okay, wow, the planets are big. Now, what do we do there? Well, if there's a herd of space cows, you can go milk them or something, right? Like, there's more you
Yes,
could do now.
dude. I'm gonna milk everything in the what if that's a professional milker, right?
Why not?
That space whale milk, dude, that's gonna be worth a lot, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be it'll be like Spice from Dune, you know, you needed to open a portal to the other side of the galaxy. It's space whale milk, man.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you're going to tractor beam those things in. It'll be some practice for people to do the tractor gameplay and kind of the multiplayer crew to bring it into to harvest it. 'Cause I don't see why they wouldn't still. If they
I mean,
can.
the thing is
But
huge.
man.
What are you gonna tractor it into, right?
Well,
Like,
Bengal
the eggs at
carrier,
the bottom,
obviously,
those
gonna
are
drop
eggs.
that BMM, right?
The
BMM
cows don't
whaling
have
ship.
udders; they have eggs, so you can tractor beam the eggs off.
You know what I
Oh,
want is
neat.
I hope talking ship they announce the milking ship, right? You need a you
A
need
milking vehicle, a Drake
a
milker.
milking right, a
Yeah.
milking vehicle. Maybe it lands and milks landside animals as well. But
Yeah.
if
That's
it
an
could
Argo.
fly, yeah.
That's an Argo.
All right,
100% Argo.
somebody's got to get us off the milking topic, or we're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
gonna move because I want to give my my prediction. My
Go
at
for
the
it.
end of the
Yeah.
second day, Squadron for sure, 100%. Always believed. I've said that they're going to drop it to consoles. Maybe we get that announcement that it's going to be dropped to consoles, but I believe that all the way. But the big one I think is Tony Z surprise. That's who I think is going to drop in with a surprise. Generative AI has blown up in the last couple of years. We haven't had an update. The entire industry has changed. There's a ton of talent out there now too to recruit and stuff. So that is my copium hype, but that's my prediction and my hope.
That's
Hope
my
you guys
hope.
like me.
I like that
as well.
take from you, Johnny. That makes a lot of sense with them pushing the engine in every single direction right now with the destruction now on planets. The AI stuff sounds like the next cutting edge thing that they could do. So it's a solid
It would
prediction,
be.
man.
That's my goal. Okay, I'm gonna jump off here, boys. This is so good. Show's been amazing. Love it all. Oh my god, hype cycle. Hype cycle.
Thanks, Johnny.
I expect nothing less from you, Johnny.
Awesome. Glad I delivered. Cheers, boys.
Later, man. All right, so that was Johnny. We still got some time. You want to take another one, or do you want to chat about something else? All right, our next caller then is Mr. Expendable. Mr. Expendable, hello. Can you hear us? We might have some AFKers.
Here he is. He hasn't been expended.
You got me. You got me. I had my mic off and I forgot to push the button, but I got it before you guys kicked me off. So I guess we're good.
We would give you some more time, obviously. But yeah, so how are you feeling so far? What's your what are your vibes?
Very cautiously optimistic. Last year was disappointing when you look at it over the last year because very little came to us other than some smaller things. So this one where they're like, oh, look at all this cool stuff we got going on. They showed a ton of new stuff, not stuff from last year, new stuff. It's like, how much of this were we going to see anytime soon?
Yeah.
Like realistically.
Yeah, they didn't give, other than what was the first feature that they said 3.22? I forgot what they announced was in 3.22. Nothing else had a timeline for it.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. You hit the nail right on the head. So it's like, well, this is all really cool, and you guys got server meshing. That was the big one. Is LevelCap said this earlier, was server meshing is made. It exists. It exists now. It's not just some guesswork from last year. I remember last year around CitizenCon, they were doing this like meeting, like this sit down. Like they were finally sitting down to work on it. And it's like, okay, now that we have it, now next in a month or 2 months from now, we'll see an ISC where they give us an update and they're like, it's not a room anymore, it's a planet. It's not a planet anymore, it's a star system. That's what I want to see. It's not a question of what we see today, it's a question of what we get updates on tomorrow.
It's true.
Yeah. No, it's fair. Like we started off the stream, I think, talking about the percentage of features that they showed off last time that didn't come into the game. And I defended by saying that there's a lot of features that came in that they didn't talk about at CitizenCon that just ended up coming into the universe in the last year, which was kind of nice surprises along the way. And I think we probably should expect similar treatment for this upcoming year. Is maybe we'll get some of those features, we'll get some things that we didn't think about, and then some of the other stuff that just needs more time will take longer. I have a feeling that a lot of the Vulkan graphics related stuff, the dynamic resolution scaling things like FSR and DLSS, I think we could be seeing those this year because it feels like they've been making consistent, steady progress with Vulkan. They've hit a lot of their kind of benchmarks with that, and we're seeing iterative performance improvements with each patch. It feels like almost where you're like things feel a little smoother all of a sudden. Things are getting a little bit better. I
I can
think we're going to
attest to
start.
that.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing some of that in the next year. So I'm pretty hopeful of actually seeing that making it into the engine in the near future because it doesn't seem reliant on the other pillar tech to get done, right?
Let me jump in real quick just for a little off-topic thing. Everybody in Twitch chat, I see the clip. It's pinned. There's something related to Squadron 42. This is huge. Everybody's freaking out. After the call, we'll take a look at it, okay? I have the link. You don't need to keep spamming it, guys. I got it, okay?
All right.
If you want, I can throw my final thoughts in and let you guys get back at it.
It's up to you. I mean, in the end, the clip is there, and we have plenty of time, so it's no big deal.
Okay, well, I'll change the subject a little bit, and it might be my final thought. It might be on what you guys want to say.
Sure.
But I really am interested in the talking ship segment. What we've seen previously is great. I really like. I'll mention this really quickly. I really like the engineering. That looks like a game in and of itself, and is just amazing to look at because it looks like something that anybody could do and pick it up, and you could play Among Us in Star Citizen. So I'm really happy about that. But what I want to see in the next section is that RSI mining ship that we voted on last year.
The
That is a
Orion,
huge-
right?
I do not want to see
No.
that.
The voting one. There's
Oh,
supposed
the
to be a
medium scale one,
Yeah,
right?
it's supposed to hold a ground, an ROC plus be able to mine and is bigger than the mole. I don't want to see it at all. I don't want to see it. There's
Why are
a
you
little.
so salty, Mike?
It's not about being salty. It's about all the issues that we talked about at the beginning of like you want them to prove out what they have with what they have now for things specifically around crafting, for things around mining, and for things around salvage before they add
What if the
any
ship
more
comes
ships.
with more mining features, right? So it's like, hey, we've announced this ship, but also now you can take an asteroid and crunch it down and eat that up or something.
Exactly why I don't want that, because then your prospector is now power leveled out. Your mole is now moved out and is uninteresting. Like, I don't want a new ship to come with
maybe
every.
it's balanced, right? Maybe you need the crew to operate it. Maybe if you're playing solo, you can
Yeah.
make comparable income if you're smart about it. You know, as long as they balance things out in interesting ways.
I understand where you're coming from, but I just want them to prove out their concepts first, so we don't deal with a vulture situation again. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
I
fair.
want them to figure out the system and all the pieces that they're putting in, because the vulture feels like they knew they wanted to do salvage, but they weren't sure how the cargo refactor was going to work. And if they waited until the current cargo refactor that we have now, what size boxes will we get? How would things be? And it would be very different, the ship, right? If they waited, the ship would be completely different. So when it comes to like industry ships and things like that, I prefer to wait. And that's why I loved why we're seeing the Zeus, like you said, could potentially be a Cutlass style, the C1 as well, because those are ships that sort of have everything you could possibly need. We know how turrets work, whether you like them or not. We know how cargo works, whether you like it or not. And then it gives them time to work out the kinks with the more systems with more depth, I guess. So I'm so excited. I'm equally excited for that ship than anybody. But just like the Bane of Merchantman, I would rather hold.
Yeah.
Right? on that.
I think that's a very justified angle.
Yeah.
But my angle on that is we still don't even know what it looks like. So
yeah,
I think I would honestly split the middle and say, here's what it looks like.
Concept
It's
art.
in concept. We're not
Yeah.
working on it.
Mhm.
But you can look at it and buy it, even though obviously maybe that's not the best thing in the world.
Yeah.
But I'd be okay with that as long as they say, oh, by the way, we're working on stuff that can be used currently.
Yeah.
So I think that we could find somewhere of a middle point there.
Okay.
And
that's fair.
it's valid. The Spirit bomber came out, and there's not really a lot of bombing gameplay, if any. If you think about like actually needing bombing
Yeah.
in the game,
Which is why that
So-
message from the dev that we talked about earlier about that mission meant so much. Is like, oh, okay,
yes,
cool,
yeah.
right? So thank you, Elliot, for adding bombing
And
gameplay.
and you bring it up, I'd kill just to see hey, by the way, we're working on Theaters of War so that maybe bombing can come in the future or just
Well,
something.
I
we
feel
got
like they
talking
touched
shit.
on it in the month report. It is sad that we didn't talk about it here. Like there is no Theaters of War panel. There is no
The
Arena Commander
FPS
panel.
is tomorrow, so
maybe.
it could be lumped in there.
Could be, very very much
Yeah.
could be. Yeah,
But
but
I'd love to see it.
yeah, and Dependable. I don't want to send you out, but they will not stop. I don't know what the deal is with this clip and why it's such a big deal. So it better deliver.
No,
Yeah, my
it's,
chat's
it's all
blowing up.
good. It's
My
all
chat's
good. I've
blowing
been
up
waiting.
about it.
I'm
Okay.
about to starve to death anyways. So you guys send me off and I can go get some dinner.
All right, bro.
I'll catch y'all in the next one.
All right,
Perfect.
thanks,
Dude,
Expendable.
thanks for calling
Appreciate
in,
it,
man.
dude.
Appreciate you. All right, so
Signing off.
yeah, later, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it that way. All right, the
You see
clip.
this clip? My chat is saying some interesting stuff.
Yeah, so this was from a French stream apparently.
Is it
A
translated?
Hugo stream. Well, considering Brian doesn't speak French, I think we're covered. Let me just get all the audio together because the audio from the other stream is playing, and because I didn't want to miss that. So let me
Fair
turn
enough.
that down, and then we'll get this all together. Okay.
This point, in reply to Sarada, we arrive and
I
we
can't
reach
hear.
the
Oh yeah,
inflection
You won't be
point.
able to.
That's fine. I'll watch
So,
one.
Let me know when you
I got it.
start.
Don't worry about it.
Let me know when you start. We'll start at the same time.
No, I'm gonna watch it.
Okay.
This point,
Sorry.
in reply to Sarada, we arrive and we reach the inflection point in the development of Squadron 42.
You reach the point where you're feature complete.
Feature complete.
And beyond
Feature complete
complete,
Squadron
now
42.
You are
C'est une grosse annonce,
polishing
ça. C'est
and
pas
you're
petit, ça.
fine-tuning, and you're making sure it's balanced and you're making sure it's fun. So when we hit that point where all features are
Exclusif.
done and they're
C'est pour
completed, and getting to work maybe how we want a bit more polishing, make sure everything we have in
Donc là,
there is fun.
le jeu
and
est
it's
terminé,
hard where it
mais
needs
ils sont
to
en
be
phase de
hard,
polish.
and
disais,
also all the
l'implémentation de
cinematics,
Vulkan.
they're as emotional as they need to be with the storyline, and it's suspenseful where it needs to be
trailer, mon gars.
suspenseful, right? So it's just that polishing phase. And so reaching that point means we've gotten over
Le chat en feu.
kind of the hardest points in the project, and now it's just
Tout le
about
monde
finishing
gueule, là.
off.
Alors,
It's big. They are very happy to that.
It's very big. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
petit,
Very awesome.
très
How
question.
many viewers do we have now?
Yeah.
How many viewers do we have now? Right?
7,000. This
we
point,
Okay. What do you think when we hear that?
That's really exciting. Obviously,
Sure.
feature complete means they're not building out the base tech.
Yeah.
Feature complete some games might actually hit feature complete when they make a vertical slice.
Mm-hmm.
So the vertical slice proves that you've created the AI components that you need, the visual components that you need, the level building components that you need. All of the things that were in your game design document have now been built into the game. Feature complete doesn't mean the same thing as asset complete, though, necessarily, and it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean like level complete.
Okay.
So I think there's a difference there. Did he say anything about, I missed the very end of the clip there, but it didn't sound like any more concrete information about what the
He was just
details
asking
of
how many
feature complete.
viewers they lost. Yeah.
Okay,
That very end
okay.
wasn't relevant. People are asking who he is. This is Brian
Yeah.
Chambers. This is the guy I was talking about. That was like kind of the legend. That was always, he's very open, as you could tell. Like he is saying Squadron 42 is feature complete before Chris said it before any announcement, because he he's an excited dude. He's really proud of the stuff he works on and stuff like that.
So for example, to quantify what he said, because I see my chat talking about it too, is you could call Star Citizen feature complete when all the server meshing tools are done and the various gameplay. Have they started back up yet? They're doing some.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just talking to like fans and stuff. Like, I think the guy on the right streams, so I don't think it's we could finish our conversation.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. Basically, once server meshing and say if there's any needed features for extra bounty hunting, salvaging, mining, those types of things, once they wrap up that type of stuff, you could say the game's feature complete and it could only have 2 systems in it, right? So that's it. We need more information from what he just said to kind of quantify how far along Squadron 42 is.
Yeah.
That said, a lot of the leaks have been suggesting that the game is very far along.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is more to lead to that sort of rumor mill, right? To say Squadron 42 might not be that far away.
Yeah, and the only skeptical thing I would feel about that is Master Mode's still not in a very great state for us in our hands. Gunplay, FPS stuff, we still don't know what any of that looks like. Again, we're gonna have a good look tomorrow. So all the things that we worked on in Squadron 42 that are now feature complete, when do I get to judge how good Squadron will be, right? Is all that polishing still going to be happening in beta? Of course, right? So it's hard to say when we'll be getting the stuff polished enough for our hands. They're just happy with the features of these things, right? So that doesn't exactly mean that all of a sudden everything's going to be ported over very quickly and easily for us. So as much as I would like that to be a thing, I think maybe a few more panels and we'll get a better opportunity to understand just how much Squadron 42 feature complete means to us, and by us is the Star Citizen community, right? And not the Squadron 42 community. People still play the PU. So I don't know. We want to jump back to the panel and they look like they're showing the Pyro stuff.
29:53. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground. Easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to CLX Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Years ago. Now he works for them.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And
it's so big.
What I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard.
Again, they're Squadron 42 AI.
So it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to get with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better.
There you go.
That's fantastic.
Don't hype me up if this doesn't work.
So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You could get lost for there
Checkmate
forever, and
Station.
players only have 40 minutes
What is the
to do
name
the
of the
Pyro Playground.
station?
And I've seen people go
3
back in
different
line. I've
names.
seen people just like go and
Are
redo
these
things
different
that they didn't get a chance
stations
to do the
that they're
first time.
talking about
So,
casually
what
that we don't
advice
know
do you have
about?
to people who are here at CitizenCon, spoiler-free. Again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really, really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really, really cool, and that's a really, really fun journey.
Oh, Benoit.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel, completely unplanned, didn't ask him to come by and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my God, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see
Is
people
the
like
server,
enjoying
like, sitting
Pyro
next
for the,
to everybody
for the first
right
time.
there?
It's such
I don't
a great
know.
experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So
This guy's
thank you
flying
guys
a
for
cutlass
bringing
in the
Pyro
back.
to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your
Did you shoot
photo
him
bomb.
off?
Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what
Nick
was
at
your
Night just aged himself
spoiler-free impressions of
with that
Pyro?
name.
Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayor mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid
yes,
belts,
guys, we
into
know
the new
the audio's
planets,
out of
and see
sync.
all
It's on
those new
their
things
end.
that you guys
Can't
have
do
been
anything
working on.
about it.
So I was really
unfortunately.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique to its own vibe. So how do you think we did?
That is an
making
exciting
Pyro
aspect
here
of
at
Star Citizen.
CitizenCon? I mean, the
Every
people at home
system
have
can
seen
feel
bits
very
and glimpses,
different.
but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the booths to the community events to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are
Who
in
is this
Pyro
guy?
right now.
Not a Deva player.
amazing.
Good, we did it, guys. Everyone, wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So, last question. This is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
Obviously.
You heard it
What a
here. This
dumb
guy had
question.
such a great experience at the Pyro Playground that he is
I
going
like
to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I
microtech.
want
I'm
to thank
just
you for
gonna
coming
stay
up
on
here. I really
microtech.
appreciate
I've
it.
been playing in
I'm
the
going to throw
same
it back
place
to
for
Jared
10
really
years.
quick and make sure
Where
that
do you
we
think I'm
are
gonna
on our
spawn?
way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor
Do you
soon.
want new content or do you want old, ancient?
Am I on?
Hey, no awkward transitions. Nope, never mind.
I love
it
it.
just happened. Unless he knows he's on and he's just trolling.
This is definitely a bingo card right now. Jared! Hey, Jared!
Stare. I think he's trolling.
Am I live? I can't hear anything.
Oh,
he's
my
not
God.
trolling.
Look at that audio
Oh, there we
delay.
go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada,
Audio
Automa
delay on your
Energy.
end too, right?
There's Atlas.
Yes. Have you refreshed it all?
Atlas Defense Industries.
I'll try.
I don't know why.
Let me know if it
I just
fixes it,
decided I was
and
going
then
to
I
pick
might
on you
risk it.
today. It's all right. Cool. We're here. I
it's
want to show
playing
something
an ad.
off. So one of the things that
No.
happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is
I'll let
people
you- it
give
probably
you
won't
things
fix
that you
it,
have
but
to
I'll try.
fit into your luggage when you go home.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Which is
buy
not
a
always
Honda,
the
by the way.
easiest thing on an international
No,
flight.
it's another
Today,
He's not saying
just
anything important, just so you know.
9 minutes ago, I got something I'm going to make some room for. So there is an org.
It's
They do
something an org gave
this
him.
amazing. We had an older version. You may have seen me show it off before.
Okay, we're back
Delta
on.
Consulting
Nope, super
Aviation
delayed.
Products.
Super delayed?
They
All right.
make
Yeah. Not
air
worth it then.
traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system. The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're going to have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island. So we're leaving something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Sol Armato here. Sol Armato is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We got to get to the show. I just want to see your jacket.
I like that they have their day, but obviously
I don't particularly
Star Citizen,
care.
that's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So
you gotta support the fans,
what legal
man.
clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you want.
Toast is the
All right,
lawyer.
let's come on over here to
okay.
what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altama, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding.
Is Altama Energy? Are they
There's
just
no way I
like
get
we're
that back through
basically
customs or
the
surviving my
petrol
luggage.
company of
And then of
Star
course
Citizen?
over here
Yeah.
we have Atlas Defense Industries.
Cargo
Oh, hi, Jesse.
haulers, all that type.
How you doing?
Jelly
I work
and the
with
guy
Jesse in
with
the
the
office.
longer hair is the streamer in the Star Citizen
We have
community as
Atlas
well.
Defense Industries
Super
over here.
sweet guy.
What do you guys got going
And
on?
they're hauling mostly, or like
Mostly, yeah.
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving
Good.
away 3D printed stuff.
That'll be a good target practice org.
Yeah. He's good with about
Here,
being
and then some
pirated too.
3D
He doesn't
printed
take it too
artwork
personally.
here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at
Guy
5.
has cyberpunk
And we're
glasses
giving out every
back
hour,
there.
so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, well then you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered me a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this?
Oh,
this is for me to
Med
take
pen.
home? Is this
that's
touch
cool.
me?
Yeah.
Touch me?
What?
Whoa,
Oh my
it's
goodness.
touchscreen.
I want one.
That's literally a Gladius MFD.
If oh, that's sick.
Oh.
I mean, I realize it's probably an iPad behind it, but like, if they can get that kind of MFD stuff working really
StarMap.
nicely
Just like
in
my
this
book.
game.
Wow. At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool.
That's so cool.
Oh,
That is cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm in my ear. It's time to return back to Hall A.
It's time.
I
Talking
want one,
Ship.
dude. I'll put an
with John
MFD
Crew,
up here
Ben
on my
Curtis,
desk. I'll
Ellen
get
Bachelor
crazy,
Jr.
man.
Hell yeah.
and Mark Gibson is coming up.
I'll get some
So stay
hydraulics
tuned.
hooked up
After
to my
that,
chair as well.
navigating the universe with members of our UI team. And like I
Yeah,
said at the
Talking
beginning,
Ship. Here we
everything you
go.
were thinking you were going to see, you're going to
This is
see
it.
that and more.
I still
And
don't have
so
my
stay
wallet.
tuned.
I gotta get my wallet.
That's coming
my
up
credit
next.
cards.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit down
I
and
got mine.
have a refreshing beverage.
Just don't. I'm not
Take
going to
care,
show my
everybody.
credit card, but I'm ready. Oh, my wife is taking my wallet from me as we speak. Little did you know, my credit card is stored on the RSI website.
This is the Spirit trailer, guys. We've seen this one already. Buy the Spirit because
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
blow up pirate swarms on the side of a planet.
Whenever someone is in need of hope,
Did you do a salty react to this trailer? Mike?
Yeah, I don't think I posted it though.
It was too bad. I watched this and I just thought about what you would say. I was like, oh, Mike's not gonna like this.
Where's the game? Like, what's the point of all this? You know, that's really all it is.
And it's like, yeah, it looks cool. If this was a thing you could do, that would be great.
Expectations are this. Reality is some guy nose pointed down shooting aimlessly at everybody. You
Crusader
know?
Industries.
That's the Star Citizen
Or-
experience.
You're bombing the bunker. It's just,
Yeah.
Talking ship. Dun, dun, dun.
John Crew, Ben Curtis, Mark Gibson. Okay.
All right, some all stars.
Yeah, and Elwin. So it's worldwide ship stuff,
Hi,
not just
everyone.
UK or not just
Have we all-
US.
Have we had a good morning?
Here we
at
go,
cool
chat.
stuff?
Oh, he might need to be
Great.
bumped up. And
My name's John Crew.
I'm
I'm
bringing
the
him up.
vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games. And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director. at
Give me a
CIG.
thumbs up on volume,
So
guys.
we're
I can
going to
boost them.
spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not
It's
supposed
good?
to have seen, but you
On
probably
your
already
end level?
have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not
I
supposed to
think
have
so.
seen, but
Yeah,
what you've
it's
seen
hard
is
for me to
wrong.
monitor,
So
to be
hopefully
honest,
we
but,
can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
All right, chat, get your money out. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Start melting.
Ooh, racing music. We know about
It's
the
a nice looking ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs.
People know they've seen my video, okay?
Everybody has seen these.
We go straight into engineering where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs.
I felt like it was very basic.
Up
the
front,
interior.
we've got a completely fully featured
I liked
habitation
it
area,
because
suit lockers,
it's
weapon
functional.
lockers,
It's
pod
clean and
beds,
functional, and that means a lot
everything
for gameplay.
you're going to need.
Fair enough.
And then
Don't
right at the
MS
cockpit,
Army,
we have a
right?
two-pilot cockpit,
Yeah.
and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic
MS
job
artists
of
with the one
putting
entrance.
everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips.
I didn't like
so
that.
you're in
This
the
is
heat of battle,
small,
you
okay?
kind of
Yeah,
might
this
just
is
eke out that
small.
advantage.
Yeah.
Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got
I do
our
like all the
recessed
folding
weapons.
compartments. They're pretty dope
We've
looking.
got
I
our
didn't know the guns did that.
rear-mounted remote turret.
Yeah, the front missile bay is open too.
And then
It's
underneath
pretty
is
cool.
all business. We've got the missile racks.
I
and
like
we've got
that a lot.
The big bomb bays.
Looks mean.
Woo, Bombays.
And I think overall, Crusader have done it
Everybody
again. They've done a amazing job of packaging
Drop
something
World
that's
War
like
II
super
era
feature rich
munitions
and something
on targets.
stylish, sleek, looks
With
fast,
less accuracy,
but
I might add.
still super
Yeah.
aggressive.
So apparently the guns go in and out when you power them on and off. That's really
And
cool.
then here is one
that is
last
neat.
look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
Oh, look at this cutaway. They need to do this
That's
more
cool.
often. Yeah.
So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can
How are
show
they
you
doing
that
that? That's
again later.
dope. That's neat tech.
If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there. That
Oh, they're
hopefully
making
takes you
him
to
sell
the
his
place.
ship.
Sell, John.
So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days.
The poor ship
so
guys,
yeah,
they're just like,
that's
"Ah."
the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Bane and
So,
Merchantman? Bane and
we have a
Merchantman.
timeline here from
a timeline.
the today all the way through to today in game.
This is Zeus.
And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in lore, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which
buy
is
that RSI
this
stock
year
now, guys.
in game.
Yeah.
It's going
And
to the moon.
over that,
Literally.
we have some
I
very
bought
old
RSI
ships,
stock in
ships that people
2024.
think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus.
Ooh,
So
I see it. I
in
see it, Mike. Do you see it there?
2130,
I see it.
In 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront
Someone
of
says
ship
Zeus
development.
is in store now.
Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted
look.
them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues.
Fucking
with its
website's
whole
going down.
integrity. That being
Classic.
said, there's always kind of been this demand
Classic.
for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind
I
of
want
had
the
this
original
cult
Zeus,
following
man.
that's
That's
grown
what
up
I
over
want.
the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, it's something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards. and all our current ship production techniques.
Fair enough.
So,
what does that mean in
do you
Star
wanna have a look
Citizen?
I don't
at
know.
The all-new RSI Zeus Mk II.
Does Drake meet the safety standards?
Okay then.
Oh,
Here it is.
Oh wow,
it's sexy. I like it.
So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this. And
Okay.
you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So over to Mark and Elwin.
dude, remake the
Let's give them a welcome.
the
Come on, let's go.
Connie after seeing this.
Yeah, the Connie needs some
Hello
love,
everyone,
for
my name is
sure.
Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
I literally can't get to the pledge store to tell you how much it is, guys. I'm sorry.
Someone
Does anybody
says
know?
190 in chat.
190?
And
Okay.
I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome.
135
All right,
War Bond? Okay.
Let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So
Still in
when we
concept,
decided we wanted
apparently.
to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't
There's an
just remake
exploration,
the original
interdiction,
Zeus because
and
although
medium
it was
freight.
obviously a
Blues
massive piece
freight,
of history, all
black
it was really used
interdiction.
was transporting and moving around.
Okay,
So
interesting
we had to
combination.
consider exactly
Mm-hmm.
what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the
I guess
game.
I should just let him say
So what
it.
we're going to do is talk about those variants that we
Sorry.
decided on in the end,
It's all good, man.
and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe.
Hey man, that's mostly what I do in this
Next
game.
up,
Don't
we
knock
have the Mark.
exploration.
The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back.
Oh, it's like
It's
Aurora
also been
naming, which is cool.
purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable,
EMP.
capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mk II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Very different looking tractor beam
Of the
if you
3
saw that.
variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that
I didn't see
harkens
it,
back
no.
the most
It's like
to the
really
original
weird on the
design,
back.
with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design.
beautiful.
With tons of technical
It's good
detail
looking, man.
and
I like
layered
RSI.
panels. And on
I
the
like it now.
underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret,
I really like
as well
this.
as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original
It
design.
looks like it'll be fun to
Well,
fly in Atmo too.
You probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look.
Ooh.
Despite the sleek
Triple
and
seat
slim body
cockpit,
of the
that
Zeus,
looks
we've been
very
able
cool.
to pack a lot into it
Med
to give
bay.
everything you need when you're doing
for
the
one?
deep space
No.
exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation recreation
cargo
area,
size.
so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32
Is that an
SU
airlock
cargo
on the
capacity,
side? Look at
as
that.
well as being able to fit a Cyclone. So if you
Airlock,
do decide to land
elevator,
on our planet,
or
you can have a
ladder.
look around.
And back entrance.
Talk
3
about the
entrances.
loadout. It's a ship
Wow.
designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2
4
power
size
plants,
2?
2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons.
This thing's gonna
And
be a
obviously the lower
monster.
turret that Ellen
Hold-
mentioned earlier is
that
a size 3 remote turret.
Post engineering, everything's
Now, the
changing with
Zeus
that.
Mark was always designed
So
from the
what
beginning
you
to
know
be a
now is
sleek
gonna be different,
and
so don't freak
aggressive
out.
bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows.
Guys, post
until you're ready
engineering,
to
they said
strike.
everything was going to change.
We've
Don't
also
freak out about your
redesigned the
current
spine
ships.
in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to
Whoa,
really
EMP
crank up the
and
level of
quantum
detail on the
dampener.
exterior.
Mm-hmm.
We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit
Rest
of a
in
hit.
peace,
It moved
RSI
forward,
Mantis.
But what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory.
Literally
Lets you take all the
cannibalizing their
different
own
weapons
ship.
and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods,
Yeah.
similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the
So
pods
those
and
pods
take
are
multiple
laying
people back
down
with you.
now. So does that mean
It
the
has
Blue is
less
going to redo
SU
their
than
pods
the ES.
eventually?
It only has 16 SU.
Possibly.
And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like I said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
This looks like a really fun ship. It's hard to not
Now,
see
because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic.
I don't see any
We've covered the
turrets.
exterior with a warning strip paint job. And we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating.
One
In
seat at the
addition to
front.
that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul
Chat's
cargo
saying
in
under
and out of the cargo
turret.
hold.
Oh,
We've
interesting.
also added thrust capacity to the base.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo.
Wow.
This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a
Connie's
size
what,
3 tractor
64?
beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you actually play.
Why is anyone going to use any other ship?
What's
This thing
Freelancer
looks-
Max? Connie's 96.
I don't know what. I thought Max was like 64 or something.
So
120 for the Freelancer
last
Max.
year,
Yeah.
we introduced the Spirit. And anyone that may be playing on there live for the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public.
Wow,
to
a
actually play
year.
with.
Okay.
But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some
At
images.
least they're honest about
the Zeus
that.
is actually in active
You know-
white box development right now.
You gotta wait.
Do you just want to have a look?
Okay. You get to
Shall
see
we?
it.
They did the same thing with the A1 with some white box too at last year's CitizenCon, I believe.
That was a fast turnaround. I wasn't expecting to get it that quick.
Yeah.
It's pretty
All right,
looking, man.
So as you guys have seen with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process.
I'm still
We
obsessed
call
with
this
the
white
landing
box.
area.
At this point, we've taken
It's
the
cool
concept,
looking, man.
ripped it
A
to shreds,
subterranean, you
and then
wouldn't see it from the
reassembled it,
side,
and
you know?
plugged it all back together
Oh,
within
there's a
the
whole
editor
base
so
there.
that
I
we can
didn't
get a
see it.
real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game.
Kind of Mos Eisley
At
vibes.
this stage,
Oh, yeah.
with
A
the
little
Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here.
It's mean looking, man. I like it.
Do you see the dead bodies on the right?
No.
So again, the beginning of the process. At this
random
point, we're able
bodies.
to jump in,
There's a
start
T-pose
throwing in
guy over
cargo,
there.
interacting with doors,
Why that size cargo?
getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets,
Those were like
Just
and just
Just an
getting an
example, I
overall
think.
sense of what
Yeah.
it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder.
AI to traverse.
And up
okay.
here in the cockpit,
Sounds
we've
good to me.
separated the co-pilot seats a
interesting.
tad bit just to allow players to get
three
in
seats,
and out
okay.
a little easier.
I like that.
So with
That is
White
cool,
Box,
man. Two
not the prettiest
co-pilots.
stage in the process, but it is
That's why
essential
like
that
maybe
we nail
turrets
this.
do play a factor,
Because it
but we
means we'll
couldn't
be
see
able
them.
to deliver a beautiful
Yeah.
ship that is also extremely
Ooh,
fun.
what
to
else
are they
are they
going
gonna
to
do?
pop out of those top hatches? That would be cool. Pop out turrets?
That would be nice.
They might have shown that if that's what they did, though.
Yeah, we might have just missed it.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants.
Very
Obviously,
cool.
as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me.
Buddy, the site's down. Good luck.
Yeah.
Now, we've just talked
not
about
coming
the
out
ship
for a
with
year, guys.
the
You can hold
longest
off.
legacy in the
Yeah.
universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship.
A much newer ship.
We're going to talk about the Cutter.
Okay, yeah, we know about this.
Good little ship.
We don't know anything about scanning.
Obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled
These guys
the cutter,
don't talk about
and
gameplay.
you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it.
I don't
It was
expect to
actually
hear
the
any.
single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it.
I like the
In
cutter
addition
a
to
lot.
that, it's
but
actually the best-selling
If you're
Drake
going to give me a
ship to
scanning
date.
version, give me
But
That's the best-selling
what
Drake
people
ship to
didn't
date.
know, and we kept a
More than
very
the
good
colors?
guarded secret that no one managed
Probably
to
'cause
figure
it's
out.
cheap,
No one.
you know?
Yeah.
It was always meant to be a family of 3.
It was meant to be a family
Now,
of 3. We know about
what
one.
everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version of
Or
the Tale of
2.
the Universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The Scout.
All right.
Not a lot of cheering for that one.
Because everybody knows.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
Are those different engines? They look beefier. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Starlink on a Winnebago. Somebody just said in my chat.
The radar is elevated. The radar came
When
up.
the original
Yeah.
Scout
And
was,
it's got a
when the
spoiler.
original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual
There you go.
thruster system.
You caught it.
And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition
is
to that,
scanning
we have a
gameplay?
series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further.
I wish the gameplay
And you'll
sold
see
the
here
ships,
a
not the
transition
other way
between
around,
the default
you know?
and the
Yeah.
Scout, so you can clearly see the differences.
Those new engines look cool.
There you go.
I like them.
Yeah.
They do look really neat. The side engines are different too, I think, aren't they? Or no?
The
like
the bottom
little-
ones.
Yeah, the squiggle engine thing.
Nah,
whatever
they
that
didn't
is.
change.
Those are the same.
Yeah.
On the interior,
Chat's saying $50
we've
on the store
expanded
now.
the rear section of the
by
ship
the way, for
in
this.
order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second.
Which does what?
Yeah.
Along with that, we've
Static
also increased
screens.
the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition.
This is what I was talking about with other ships. You
And on
design
the
a ship
cockpit,
without knowing what scanning
it's the
gameplay
same
is.
cockpit that you all know and love
You know?
from the original
And you're going to
cutter.
have to change everything at some point.
From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift
I
that we
hope
had to make in the
scanning's
rear in
coming
order to
along
support the
nicely
gameplay
so
that
they-
we're trying to achieve.
They know what they need for it.
History says
We're really
probably
proud
not,
of what the team has done with
unfortunately.
this ship, and we hope you like the Scout
Yeah.
as much as we do.
Well, we can keep our fingers crossed.
It's neat. I'm not getting one until I know what it can do.
Yeah.
So
That's not a
obviously,
buy
we've
for
just
me.
introduced the Scout. What are the main
Yeah,
differences
same.
between the base? It is a variant after all. So the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to accommodate to supply that,
size radars
it comes
mean?
with a
What
size
does
2
that
power
mean?
plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately, it has lost 2 SU compared to the base. So it only
Yeah, I'm
has
sorry.
2
If this
SU
was Shark
cargo
Tank, I'd be
capacity
out.
instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning. If people are
Yes.
interested
Thank
in
you.
hearing about
Here
that.
we go, Mike.
I missed it. What did they
Scanning.
say?
They're talking about scanning.
So what
Okay.
is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan.
So
as well
what
as
we already
starting
have.
to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than
Okay.
just the name of the
Okay.
ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today. And there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output. So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal.
Cutting
the
through
other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive
50,000
detection
kilometers.
range. And not only that,
50 kilometers, I
but it'll
believe.
actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location.
50K.
For whatever it is that you found.
Yeah, 50K makes sense. Because then you can jump to it, so it needs to be pretty far away.
Yeah.
Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive?
Exploring the wreck
Is it firing?
of a
Is it
jet.
shields
Dropping a
generating?
marker is
Does it
probably
have
the
any
biggest
shields?
thing, by the way.
Is it perhaps
That's
charging
big.
an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want
You can
to get
detect
to
a
that location.
snare. He says maybe it has
That's
a snare.
just a
up.
brief glimpse into
That could be
the future
interesting.
of scanning and
That's
what
how
our
it should
vision
be.
is for it.
If you're putting out that much power, you should know if somebody's
Right now,
doing that.
The Cutter Scout is actually in 321.
Yeah.
It's available.
I'm gonna scan the
If you
QR
go to
code.
that
Let's see what
address
happens.
or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get
That's
one
it.
of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it,
It's
during the meet
45.
and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great SitCon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and
What
Ben.
was the
We've got
other
a few
ship?
more surprises for you.
Okay.
There was a third cutter we don't know.
Yeah, what?
What was that?
We don't get to hear about the third variant, I guess.
Well, there's more surprises.
Right.
A fourth variant
So,
is the.
as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early.
That's good
So I
news.
highly recommend sticking
That's
around
really good.
for
UI
both
panel,
the UI
everybody.
one
Yeah.
and the flight one tomorrow.
Nice.
There you go.
Okay.
So,
Love to hear it. Thank
we
you,
talked
John.
about the past. We talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog.
Jesus
So
Christ.
each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date.
Oh, light blue
all
is
those
what
gray
they
ones
released.
are the ones
That looks
that we
good.
have not done
It's a
yet.
lot, dude.
Yeah.
The dark blue ones are the ones that will
use
be in your hands by the end of the year. So we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team.
Too many.
For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now, going, that's the wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives. Some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to
It's
support
so
them for you.
insane.
200
It's really
gold
insane.
standard.
Not the only
reworks.
thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see
Not the
today
Idris.
and
Have you
tomorrow,
delivered
we
the
do a lot of
Idris?
gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the Resource Network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships.
Are they
You will have
delivering
seen,
the
if you've been
Idris?
paying super close attention,
I doubt it,
some
man.
UI elements to
Same.
do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects.
Oh, that's the Ares promotional
and
art.
to do all that,
Ah, okay.
we need to do a few things.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Tiny
Okay,
little areas.
so John
and
talked about the
filters.
backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah.
It's wild that they have another studio for ships.
We've now got
not just ships,
5 artists,
everything.
or vehicle artists,
Yeah.
one
this
vehicle
studio's
designer,
saving our ass
one embedded
on a
QA
lot of
tester,
stuff.
and one producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of a kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game.
Yoink all those.
And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
They're doing
Ubisoft
great.
devs.
Yeah. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And
but occasionally it's gone
with
down.
More team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff.
Yeah,
but
last
we get
year
more
went down a
experience,
bit.
we get more knowledge. And that's, that
That's
allows us to
Van
kind of
der
tackle
Merchman
our larger,
disappearing.
kind of more complex ships.
Yeah.
You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably
I really
most
felt bad for
well-known,
them in the
is
Van der
Merchantman.
Merchantman. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we're going to take a
They're
quick
clapping
look
for old
at
concept
where we
art
got
right
to
now,
with the
by the way.
Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
Why are they doing this?
I don't know. Well, maybe because there's something that's good that will come from it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm kind of mean by that.
What happened, Mike? A bunch of devs left or what?
Yeah, 2 devs went to work on the 2 devs that worked on the ship went to work on Star Atlas.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The NFT game?
Yep. Morph stole them. Nah, just kidding, but that's how I found out, yeah. It was from Morph's video. Morph killed the BMM, guys.
Stop it, Mike.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The poor guy gets trolled enough, man.
I know.
Leave Morph alone. Don't make me do a crying
all
video.
love Morph on my stream, but we all give him the little bits of shit. So, inside jokes, I guess. Sorry for having them outside.
Yeah. No, you bring up a good point. Why are they showing us this video? Is this just be like, look what you could have had?
I know, it's very weird. Outside of like that they want to still sell it at IAE.
Because I mean, it's a huge ship. It's probably the most ambitious ship in terms of interior design that they've ever had to do.
It's so different. I mean, you remember seeing the cargo hold?
Yeah,
Oh
looked
my
insane.
god.
Levitating turrets that float out,
Yeah.
like it's totally wild. Everybody loves it. It looks super cool.
The
but it's
aesthetic
like
was
like
crazy.
building a game. It's like building a whole game is building the Van der Merchantman,
Which is why once those 2 devs left, which I guess were their best, you can't just bring like random people that weren't at this level to bring
you
it.
got to train people up to take over.
Yeah, and nobody wanted to accept that. That was like one of the few times that I like adamantly defended these guys and nobody else was. And I was like, how am I the one with this take? And everyone was really pissed.
They're working at such a high level with this stuff. I mean, I come from a 3D modeling background, so like I literally made this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And these guys are working at such a high level. You don't just bring somebody. Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah.
You can't just bring somebody in who can be like, oh, I totally know what they were doing. Let me continue on and like make it just like in this. You got to build up to it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now, like, okay, this looks like it's coming to the end. Why did you just do this?
Well,
I want to hear what they say. Yeah.
Maybe.
I
like this docking platform. I want to see more of that stuff.
Probably the coolest part of this thing, right? Was this little platform.
Yeah.
All right, I've turned them up because the music was a bit loud.
So that video shows where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we'd finished Whitebox. We were kind of into Greybox. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop?
Okay.
And the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different.
This feels like a
from what we
YouTuber
normally
apology.
do with our
What's going on?
manufacturers.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried that they're going to
I
cancel
think,
it right now.
We could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that Whitebox and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time.
Maybe they're saying they're going to.
I think the graph
they're going back to work on it.
Kind of showed
28
that
devs.
We've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the
Sounds
point.
like a
And
restart.
I would absolutely love to be stood here on stage and going, yeah, look at the Merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments. I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. And I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly.
Okay.
So, Squadron 42
That's
vehicles.
Ooh,
okay,
baby.
Just don't do what you did last
How
year.
many of you have an Idris of some kind?
Oh my God, I do not.
You can.
Right.
I'll take you around for some rides, Mike.
We
Deal.
plan to deliver
I'll be
the
your turret
Idris
gunner.
alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery.
Okay. But with Squadron.
Oh, F8C.
Javelin
anybody?
owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait
So
a bit longer
what does
after
this
that.
mean?
Is obviously the bigger ship players can own.
Jav is coming
and
after
we
Squadron.
have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it.
Whoa.
And yeah, that will come after Squadron
Modularity with the
releases.
Javelin?
And
Holy crap.
those of you
Yeah,
who
that was
also
the whole
have
selling point of it.
the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade,
Originally.
after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that.
Oh,
Cool.
updated for Scythe, Glaive, and Blade.
Yeah.
The Blade is already updated.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Next.
God, those are sexy, man. I like those ships.
Kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship. And you're going to see more about that at IE
There you go.
next
Exodus
month.
is getting.
You're going to see more of that
But
at
again,
IE
this
next
year we
month.
decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this.
No.
So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
I'm not clapping for no statements like that. Nope. 10 years of that.
It is fair.
X1.
Yeah.
Variants of the X1 it looks like as well.
Interesting. That's
Ursa something.
I don't know what that is.
Cargo of some kind.
Oh yeah, just without
modular.
the cargo or something.
Yeah.
Is that the
And
Spirit?
E1?
Kinda,
Yeah.
it looked like the Spirit kind of. There's
No
the,
clue. That looks
is
like
that
a
not the little snub that we just got? The
No.
Fury.
That's
there's
the
the
boarding ship.
Spartan.
Liberator.
Spartan.
We just
Is
saw
that
this.
the Spirit? That's the Spirit, right?
No, that's the Zeus.
The Zeus. Okay, there's the
Retaliator with modularity, possibly.
Oh, there's the Polaris. Polaris.
Ah, okay.
There
It's
you
hard to
go,
tell the
Ron.
scale.
You got your Polaris, dude.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
There you go. The scaling was weird. I couldn't tell what we were looking at on some of them.
We've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is
you
that
sold
we've got
it
a
at the
really
last
well-established art style for RSI
CitizenCon
in
in
our,
LA.
in
That's
our
why.
universe.
It's been a while.
And it gives us the ability to
RSI
kind
is
of
the coolest
train up
manufacturer.
newest members of the team on something that's kind of quite a
everybody.
known element.
Argo.
That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our
Also, yeah, no
plan
Apollo on
is
that list.
that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process.
Yeah, get it done.
We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them.
You might be disappointed because it's
And
going to be a
then
lot of
that
RSI,
allows
but
us
it's
to
about getting it done.
focus
It's
our
not
development
about
time and our
pleasing
efforts
you.
really on the
right?
much more
In
unique
that
and
way.
important and exciting areas of each ship.
I like that mentality.
Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy.
Okay.
Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Fair enough.
Well,
Anyone have an issue with that?
I think that's
don't.
pretty much everything we want to talk about today.
I'm just saying they're going in order.
However,
basically.
before we go,
Yeah.
we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys.
Okay.
So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its Whitebox state.
Oh, there's
There you go,
your
Ron.
viewer.
There you go, Ron. Ron's been yelling the whole
There
time.
you go, Ron. Let's look at that cargo bay. Let's
Look at
go,
those
Ron.
white
And
box
Sponge.
textures.
It's Sponge for us over here.
This thing has like what, 20 size 10 torpedoes?
I don't know.
It's
This thing
insanity.
is ridiculous.
This thing is designed to kill things that are not in the game yet.
True. What is the picture of it? Just like crashing through an Idris or something like that? Or was that the Perseus? I can't
think
remember.
That's the Perseus. It's just smashing through a hammerhead or something.
Yeah.
This thing is massive. Dear God.
It looks like pretty well set in the layout. Look at those torpedoes.
Yeah. They've been getting better at designing ships. Like their ship layouts get better and better. What's the fuel ship in this game?
Starfarer.
Yeah, we've come a long way since the Starfarer.
Oh yeah. That poor interior.
Oh, there's the torp. We saw a torpedo.
That's something shooting at.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
It's taking on an Idris. How big are those gonna be?
One-shotting an Idris. Bye, everybody.
That was 4 torps, but dear God.
Swipe away.
We've never seen a size 10 torpedo in the game. I mean,
that's wild.
Yeah.
That was all the Scorpius, somebody said. Yep, it was the Scorpius that did it.
Yeah. I think Ron just came.
Ron's got to take a nap after this panel.
He's done. Yeah.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing.
Dude, I'm glad I had the volume low.
At CitizenCon
I know,
2053,
CIG hype
show you
man
more
over here.
awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down
My
just a
chat is making
leisurely
me laugh
Sunday
so
road
hard right
drive.
now.
And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the
they're
digital
really trying to
goodies
sell
bag
this
if you purchase it
Dragonfly
now
skin.
from the Robert Space
Yeah, they
Industries
really
pledge store.
wanna sell
Check it
that-
out now.
that package.
JRDF did an amazing job
happy with
making
my
the
Star
Dragonfly
kitten.
look
Thank you
super
very much.
pyro themed. Look
But
here, we have
Level,
the
if you
pyro
get this skin, you'll have access to Pyro sooner.
label, I guess you would call that. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not
I
a
will
car
get a
guy. I'm not
chance
Drake
to
guy.
access Pyro
We have like
sooner.
some very cool details, designs.
The FOMO is
Trying to
real.
hop
Into a
on it. Let's
raffle.
see
Yep.
how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to
God, that Polaris
drive
is
a
still so far
Dragonfly.
from being
if
done
you guys
now.
are still
That's
here at
like
the show floor,
another
be sure to
year
check out the
plus
Drake
at least.
Dragonfly.
Pure white
I
box.
really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, dude, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away.
I'm having some
And I want to drive
intrusive
away on
thoughts
the
right
Drake
now.
Dragonfly right now.
about
This is so
muting
cool.
the
We have
stream.
photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
This is going to become the image of. This is going to be the image of Star Citizen.
All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to say, at the start of the show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh, yeah. We love for the arguments. We love it. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
No. How dare you?
I think I'm convinced these guys are marketing at this point anyway.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other.
Nice, Ben. We appreciate Ben.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Elwin, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Elwin Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Don't look at us.
Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post.
Saw it a long
Why
time
did
ago.
we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you.
I was like, why is he going to his phone?
But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. What we wanted to do was,
well, it's
bring
released
it up
for sale.
Standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
But it's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
Here we go. I didn't do it. He did it. He did it. This is the real reason.
I, for one, would love to see old ships in the game. I think it adds a lot of personality to the universe.
The amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in any universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the gameplay. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult to get
And
in
that's
out.
that's the meme that they were going with Jared.
Ready in
He wants a
I'd
jalopy.
much rather give you something you can engage with and do.
Well, he's excited for that passenger transporting ship,
Do more with.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
he's in a weird, obscure
It's far more
stuff.
interesting to get a ship that.
Was
is a
that one, the
bounty hunter
Galaxy
in
or
cargo
something,
in.
whatever it's called? I don't know.
He comes over, asks us to do an
I'm
interview.
trying to think of the name. I can't.
Yeah, because nobody wants
It's going to
it.
be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end.
okay,
All right,
fair.
so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about
Yeah.
the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly.
Which we didn't get to see much of.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw any of it, actually. Did we?
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx.
It's on the concept page. I'll
What are you
try
laughing
and
at?
have it work, but I've been struggling with that.
All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first
No, they
introduced the
said
Cutter,
3
we
variants.
said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image.
Talk about it.
So the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now.
What?
So you will see the third
IAE.
one soon, TM.
Yep.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
Or tomorrow. Or they'll launch it tomorrow.
Yeah.
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap
We
this
are.
up. We're going to go back
Next.
to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Oh, the
Let's
merch
sell some
booth.
merch.
Well,
Booth.
the opposite
merch.
of
Let's
diminishing
go.
returns is amazing merch. I am here at the
At least
merch
they
booth
saved it for
with
the
some
end of the show,
amazing
man.
Merch
Yeah.
that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the
What else?
FOMO,
Do we have one more panel,
that's
right?
fair. You
Oh, the
guys should
UI.
have been here, and I'm very sad. you're not
No.
here. But
Wait,
don't
is
worry,
UI
if you're
today? I thought
not
that was
here,
tomorrow.
That's
most
the
of
last
the merch
one.
on display behind me is
Oh, is
available
that
for you
today?
guys to
Yep.
pick up at
StarMap
the
UI,
RSI
all
Club
that
store
stuff.
right now. There are
Oh,
obviously
okay.
some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if
What do you
want
wanna
to
do? Do you wanna-
come over to the merch
you wanna
booth?
talk a little
the
bit?
line was
Yeah,
astronomical
I don't mind
earlier
if
today.
you
It's
just
much
put his
more
volume
manageable
down
now,
and we
so if
keep
you
him in the
haven't gotten a
background and
chance to
chat
get
a
it
little
yet,
bit, because who cares about the
Not
the
really
merch?
interested in them selling merch, right? So yeah, I don't know. What did you here? We'll go here.
Yeah, go here in case something happens.
Best moment from that panel.
I mean, that's a tough one. I can't say anything happened there that really got me excited other than seeing a little bit of scanning stuff because that's gameplay. I'm interested in gameplay. We have enough damn ships, man. We
Yeah.
got 200 ships in the game. They can do everything that has gameplay loop for it. I want new gameplay, right?
Yeah.
So as much as I liked the new RSI Zeus, which does look sexy, it's a nice looking ship.
Yeah.
Everything about it looks cool. I want to fly it. Maybe I'll melt one of my ships for it. But the scanning thing, right? I want to know more about scanning. What's the gameplay? You can detect quantum interdiction. You can set markers with it now. They're simplifying the UI, which sounds good. That's like one of my biggest pet peeves about Star Citizen right now is there's 10,000 buttons for everything.
Yep.
And you're like, you don't need different controls for mining and salvaging. Just make them the same buttons. I'm not going to be salvaging and mining at the same time. So just, all that stuff. So simplifying stuff, making scanning easier, more accessible, but hopefully keeping it interesting and deep at the same time. A lot of people are excited about scanning because I think every ship's going to have scanning capabilities in some way. I'd love to see what basic scanning is versus what a high-end, like what can the Terrapin do, right? I have a Terrapin and it just sits there looking cool. It's got a big
True.
old scanner on top.
People
I assume
love
it's
that
going to be
ship.
it's a very cool looking ship. It's unique looking. But is that Terrapin scanner? Is that like a size 3 scanner? I think the cutter was a size 2 scanner. So
And what does that even mean now with engineering and everything? I really have to point that out because I've heard that somewhere that like don't freak out about the sizes of things and oh you said that this was here because everything was changing with engineering. I remember seeing that on a Spectrum post or something like that. So that's why I remember jumping in and being like, calm down, force shields may not mean what you think it means, right? So
yeah. So like does size 3 scanner mean you can just scan further or does it give you can detect different types of signatures? We don't know. Super interested in all of that. The Banu Merchantman thing was really sad. I didn't realize they left for Star Atlas, which is like,
and he called it an exodus.
Yeah, man.
Like it hurt.
That's yeah, I'm sure those guys are work really hard, and I'm sure there's limitations to what CIG can pay them and stuff, and then another NFT game comes around with a ton of like VC funding or some crap, and then they're like, "Hey, we'll pay you double to come over here to make our shitty game." Which I mean, let's be honest, StarAtlas is almost certainly going to be a shitty game. Like, maybe it won't be, but it's an NFT spaceship game. Like, what are the odds that it's actually good?
The
So
thing
seeing
that's crazy
that talent, yeah.
was that they did what they did again and said again with maybe a little bit more this time as they did on that ISC or SCL, I can't remember which one it was, talking about what happened with the Banu Merchantman and why they weren't working on it, and everybody was super upset.
Yeah.
And they gave a little bit more insight, and everybody seems to be like, maybe they're over it now or whatever.
Maybe it's offset by all the other cool stuff that was announced earlier, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants the Banu Merchantman. It's such a cool, unique looking ship. It'll add tons of personality to the game. And Yeah, nobody likes to see it, but at least they're being honest, and I think people respect the honesty
Yeah.
when the devs are like, "Man, this sucks. This thing happened. We didn't want it to happen. It set us back. We're not going to be able to deliver soon. And sorry, guys. Like we wanted as much as you."
Yeah,
So
of course.
people respect it, but it doesn't. It's not easy hearing it, you know. Like I want that ship in the verse a lot.
Everybody was so excited. I mean, the hype around that thing was insane.
Yeah, there's the T-posing
Oh
guys
yeah,
again.
and they're all standing on chairs. It's not even just T-posing; it's the standing on chairs that makes it the best.
It's
Classic
pretty funny.
NPCs.
Yeah. The Idris launching with Squadron 42 is sort of bittersweet because it's like, great, now we have a launch date for the Idris officially, but we also don't have a launch date for the Idris officially.
Yet.
Yeah. Javelin coming after Squadron 42. Okay, fine, whatever. It's not like there's any gameplay for the Javelin even close to being in the PU yet. What are you going to do with it? Like nothing. Like
no, it doesn't
no.
matter. And
Fight
I
a
think
space station.
Like, do you really want the Javelin? Like the whole initial selling point, and please guys correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the initial selling point was very much the thing was like devoid of all components, all this stuff. It was super, super basic, and you were to build it with your org.
Yeah.
Right? You were to build it up with your org, and that was what you were to do. And now they have to build out modularity. Oh, that's Lando's dad, by the way, sitting right there with the goatee. But
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah. But that they got to make modularity in order to do that. Right? So you can't really bring that ship without bringing modularity, or you didn't make the ship, is kind of how I look at it. So it makes sense to me. I don't know. My favorite, I was kind of caught off guard by the Zeus and how cool it looked. So that without saying what you already said with scanning, because that was definitely a super highlight because it was gameplay related, the Zeus was sick looking, like looked so cool.
Someone in my chat says you're wrong about maybe the Javelin. I don't know. They just say you're wrong.
Okay.
Without context.
Yeah, I could be, but it was supposed maybe about the like finer details of it, but you were supposed to
the
build it
Jav
up.
is coming fully equipped with civilian level components, is what they say. Okay.
Yeah. Could be.
So
I feel like the
build
initial
it up.
very long time ago sale was not that, but it could have changed. But yeah.
I do
Could be wrong.
remember hearing that like you might not have weapons or something for it. Or something like that, right? Where to make it combat operational or something, you might have to put some work into it.
Yep.
And I think that was designed as basically an insurance to insurance, right? So that if you just YOLO'd your Javelin into the enemy org and like took out their space station and lost the Jav,
You're
you
empty
can
hull
just
one,
go
yeah.
claim it with your LTI and be like, oh, I got another Jav. Like you're
Yeah.
going to lose a lot of, you'd have to build its combat functionality back up from that point or something.
Oh, look,
But,
Aaron Roberts.
Hey, is he just sitting out, hanging out with
He's just hanging
people?
out. Yeah, he's just hanging out. I mean,
Dude,
the
I'd be
guy
sitting
next to
him like,
those are all
Aaron,
devs.
Aaron. Oh,
Those
they're
are
all devs.
Yeah, there's Brian
Okay.
Chambers and then another guy from Turbulent in the middle. I forgot his
Oh,
name.
yeah, I saw them. Okay,
Those were all
okay.
like exec people.
Yeah, probably. So nobody's just talking his ear off like, oh my God, Aaron, what's the blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, but I don't know. It was a good panel, but I think they said that we would be surprised by things. Were you surprised by anything? Not really for me.
No.
And I didn't even
the
follow
Zeus
any
is
leaks.
cool, but it's a small ship. The Polaris Whitebox showcase, not particularly exciting for me. I know Ron lost his mind, but like
Let's go, Ron.
it's so far away from being in our hands, you know. The Merchantman looked farther along than the Polaris. Idris, P, K, and M, cool, you know, but again, when a year from now, longer, we don't know.
Certainly, at the earliest, the end of next year, right? If we're lucky.
Yeah, they didn't really show off. I honestly thought they might announce a couple more ships, but they didn't really.
Yeah.
So maybe that next cutter variant is getting pushed tomorrow or for IAE. We don't know. On one hand,
ships,
you know, it's
There's 200 of
We
them.
didn't get that much stuff, but on the other hand, they need gameplay to support more ships at this point, I think. So
Yeah.
if you're gonna give me like, it would have been cool to see the Raylan. Speaking of a Xi'an
Yeah, what the-
cosplayer.
Holy shit.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. He's really like playing it too.
Yeah.
He was super still. The Raylan would be
Yeah.
cool. Those guys are wiping their face masks.
Oh, okay. The coloring in this, did they have face paint on? I couldn't tell.
I don't know
think
with
it was
all the
just
lights.
light coloring or something.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I can't get excited about ships anymore. I see somebody in my chat say, "What do you?"
Now?
Yeah, that part's been dead, right? It's like for me, it was like ships were like exciting progression, and they've sold most of that side of it. So it's kind of like, all right, ships have lost their luster a little bit for me. But somebody in my chat asked about what did you think seeing the Retaliator means? Well, the only thing I can think of is the Retaliator was the first ship that's supposed to show modularity. But it looks like we got the next panel, last panel of the day.
All right, boys.
We've made it. And this is
How
the
you doing,
UI
Los
one.
Angeles?
Big deal.
Boys, a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi.
This guy's the coolest name.
My
He's got the
name's
most badass
David,
name.
but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So, my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zeus Mk II.
I remember this.
And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there,
they love
I'd like
blue
to show you
and
some
red.
of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe.
Aesthetics over gameplay, baby. Let's go.
That was the MobiGlas, I think, by the way,
Huh.
or the StarMap in the background.
Why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online.
By the way, this kind of needs to come in
And as we've seen
322
today,
to meet
as
the
our
expectations from
amazing
last year's
online
CitizenCon.
technology grows,
Yeah, that's
it
fair.
takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is
Helmet UI.
with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in.
Is that what
fortunately,
UI means?
Being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways
so.
that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see.
Nice, chat.
Diegetic meaning like things
They being
in the
mean.
world that you can interact with.
I'm just saying, wow,
But
play
our
online
first
with
real
friends.
opportunity is through the helmet visor display.
Revolutionary.
Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years.
I'm going to
It's
say
been built
1.0
upon
Arena
and
Commander
adapted
Was good.
I don't know if who
I don't
remembers
remember.
Arena
It was better than
Commander
what we have
1.0.
now.
That came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the Visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe. And as all the features get added and all these new things, the Visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know.
I'm losing focus right now, man.
My
And
chat's
when
giving him a
we
hard
need to know
time.
it is
He's a
important.
dev. He's not a
So how do
presenter.
we zero
I know.
in.
He
on
tells
what's
stories like me.
important and at
Never
what
gets to the
time?
point.
Yeah.
So leaning on this technology.
This is like
that
asking your
Zane and
grandpa
I
about
and
the war
UI
or
tech
something,
team
you know.
wrote a few years ago. We're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the Visor for you. So
Let
I'm not going to tell
Bone
you about
cook.
that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it.
All right, he's inviting somebody else.
Simon?
We got a chance at survival. We might make it through the panel.
I'm getting flashbacks to last year's
Me
CitizenCon,
too.
man.
No Chris at the end of today, please.
Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is
This
a
guy
big
sounds
project
exactly
which has
the
evolved
same.
over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we
He's
added
like
the
the
visor, which is
slightly
the display you see on
faster
your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and
I
with
turned him
those come new UI.
He was a bit low.
Various teams slotted pieces into
Yeah.
whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex.
Ooh,
As
I
you
want to
can
look
see,
at all those
the current
UI
live
elements
UI
again.
can get very cluttered.
Yeah,
you have
this
lots of
UI is
information competing
terrible.
for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read.
Looks like the spaceship in
so,
the Matrix.
as you can probably
Yeah,
tell,
it's just
the
too
UI
much,
team
man.
wanted to do a redesign.
Okay.
We wanted to improve the player's experience
supposed to be
by
dim?
presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in
Can't
future.
see it, bro.
And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a
Whatever's right
collaboration
here,
with the teams
I
who
don't
build the underlying
like.
features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface.
I don't think A and B is console,
When we
by the
design
way,
player-facing
guys. I think
UI,
it's like,
Yeah, no.
we often
no.
try to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game?
Yes.
Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration?
Dear God, yes.
yes. Less talking, more showing.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that,
Please.
otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game.
Okay.
Okay, so
Crusader.
as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation.
Why are we seeing icons at the top?
Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence
I don't
platform.
know.
You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42.
You no longer see the inside
But
of
you'll
your
be happy
helmet
to know
anymore, guys.
all the UI you see today is going to make its way to
which
Star
some
Citizen.
people did not like. I'm okay with
Yeah,
it,
I
personally.
didn't
This is
like it
secret
that much.
UEE Navy
Yeah.
tech, so we'll give it a different look for the
You have
I'm okay with it being
vertical
gone, is what I mean.
and look, you have a
As you can
compass on
see,
the left, on the
display
right
is
too.
very clean by
Yeah.
default.
Up and down,
Many of
left
the
and right.
elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right. Maybe they're showcasing ultra-wide support, says chat. I don't know. I thought the
Could
game
be.
already kind of supported it, but...
Okay, when we get a new
It's
mission
kind of.
objective, it appears
Sometimes
in the
with
top
UI
right of
it
the
breaks
screen.
a lot.
And you can see that our first mission
That
is
looks
to
way
repair a
better than
radiation leak.
before. The contract
We've
accepted.
done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective.
Hey, guiding
At the top of the
lights.
screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective.
Where's the guiding lines? Oh, I thought they just showed them.
We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones.
Like, I wouldn't have known to turn left there.
The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time, it will
Radiation.
wear down our suit and damage the player.
Whoa.
Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, the UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool.
Military multi-tool? What?
What?
The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
Okay, I mean, it's the same as what we have now. It just looks cooler. Yeah.
It's like the sonic screwdriver or whatever Doctor Who has, you know?
Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen,
Saved.
the radiation levels are decreasing.
Does the military multi-tool
So
just
let's
have
head
all
into the
the
scene.
components built into it already? That'd be
Perhaps, yeah.
Go on, Bone.
cool. I've been saying they need
Let's
to
walk
do that with
forwards
the
a bit.
normal multi-tool. Just screw all the attachments. Just put them all on the same
Okay.
thing at once.
Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it.
What about the fact that we're
While we're on the
literally
way,
made of
you'll notice that the on-foot
radioactivity
emissions
at this
at the
point?
top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone.
Yeah, this is, I'll
As
believe
part
it.
of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan
When the
while
servers
we're
are
on
better.
foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our,
Ooh,
in our
okay,
view
let's see
currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan.
Scan, scan, scan.
Oh, that looks a lot better. It's not so
This highlights whatever's in our line of
crazy.
sight.
Yeah.
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave.
Okay.
But it does
Does it
cause a
give you
spike in
away?
our emissions, which makes us easier
Yeah.
to detect.
Watch top
Okay,
right.
let's do a charge scan, please, Bone.
Okay, it's charging the
Okay.
scanner.
We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone.
Keep an eye on this. We might get an idea of.
Okay, we wanted to
gunplay
help the
from,
player see their
for
equipment
tomorrow.
during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun
Much
and the spare
snappier.
mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens.
That's good.
Yeah.
Finally, yeah,
Yep.
showing your gadgets is important.
Okay,
Yep.
let's fight the bad guys.
Oh, it didn't get stuck.
There you can see our new
At our
explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades,
Oh, you
mines,
didn't hear
and
the
missiles.
explosion.
And it didn't kill anybody.
Is he gonna die here?
I don't think so. He seems to have not taken any damage. He can't die.
These are devs at the end of the day.
True.
The guns sound better.
Okay.
And the kick on the gun
Well
was
done, Byron.
insane in comparison to how it
seeing
currently
the
goes.
skeleton of the guy is crazy.
Yeah.
Is he? Does that mean he's alive still?
There's one alive. There he is. Oh, two. All right. I think we're safe now.
Interesting. So the scan shows their
Success.
skeletons. What's the point
Okay.
of that?
Damage? maybe?
There's no more hostiles
what's injured,
nearby,
what's
so let's
not?
take a moment to talk about the MobiGlas. The MobiGlas is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind. To make it look good, and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the MobiGlas, please, Bone.
Oh, look just above you. We had the ammo indicators of what? Of your ammo and your extra mags.
Looks good on widescreen too, man.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic.
Fresher.
This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military MobiGlas we've created for Squadron 42.
Where does it say pressure?
This version has a
next to
focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the
Environment,
MobiGlas to
middle,
the Star
bottom.
Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay,
This
let's
looks
briefly
good.
talk about this home
It
screen.
does look good.
It gives us an overview of our health,
It doesn't
the
all
environment,
need to be the same
and even our
color,
ship.
but whatever.
We can also
man.
check our mission objectives.
Good enough. At this
Okay,
point,
so
just deliver
that's
something
enough
that
about
works.
the MobiGlas. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner.
Wait, that's
and
not
to tell you a
enough
bit
with
more
the
about
MobiGlas.
that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Yeah, show us the different
StarMap.
personal. Yeah, show me my friends list.
Yeah. There's no more knickknacks because Squadron, right? So there's some things missing there for us.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used
Zane is
cartography
jacked.
as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool.
Zane is TED talking.
So,
up
Bone,
here,
our
man.
next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal.
You know he made Iron Man's
Or
UI.
he's gonna download a map with a terminal. Oh, this is
Let's
the
go ahead
Iron
and
Man
activate
guy.
it.
It's the Iron Man guy, yeah.
What
He's
you
got
see
his
on
flashlight
screen,
on. Come on, Bones.
zoom out a bit. What
God
you see
damn
on
it,
screen
Bones.
is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
Bones, turn off your flashlight. This is what happens when you let a 60-year-old dev
You
do the
can see
gameplay
the
demo.
callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on.
Oh, you could see the ship coming.
So
like
our
the-
current objective, it's much more
yeah, that's
interesting
cool.
if we can actually
Yeah,
take this
that looks great.
on the go. So let's download it to our data bank.
Yeah.
Yes, we need this. We need to not have everything available to us the moment we log into Star
As you'll
Citizen the
notice,
first time.
we now have the representation
Acquiring
of the
maps.
environment
Yeah.
in,
Like
in the upper
Love
left
it.
corner of our visor.
You should not know how to get to Grimhacks.
Ooh, look, there it is. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
On the far, far, far left upper right-hand corner of the
Yep.
widescreen.
Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this
Turn
point
off the flashlight
is
phone.
not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before.
So how do we map
What
it
will happen
ourselves?
in this instance
Build the
is
map.
your
Build
radar
the
will
map.
incrementally update your map,
Yes.
and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it
Awesome.
incrementally. So
It's incremental, Mike.
this map,
Incrementally.
what we see in the upper left corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available in
Yeah.
stored
Chat
in our
says
data
the
bank.
Zelda
So
gameplay map. Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our MobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our MobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting.
I would like to see them build a map in real time.
Oh, baby.
That's impressive.
Yes. Game maps. Dude, this just makes me feel comfortable
So,
right
Bo,
now.
I would like you to
This
cycle
is the engineering panel, all
between the
using the
different
same
floors
stuff,
for
it
us,
looks like,
please.
too.
We're just going to transition between floors. Really cool.
Oh, okay.
So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective
really
and also
good.
where we are.
That's better than most
I would like to talk a
game
little
map
bit
systems,
about
period.
the tech behind this. What you're
I
seeing
still hate that everything's hollow.
is
but other
not
than that,
a pre-baked asset.
amazing.
And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And
That
we
was
can't
always an intended
export
thing.
Totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost.
And it's readable.
Yeah, very readable.
So
I kind of like the transparency because you
think
can start to
what we can
see
do at this
paths going
point,
down to the next
what
level.
I want to show
Exactly.
you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later.
Give me markers.
We
Come
can
on.
see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state,
Oh my god, yeah, you set a marker. It's
which
right
they
there
will
on the
display
screen.
red. And
Set
doors that are
route
open will
as
be
well.
green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone.
Come on, Bones, you can do it.
Turn off your your flashlight before you do this.
Maybe
Bone.
that one. Maybe that door looks interesting.
Bone can't figure out which one he wants to choose.
Press T. So, what we can
name it,
do is set
coordinates,
a
date.
marker, and we can customize. We can customize the
Oh,
details
man.
of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can
Quantum,
mark
Quantanium,
as many markers as we
25,000
want in
mass.
this map.
Like you could do that kind of stuff.
And these
Yes,
are all
finally.
saved to our data bank. And we can eventually share these markers
Yes.
and even sell these markers on a
That is
market.
what I'm talking
So
about,
the thing
baby.
about this, we can't really talk
Probably the
about
best thing I've
markers
heard all day.
without going,
Yeah.
without mentioning data running.
Okay. Tell me more.
I mean, they shared a little bit of
So
it with that
you
map.
might specialize in exploration,
There you
whereas
go, Level.
perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions.
Mm-hmm.
And the role of these markers are very important in
This is awesome.
coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important.
It's very
We can
important.
basically,
I think
when
we
you
can
name your
read
markers,
between the
you
lines
can,
here.
You can
It's important.
make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have, when you sell it on the market,
I see where he's
could
going
get
with this.
rated for how accurate the data is.
So you can, what he's trying to get to is that you can be a pirate
So
and
the
get
other
people
thing
to come
is
to you
we
and you
have
can
a
scam them.
mission objective as well.
And then you could be rated.
Yeah.
And it would be
But
very
then your
nice
eBay
to
rating
be
goes
able to
down.
route to that
Exactly.
mission objective.
Yeah.
How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically
Social credit
navigating
system.
and letting us know the way towards that objective.
Here we go. Here's
towards
your
a
route.
destination. So let's go ahead
Set the route,
and
baby.
plot a route to this objective.
Oh, that is cool, man. Finally. Yes.
So
gigantic
we can see
quality
a
of
line
life
being
feature.
drawn from
Huge.
where we are,
Yeah, massive.
up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth
Every
mentioning
new
at
player
this
crying
point,
in a corner
and
somewhere.
what's really cool is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding.
Ah.
And so what that allows us to
You can
do
tell
is
AI to go
leverage
somewhere.
other existing tech to
This is how they
basically,
tell AI to go somewhere, and they're using that
it does
for
all
us.
the heavy lifting. We just make it look pretty.
I
So,
keep hearing people
because
talking. I think it's
of
at
that,
the event, but it's in the game.
There are certain
Mm-hmm.
cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors,
My
it will
chat's
handle
spamming when.
elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So
We'll see.
that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this.
My chat says,
goal.
now I can finally find the cockpit of my Starfarer.
yeah.
So,
Starfarer fixed, guys.
Let's go.
one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we
There's a
can
ping
do is
button.
we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please.
That's pretty sick.
So the scanning will also be represented in
That's
the map
awesome.
in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS.
You can see their names and everything.
So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the
Oh,
route
that's
line
cool,
represented,
man.
our destination, and the distance it takes
I
to
like
get
that
there.
instead of it being
As
physicalized
we
in the
traverse
world
this
in front of you.
yeah, it's better.
The path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you
Oh,
need to
come
get to
on,
your
man.
destination.
It's Google Maps.
There we go. Nice.
That's awesome. Whew. This is good, man. This is good.
So
What
there's
was
our
that?
buddy. He's flying in.
Oh, Carrick.
So we'll make our way up to the Carrick here.
Just looking
Wait,
cool.
he's not allowed to
the
do
right.
that.
I mean, maybe he
You'll
is.
also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the
He's a
map.
pro pilot over here, man.
And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up.
Oh my God! Classic.
So
force
as
reactions.
we make our way into the Carrick, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
The ship looking any different to you?
And it's
I
totally
don't know.
seamless as you transition between the two.
That was
The
impressive.
So let's
transition
go
of the
ahead and
map
pull up
is
our MobiGlas
impressive,
again
dude.
and get a wider view of
Really
our ship.
impressive.
Now we're opening the MobiGlas again. Jesus.
Oh, come on. That is so
So
cool.
we are now on the technical deck,
But you could still see the
but
other
we can
map a
also
little bit.
see the other floors. If
Yeah.
you traverse the
Could
floors,
you?
Bone,
Yeah, you can
Just
see a
to
little bit
demonstrate
of. We're facing away from it when he
here's
turns
our
around.
cartography deck.
You could still
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
see
you're
a little
right.
bit.
That's
Yeah.
so cool. Oh, my God.
Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right?
Mm-hmm. This is the same
It's
engineering.
utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool.
Top right corner, marker
For
data
Steam.
bank. So you can check all your markers. That's pretty cool.
So we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right?
He sounds like he's building up
It's
to
only a
star
small
map.
fraction of what our universe is.
It's the slowest build-up of all time. Come on, bro.
What if?
He's edging.
What if? What happens? Have we tried this? Have we?
I'm
what happens
edging
if you
right now.
just
Come on, man.
Take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit.
Oh, dynamic.
Keep going.
Keep going.
No.
Keep zooming out all the way out. All the way out. Let's go. Let's go. So, it's not just the interior map. It's not just the radar.
Bro,
It is
zoom out,
it is
bro.
one single unified system, just across different scales.
Zoom
And
out, Bone.
I want, at this point,
I don't know what
we are
I'm
above
clapping for
Crusader,
yet.
and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage
Zoom
to talk
out.
about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
We like it.
Yeah. Good
Hello,
tech. Good job, guys.
CitizenCon. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Come on, Bone.
Bone,
She
do you
a
want to click on the
doctor?
marker?
Nice. There we go.
As you all suspected, this is the star map.
Hey. What's with the DNA?
Where does it say DNA?
No, like the little markers that are going around. It looks like DNA.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too.
We are.
Now,
Please
I
show
think
more.
we all know
Yeah.
the current star map needed a bit of work.
Dear God.
And we've done that.
Understatement of this century.
Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars.
Please.
Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around?
Okay, it's a circle.
Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more?
Yes.
Please.
Slowest build-up of all time. Come on, guys.
Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
Looks great.
I don't care about the look. I don't know how many people do. The functionality of the maps that we saw before, awesome.
Yeah, so here we are, Crusader.
Definitely more interested in
moons,
that.
Orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map.
That is
Bone,
cool.
give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please?
He doesn't know what that means. There you go.
When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Neat.
Cool. They thought about a lot of the little things. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double-click on Selin now to focus on it.
All right. Now we're functionality.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yes. Here we go. A real functional map. We can navigate the verse.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter.
Yep.
Bone, want to
You're
show this in
only
action?
seeing the ones on your side. There you go. Right? That's really
That
good.
is cool.
That's smart.
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet.
Just makes
Bone,
it so
can you
much
double-click on one of the
simpler
points
to
of
navigate.
interest?
Is there a search function? That would be cool.
As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles.
No information.
So
on
far, we've showed you that you
Yeah.
can use buttons
Yeah.
and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we
Yeah.
try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader.
Comma rate you could see, and then it goes away.
Really cool.
Yeah.
We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes.
Would you
Think
remove
about
the
the
grid?
size of a
I would.
star versus a planet versus you,
I don't
the
know.
player. You're
Maybe it's
kind
a
of small
distance
compared to a
marker,
star,
right?
right?
Yeah, maybe.
Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are
At least
close
give us
to
the
it,
option.
and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points
I
of
think
interest
each
in the
square is
hierarchy.
10,000 kilometers.
You can see
maybe.
this in action here.
Yeah, and then the big
There's
ones are
no
shown
way
100.
Crusader and its moons are this size at
It's
this
useful
scale
for
in reality.
calculating jump distance.
They've been scaled up
and fuel.
massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear.
At a glance, you could be like, "Oh, that's a million kilometers
Yeah, now
away.
they're
I
a
don't have
million.
fuel for that."
Yeah. Okay.
It's nice how
You can
the
also
grid
start to
scales.
see
Actually, I
Crusader's
like it.
orbit line around the sun here. Before we go back to before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map
Someone says,
unrestricted.
"The HUD's
Bone,
coming to
feel
the
free
pledge
to have a
store."
quick look around.
Yeah, you want it? You got to pay
As
for
we
it.
draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This
Oh.
ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space.
Yay!
Nice.
Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yela.
It's Yela, not Yella. All right.
The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in.
It's nice.
Bone, can you keep zooming in?
God damn it, Bone.
Thank you. You can see that the
Why it's
surface
always
markers
the
appear
last
without
panel?
us needing to select Yela itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now.
Yeah, that's true.
Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more?
Yes.
Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try.
Is that in
Let's give it a
microtech system?
try. Yeah, it's microtech. He's got to guess. Is he zoomed out enough? I don't think so.
Dear God, are
Yeah,
you trying to tell Bone
I
to
think we're
find
getting
Calliope?
lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do?
This is on purpose.
Bone,
Yeah,
let's try
I
clicking
know.
on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin.
I don't see a search
So,
option anywhere.
now we know where we are.
Top left, though.
That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you take a step? Could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please?
There we go.
There it is.
The star looks cool.
They really made us wait a long time for the zoom out. You're like, we know you're going to zoom it all the way out, guys. Come on.
Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again.
It's pretty much what we have now. Just not, it's just functional.
Just functional.
Museum
Yeah.
India.
I mean, that is what we need, though. I mean, what do you want? Like,
I had
It's so
much
cool to
higher,
see more of our moons
believe
and
it or not,
planets and how different they all
very,
look.
very high expectations. Like way more.
Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was?
search. Here we go.
Surely there's a faster way. We've got you.
Search,
We've
baby.
provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system.
There we
Bone,
go. That's good.
want to expand it now?
I was expecting a lot more data.
Bones, any day now.
I mean, he's clicking. There he goes.
Oh.
I guess you can't click
We're
the
actively
arrow.
working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
Okay, there's icons
there we
for
go.
the.
That's a big win.
All right.
Will include search. That's all
Yeah,
we need to
now
know.
you can just search
Bone,
for an
let's use this
outpost.
to go to
Immediately
Ariel.
set a waypoint there.
Yep.
But nobody wants to go to
I
Ariel
absolutely
because
love
it's a
zooming
terrible
around on
moon.
this map.
What?
It's just so
Bone, want to find
I
Area
love it.
18 for me?
Okay. Well,
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems.
How does she know?
Of course, it's not just planets
I guess
and
because
moons.
it's dark, because it
Bone,
does show
how
the
about
light
we
of the
take a
planet.
look at Security Post Korea?
Oh boy.
Quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station?
Oh, the map of SPK too, as you get closer, probably. Maybe.
I don't know.
Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again.
Very
Maybe your
convenient.
markers as well.
Let's use this to go back to Ariel. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here.
Our little person thing.
The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Bone has become a meme already in chat.
Yeah, of
Whenever
course.
you're waiting for something, you're just going to scream, Bone, Bone. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's a very robust map system. Not particularly frilly,
Right.
but like
So, yeah,
very
here's iconic again.
robust in terms of the
Being
functionality
able
they
to
built in.
simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before.
And it has room to
Bone,
expand for like
just
what
for
I
fun,
was looking for.
let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar
like
system.
economy information, piracy,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. That's what I.
It's just so cool to watch the verse
missing,
open
just
up
to be
before
clear.
our eyes.
Yeah, maybe that will come.
As like it's obviously a big piece that's missing from the whole con, right? Is the economy.
With all these new possibilities
Quantum.
for moving around the star map,
Mhm.
you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like
Yes,
Zane
I
said.
have imagined it for the past 10 years,
Exploration
actually.
is about to get a lot more interesting. And we're
Okay.
doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
Oh, they
The
thought
marker
that one out.
the marker catalog's really cool. I mean, imagine you mining and marking up all your asteroids and stuff.
And then
you know?
sharing them
And
with
now,
your group,
let's
and then you have
welcome
a
our
whole
intrepid
list.
demo driver,
All right,
Yeah.
let's go
back
here,
to
then
the
here, then
stage.
here. Yeah, that's
You
awesome.
get your scout guy. Your scout guy just goes around marking asteroids while
Thanks,
you
Emily.
prioritize them. Like, awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Take it away, Bone.
Yeah.
So we're really,
Star
really
Citizen's
excited
Tim
about
Cook.
getting all these features into your hands of the players of
Tim
Star
Apple.
Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way
Minimap a
around.
highlight for sure.
Yes.
There's a new MobiGlas coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a
Okay.
video now.
Oh, a video.
Ooh, okay.
And then
that's a cave.
Ooh,
there's our
caves.
interior map technology, which will truly
Oh,
help
that's
you
landscape.
understand your surroundings.
Landing.
Better awareness of your surroundings and threats.
Landing cam.
Exploring new map and mapping new areas.
Does it say that?
Pinning locations
No.
for later and sharing these with
But
your
maybe
friends.
it could be.
Mm. Yeah, have that pop up on one of your MFDs or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or a
Or the
or the
entries.
ship's holographic emitter could display it right in front of
great.
you while you're landing. That would be amazing.
Apparently, the Gladius had it earlier. It showed the landing cam, or it showed the ground.
When?
I don't know.
Also,
I missed it.
I
They're
like
telling
that
me in
we're
chat.
hearing the presenter's mic
More
right
of
now, dude.
Harrison?
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Harrison?
It wouldn't be a CitizenCon if it wasn't like this. It really wouldn't. It's got to be. We survived the entire time without things being like really weird. It
And of
had to happen.
course, our entirely new integrated star map with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience.
Probably my favorite update.
No
was
more
this.
getting lost.
This is the biggest
whole new
quality of life
perspective.
update, you know, aside from like server meshing or
With
something.
all these upcoming
yeah.
features,
markers.
where will you
first,
explore
and then
today?
this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Bones.
When?
Yeah, I know.
This is the thing that had to come by the end of the year. When on this one is an acceptable question to ask.
Yeah, that's
It's
when
the
it was
only one.
promised.
You can't just walk away.
All right.
When?
Sorry, I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you. Guys, that's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think?
When? No, that's the only thing I want to know.
Yeah.
That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I'm gonna take Jared out on a stretcher, man.
Yeah.
We saw StarEngine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
Okay.
We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay.
So what did we learn this week?
We saw the ship guys.
He's gonna hit us with something here at the end, man. I can
Come
feel
on,
it.
the star map, the interior map, everything.
If it was soon, they would have said
I
it.
often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when StarMap? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. We're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got taking flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience.
I am excited about that.
It's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and
Pyro and Stanton new locations.
Come on,
Another
Jared.
system.
What?
That's sort of what he was implying. So we can guess Nick's.
Jared!
We can guess.
Say it, Jared! Don't you do this to us, Jared.
I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Take care, everybody.
Woo.
Okay. Wow. We ain't seen nothing yet. I don't know where we go from here.
For,
I don't know where we
everyone
go.
in my stream, or in Mike's stream, I mean, in case you're unaware, day 2 is tomorrow, same time as today. Mike and I will be back then as well. So if you're clocking out now, just know that we will be back tomorrow, same time.
Same
we
format.
hope to see you then. Yeah.
So we hope to show you some things from the con. We hope to do the panels this way. I hope you guys enjoyed the way we did it. I did my best with the audio. Oh my God. They were high. They were low. It was all over the place. I had my hand on my knob. Yeah, it was out of sync at times. We did the best we could. I hope you guys enjoyed it so far. But I don't know. I guess we can end this sort of not. Well, I don't think we're ready to end just yet, but to talk a little bit about what our highlights from the whole thing was.
I'm gonna sit back and digest a little bit. Yeah. StarMap is huge. It wasn't quite as flashy as I thought it might be.
It was functional. And
Functional.
that's really what we need. You know.
I am a little bit tired of the monochrome UI for everything in this game.
True.
Like, give us a little color, but the functionality, saving waypoints there, massive. Every industry, every profession, every time I go out and do anything in this game, I'm like, boy, it'd be great to have the ability to mark a spot and go back to it or share it with a friend. Them talking about selling waypoints is huge. Obviously, there needs to be a marketplace for that and an interface for buying and selling waypoints. Who knows when that's coming? But or do you just like message people in global, be like, hey, I gotta
believe it or
maybe
not,
there will
I've
be a
done it.
chat channel.
I do it now
for sure.
So it's doable. I'll be like, I have this I
Yeah.
have this Quantanium rock with this much mass. I'm selling it for 400K. And somebody will be
I
like, I
love
got you.
I love the rating system in there because
Yeah.
this has been brought up time and time again. Like, well, okay, if somebody requests medical evac and they've got like a rating of like, hey, the last 3 times they shot me in the back and took all my stuff,
hmm
uh, that's super useful. So hopefully that rating system's coming to everything and not just selling of markers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, it's a big system. The dynamicness of that system, like, I don't think they did a great job of presenting how impressive that technology is.
Yeah.
Because I can't think of any game out there that does that zoom in, zoom out at that fidelity and
Smooth.
dynamically. What's up? Yeah,
Smooth.
smoothly.
No hiccups. It just did it.
Yeah.
The only thing that wasn't smooth was Bone. Outside of that, everything was smooth. He had a hard time, but but when he was scrolling and everything, nothing like popped, nothing stuttered. It just worked in a massive, like, I mean, they talked about how many millions of kilometers they moved. I mean, they showed that many millions of kilometers, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And like you were
Seamlessly.
saying, it would be nice if when you clicked on Crusader, it went Crusader, home of blah, 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 species that live on, like you could scroll through it maybe, or maybe click the button. Oh, I got to turn the ads just started rolling on here. Hang on, let me turn that off.
What? Seriously? Why am I not
Yeah,
getting?
I'm
I
just
didn't get
gonna
a single one.
maybe because you have a Twitch account or something. I don't know.
Maybe I have that whatever Twitch Turbo and didn't know it.
Anyway, but it would be cool to have more of that functionality, like the Galactopedia built into StarMap, where you click on stuff, and then, like you said, all the trading, resource availability.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I want to be a hauler. Where do I buy aluminum?
Yeah.
Okay, how do I find that? So
We need that information in the game and in as few places as possible, right? Like just
yeah, the StarMap should
integrated.
be a one-stop shop
Yeah.
for like 10 different gameplay loops at least, you know,
So
like
for me,
maybe
for
more.
how long we waited, that like I maybe you can sense my like I was a little bit disappointed in that. The functionality, especially when we were at FPS level and the markers and the lines leading to the places, not disappointed at all. I did have my slight disappointment with like I really expected more, but I shouldn't have, right? We had no economy panel, we had none of those. So why I set my expectations too high there. That's my own fault probably.
Yeah, it seems like it's set up in a space to be iterative, right? Where you
Yeah.
can
There's a
add
lot of
those
room.
features on. There's room in the UI. I was looking for it as well. I was like, well, maybe they could put up a little box here that says trading routes or player density or something, you know, something where you could look up extra bits of data. Possibly those will be, maybe that information will be on different tabs instead of it being in the navigational star map. Maybe it'll be in the trading star map. Who knows? I'm not sure what their actual plan is for that. I was impressed by it. Definitely the pacing of the presentation sucked a little bit of the hype out of it, but you know, they're like, all right, Bones, show
Bone
us
be
where,
bone.
you know. Yeah, poor Bones. I call him Bones like it's Star Trek, but it's Bone. But I think from a tech standpoint, it's really exciting. And like you said, landing UI, landing
Potential there.
cam, I don't see why that star map couldn't be projected through the holo projector on your ship, right?
Of course not.
So all of a
Why
sudden,
not?
holo projector turns into your landing projector. You go, oh, okay, I'm about to land on a giant rock, right? Let's move forward 50 feet, and now we're in the clear.
Exactly.
Hugely important, really exciting. I mean, I feel like there's 4 panels here that I could be like, that was my favorite thing of the event. And that's a good thing because
Absolutely.
there's
I wasn't
so
going
many
into
cool
this
things.
expecting to have enjoyed every panel to some extent. I was expecting to be like, all right, the first one, the second one, yeah, and the rest, meh. And they all had something. Maybe ship panel was like a little iffy, but other than that,
Ship panel was probably my least favorite.
Yeah.
And I think it's mostly because we're just reliant on gameplay coming out because nobody's going to get excited about another
The
cargo hauling
201st
ship.
ship.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. That doesn't add any new functionality to the game. So
Yeah.
that one hurts. Aside from Ron, who was like, "Oh my god, the Polaris," and just like so excited. I'm sure that shot of it firing 4 torpedoes at the Idris and one-shotting it, he was just like, "Ah!"
Yeah. I'm
Those
glad
Polaris
Jared pointed
fans have
out.
been waiting a long time.
I'm glad Jared pointed out exactly who made that, so people weren't like, "That's just marketing," and giving them a hard time. It's like the guys seemed to just were having some fun with everything, and we should all take that
Yeah.
very lightly.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get really pumped for big ships, and the ship talk was like, probably not seeing any big ships for a while,
Yeah.
so it was that part of it was a little disappointing because we don't have a lot of massive scale ships in the game, right? Like 890, Reclaimer, not too much else at that scale.
And as far as I understand, those don't even those pale in comparison to the Polaris. Maybe the 890
Yeah.
is similar-ish, but
I think the Polaris
a
has
bigger-
considerably more interior and functionality to it,
Yeah. So it's
And
going to take a
then-
bit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no 600i thing. That was one of the things you called out that you were looking for, or maybe were thinking of.
Mhm.
Anything else?
There was no Squadron 42, which
today. No.
very, very much could happen tomorrow.
Yep.
And based on Jared being like, "You ain't seen nothing yet" type outro, that sounds like a Squadron. I mean, what else at
What
this
else?
point is going to blow our minds? We
Yeah.
saw server meshing, the first showed look of server meshing, which was, I mean, if we have to talk about what the most important stuff shown here today, that was probably the most important.
By miles. And there was some
Yeah.
very important stuff shown, but by miles, that was the highlight for me. Not even close.
Server meshing, probably StarMap is the biggest quality of life update the game will see.
Yep.
Maybe ever from this point forward, right? The graphic stuff, I get excited about that because I'm just a graphic snob. And so whenever I see them upgrading stuff, I get really excited. But the destruction on top of that and all the engine tech was like, holy crap, I can't believe they're pushing it this far.
Destruction was
Like
my
those-
biggest surprise.
Yeah.
Biggest
Those
surprise.
crystals like behind your head right now, if we can shoot those and shatter them, like that'd be cool. It adds a lot to the believability of the world. As soon as there's a log laying on the ground that's immobile, you can't destroy it with a 4,000-pound bomb, like it's
Yeah.
just this inanimate static object. If they can change that up a little bit, that will add a lot to the believability of
How about the water behind
the
your
game.
head? Right?
Uh,
The water with the
yeah,
ships, everything.
You picked the ugliest scene in all of Pyro for my background.
It was last year's Pyro. I'm sorry. Now I will have new scenes for us tomorrow in
I'm
this
just
year's
messing,
Pyro.
dude. It's a nice contrast,
I'm
but
putting
it
you
is
in
funny.
Ruin Station tomorrow, okay?
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Yeah, no, I remember last year's Pyro demonstration. They showed this, and I was like, "Ooh, that could use some more work." That was my
Yeah.
first thinking when I saw the planet.
It was the one that I can make your logo color green the easiest. I just changed the saturation and was like, that's close to LevelCap's green. There you go.
It's fine.
I know you
dude.
don't
I'm
care
just
about that stuff.
messing with you. I'm just
I like
messing
to
with you.
I like to do that stuff. It's fun.
But yeah, this water here looks pretty bad compared to what they showed with the transparency, the interactivity.
Mhm.
Can you imagine? I mean, what's his name? Tarada? Yeah, him doing that low flying with an
Oh,
890 and like a fleet over the ocean. I'm excited for his video, just showing off how good that looks.
Absolutely.
They
trying to
didn't
think.
show pooping. I know a lot of people were excited about Shoilet interactivity.
In the engineering, yeah.
Yeah. The engineering stuff did look cool. I didn't get that excited about it just because I see some of it as busy work, but I do like the idea of putting out fires. I'm a big fan of FTL, which is basically moving your crew around, venting rooms to put out fires, putting different types of power into different systems. Like it seems like that type of gameplay will be there, and maybe I will enjoy it more once I feel like there's more of a purpose to have these big multi-crew ships in the game. Because
Yeah.
right now there isn't, other than just being like, we're in a cool big multi-crew ship, there isn't really much point to have them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the call outs in my chat that was really surprising me, but also not, was everyone was saying rip solo, big ship players. This is going to just take that away from you.
Mm.
To some
Mhm.
extent, yes, but I think, Star Citizen and space is still big. So if you're out there cargo hauling by yourself or out there mining by yourself, you're probably not going to run into that too bad. So if you wanted to probably still use your C2, maybe that would be still a possibility. And sometimes you would get stuck dealing with something. But
It
if you
sounds
get
like you might
attacked,
be considerably worse off in combat, but if you
exactly.
don't run into combat, you can probably make it for several days before you might need to stop at a station and do a standard maintenance pass on your ship or something.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, if you're worried about pirates and somebody starts putting rounds into your ship and all of a sudden components start overheating and you don't have anyone back there to maintain it, then you're in a problem. Of course, they mentioned NPCs being able to do that kind of work. It still
Mhm.
seems like we're so far away from that
Yeah.
becoming a reality.
For sure.
Yeah, venting does look cool. The fire
Yep.
looked cool. All that stuff looked cool. I'm surprised they didn't show any of that interactivity on bases and ground locations because they did sort of
Yeah.
show how that would work. And I think that in itself is just as, if not more exciting to me because the idea of UGFs or these big ground missions where like maybe you have 5 different ways to attack a base and one of them is like, okay, pull the power plug from this door here and then bypass this computer terminal and now you've got like a new way in. That kind of stuff excites me a lot.
I
So
I
hopefully we'll see
think
some of that.
yeah, I think that's gonna could be a tomorrow thing. I keep looking back at Xylo got quoted at I think the Chinese Bar Citizen way back saying if you like the Polaris, you're really gonna like CitizenCon. Nothing about today said that. So the expectation would be tomorrow could be that, or that could have been in the plans. That is no longer in the plans.
Well,
I
what do
keep
you
saying
mean? I mean,
Polaris.
I think
I mean
Polaris just shot
Pioneer.
it.
I mean
Okay.
Pioneer. I keep screwing the two up.
Oh,
Yeah.
he said that.
Yes.
I am one of the like few Pioneer owners out there, you know.
I am as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mike, we can build a city together, man.
Yes. Yep.
I
own
love
some
the
land.
idea of the ship. Yeah, you own some land. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got my little claim stick that I'm gonna plant down someday.
Yep.
We can start a cabbage farm together or
Oh,
something. whatever.
excellent. Not gonna lie, that was one of the things that excited me the most was seeing. I know it was just for NPCs, but to think that it could be for you one day is still very exciting.
Mhm.
The landing pad, the farm, the power generators, like all
Yeah.
of that, it does
Mhm.
excite me, but that's the one that I'm just gonna go, I know that's far away. I can't. It looked good, and that's as far as I'm gonna take it with my hype levels, It's gonna be a cool
Yeah.
location to interact with NPCs, but I do not expect to see it be mine anytime soon.
Mhm. What do you think about the space cows? Do you think they'll be harvestable? Like if you kill a cow, can you take its meat, its skin, its whatever?
You
Can
gotta
you
be able
milk the
to.
cow?
What's the
Like what do
point?
you Yeah.
Why be there? Right? If they're not, I mean, that's the thing that I always call out is this is what I need out of this game. Again, we talked a lot about locations. They do such a great job with that. But when are you going to give me what I need? And for me, it's like, go out there, kill some space cows, skin them. What do I turn that skin into? What other material can I use? Does their meat turn into med pens somehow, right? Is there milk,
Yeah.
Whatever. So like you can go and take this all different ways. And those are the type
Yeah.
of games I enjoy is, turn a tier 1 material and something else into a tier 2 and then take that and turn it into more and more and more.
Yeah.
That's where I want to be. And
I
this
love
showed
the
the
idea
very
of
start
having
of
your
that.
crafting station on the ship. You land somewhere, hunt a bit, harvest stuff, come back onto your ship.
Yep.
Just craft stuff with it. Like it sounds cool. I love the idea of your kind of your mobile home moving around the universe, and it's sort of being with you the whole time. Chat's kind of reminding me a little bit, but if you had to make a guess as to what system Jared was sort of
Nix.
teasing, Nix, yeah,
100%.
okay.
How can it not be? I believe Nix is not a jump point in Stanton. It is a jump point from Pyro. So you jump from Stanton to Pyro to Nix.
To Odin from there, I believe.
So that's my
yeah.
guess.
Yeah, because they have Levski already, right?
We already seen the landing zone. And how bad do you want to see the updated Levski? I know I do. I loved it.
The one that
more.
like runs at a high frame rate and
not Lagski. I want to see Levski. Right? We called it Lagski.
Yeah.
No more. Right?
I miss the size of that tiny little asteroid moon too. Like that was such a cool planet to fly into because you just
beautiful.
Yeah, it's just neat seeing something that small and then jumping around in the ultra low gravity where you just like send a vehicle flying off of a jump and you're like, whoa. How crazy would it be if CIG was like Pyro, like, first quarter 2024, Nix, I don't know, third quarter 2020, that would
There's
be dope.
There's not a lot
right?
in the system unless they changed it.
Significantly.
Because it's pretty simple.
And I mean, in terms of system building, CIG has many of the tools they need already, so they can build a system. The only thing holding them back is server meshing, which they just demoed. So you're like, are they going to hit the ground running? Is it going to be that golden age of Star Citizen that everybody's like prophesizing, right? Once we hit that tech level and all of a sudden all the devs are focusing on polishing and building content and gameplay as opposed to building the subsystems. It's very exciting. We'll take it one step at a time, obviously.
Yes,
but,
and they will as well, and it's going to be tough to maintain a level head for me is in terms of I'm very excited, right? That server meshing thing was incredibly impressive. And like now this is what I ask is we cannot go radio silent. Even if things haven't changed very much, you got to just keep saying, we're heads down on it. We're working on it. Just every once in a while, once a month, every other month, you got to just keep talking to us. I think that's one of the things this year that was a bit frustrating from this time last year into throughout the entire process is there was a lot of quiet and a lot of radio silent on certain things, and it was very frustrating at times. And I mean, I will say the last panel was the most disappointing I've been as well throughout the entire show today, because the when part was really important to me. Was
it feels like they were supposed to say it and forgot to say it.
I hope you're right, because it's really
'Cause
hard
even
to look
Jared,
at
like,
today.
mentioned it at the end. He's like, I know, when StarMap, all that stuff, and then
and then
glossed
just
over it, and you're like, wait, were we
Were you just
supposed to know?
tired?
Are we supposed to get an estimate on when?
Yeah.
They might correct it tomorw, or
hopefully
maybe
tomorrow
it'll be in a
we get a
in a
Spectrum
forum
post, right?
post.
There you go.
Spectrum post.
Oh no, here we go.
There's the fauna on Pyro 2 or wherever Mike is.
There's a fauna right here, yeah. A space cat wants some attention, so she jumps on top of the chair. She knows how to get it.
That is one of the very early stretch goals was pets. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was very excited for that, actually.
It'll happen in 5 years or something when they
Yeah,
can get AI to seamlessly transition between different environments. Does that mean if you don't wait for your cat to board your ship before you take off, it's just
PES. It'll just be there waiting.
yeah, it'll be like, oh, you come back, your cat's like killed all these. It's become it's
now a
like
lion.
propagated. It's an invasive species and it's taken over the local habitat. Yeah.
That would be crazy. But yeah, I mean, I think for that, the when was really important for me. And yeah, I don't know. It was a long day. It was a lot of information to unravel. I know you were taking notes. I wasn't. So the
I
next
wasn't
couple.
taking notes.
Oh, at one point you talked about writing like gibberish down. So that was early on,
Oh,
maybe.
I had made some notes about each panel, basically to
Yeah.
kind of talk about. But yeah, a lot of my notes are like they're gonna just. It's gonna be a lot of
For
tech
today, you
mumbo
mean.
jumbo. Yeah,
Yeah, gotcha.
Which was very much a few of the panels, them like talking about.
Yeah.
I don't even know, man. Yeah, some of the
There's
graphical
so
stuff. You're just like
much.
tech mumbo jumbo at this point. I have no. When they're listing out the numbers of stuff that happens in the engine, you're like,
Yeah.
I don't know what
What
that
does that
means, dude.
mean?
We
I
have
don't
no
know.
reference point. But
No clue.
somewhere an engine dev was like, oh, that's really impressive, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Do you want to take one or two callers and then call it
Yeah.
a day? It's been a long day, and we can
That sounds good, dude.
eat something. So let's see
Yes.
who's on the line. If anybody, I haven't looked in a little while. We might. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of a list here. So I think the mods helped me out with that. So thank you guys. And I think these were the people that have been waiting all day. By the way, there's some people still in the green room up top. I apologize. We're definitely not going to get to you. So we'll take two callers and then call it a day. I hope you understand.
Yeah,
but
there wasn't as much downtime as we thought we were gonna have. We
No.
thought we were gonna have a bit more.
We thought there was going to be a lot, and we were going to take tons and tons of callers. So I appreciate it. I also had a raid on Twitch. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So thank you. I just don't want to be rude. I apologize. But we got 12 count. 12, are you there? I know it's been a while. Again, appreciate you waiting.
Yeah. No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear,
we can
man.
hear you.
All right, awesome.
Thoughts on the show?
I will respect your guys' time. You guys are fucking G's for as long as Oh, I lost audio there. Can I?
Oh, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay.
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 No, but just mad respect to you guys for hosting the show. You guys did an awesome job. Mike, you were amazing with the handling the audio levels. 'Cause
Tried.
They were crazy.
Yeah.
But no, I just if you would have pulled me in like right after the first two panels, I would have been like singing their praises. I mean, I still have to.
Mhm.
Those first two panels were insane, particularly the server meshing stuff. Like
Very impressive.
as someone that works in networking and IT, like just like multiple times I had my head in my hands, like how, like it was insane. So
yeah,
I'm glad they didn't explain how. That would have taken the rest of the show, I'm sure.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that layman's term demo was awesome.
It's what we needed.
Also, the Maelstrom like destruction was incredible. Like, I don't know. I'm still kind of at a loss for words, but for sure the first two panels are the strongest. I'd have to imagine that. And apologies if I'm jumping all over the place, but I'd have to imagine that the star map wouldn't take too long to roll over into the PU. Like,
It did
what are
look
your guys'
fairly
thoughts on that?
complete. There
Yeah.
didn't seem to be anything missing in terms of like the features that they were showing off there. It all looked 100% functional. So
some
Right.
PU features were missing from it. So there was no knickknacks. I don't know. Was there a mission manager? I'm not sure. So
Yeah.
there was,
Now, granted, that's MobiGlas. I feel like that is kind
Yeah.
of separate from the star map. You know what I mean? In terms of, I mean, I know they were showing us the star map in that Squadron 42 MobiGlas version,
yeah.
like you're alluding to, Mike. But I feel like tech-wise, what they showed us, like
that's
I
actually
mean-
a good point. Is they keep showing us the Squadron 42 MobiGlas, which ties all of this together. We're not
Mhm.
getting the star map without the updated MobiGlas, and we've been seeing the cool MobiGlas updates in Squadron 42 stuff.
Yeah.
So they still haven't ported MobiGlas or something completely to the PU version yet. So it seems like we got to wait on them to
I
add
got
in the extra tabs.
I might
for
have a
that.
little potential info. I believe he changed his Twitch name because I thought he had a different one, but the name is RichTyrer_CIG. So unless somebody's trolling, and it might be him, but I haven't had this Twitch name in my chat before. And it's more the Mobi. We need to add the additional apps because they're not going to. That's what he said. We're not going to
Okay.
bring the star map over most likely without all
Until
those
the
apps,
Mobi's ready.
and maybe they need more of those apps. That's keeping it from.
That sucks
from
because
getting
it seems
It
like
does
that
suck.
feature's ready to go, and they're just like,
Yeah.
yeah, we have to
Yeah.
figure out
It's one of those
knickknacks
downstream,
now.
upstream things.
Mhm.
It's annoying. But
Yeah.
but maybe there's a good sign that could that gives narrative team maybe time to add in that stuff that Mike was talking about as far as like descriptions for planets and
Mhm.
locations and things like that. So
Yeah. And haulers need an entire interface for doing their profession,
Yeah.
trading, checking out prices,
True.
planning routes and all
Well,
that.
I think we
And like
need
you
that
said, the
economy first, and then it'll make sense how to make that, right? And again, that was like the missing thing, the missing link for the entire show for me was like, no, not a sniff, not
Well,
even
one
a,
thing we can count on coming in soon is all the graphical stuff.
Yes.
Because they have a pretty good track record of rolling that
Yeah.
stuff in pretty quickly. Which
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not too mad about the water simulation and the cloth. I was less excited about.
Yeah.
They did spend a long time going over the cloth stuff with some very weird examples, like the soccer ball thing for a while. You're just like, okay, we get it.
Yeah, I imagine from like a technological standpoint and how much work they put in, that was probably something like that was a really big deal to them. But to me,
Mhm.
I was like,
You're not really selling
not my
this in the
favorite.
best way possible, right?
Yeah.
It is very impressive tech. It's less impressive because we've seen it in all the other game engines out there.
Okay.
Maybe not at the same fidelity. I don't know what the nuanced differences are,
Mhm.
but I think it's one of those things that we'll see the benefits of that tech kind of more later down the road, and it'll enable them to get more
Yeah.
creative with like we're having a tent village or something like that, and the tents will blow in the wind and look real. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. The differences between Gary Oldman standing up without the thing and standing up with the thing was like you're squinting at the screen, you're like, oh yeah, that does look better, I think.
I think it looked good. Yeah.
When I'm playing at 4K on my 32-inch, 40-inch monitor, I'll notice. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like you said earlier, LevelCap, with the when they were showcasing the like global illumination stuff. It's like that cloth stuff, that the global illumination, like all that's like the subtle things that like when it's all put in together, I think will make
yeah.
the game look a lot more believable.
And I think people who have again played the latest version of Cyberpunk on like a 40 series graphics card, you'll be able to tell how that nuanced updates in tech really makes the bigger difference, all the difference in the world. Where you might show the before and after videos, which even for Cyberpunk aren't quite as impressive. They do look good, but you don't quite get it in the video. And then you start playing and it all starts tying together and you go, oh, I believe this environment now. It feels real from many different angles. Just like the RTX lighting demo here, it's a subtle thing until you realize that in real life there are areas that are super dark where you can't see. And they don't do that as much in games because global illumination will give you like a little bit of light in a lot of areas. And as you start to get these more realistic contrast ratios with RTX, it starts selling environments in a truly believable way. So I am excited about it, even though their tech demo didn't quite sell it as well as I think it could have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
sorry, go
Rich Tires in chat saying you got to remember this isn't an MMO, and I think what maybe he's missing from what you're saying, Level, is I think you were really impressed already. Like, yeah, it's an MMO, but what they've shown was already very impressive, and it might not take that much more to even reach their levels that they were at,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it
I'm
was
not
almost like
bagging on the game. I'm
No,
trying
it was the
to
opposite.
sing the praises of
Yeah.
the visual stuff, and to do this in an MMO versus Cyberpunk. I use Cyberpunk as an example because it's probably the best looking game right now with the highest level of lighting and shader tech available. Star Citizen being able to approach those levels of fidelity at this scale is insane.
It really
Truly
is.
insane. And the StarEngine is going to be like one of those things that I think might just be undefeatable in terms of what it can do at scale compared to other engines out there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No,
But
for sure.
yeah, 12 final thoughts. What, and then we'll let you go. Overall, you want to give it a rating maybe, and then
Yeah, I
what you're
mean,
looking forward to tomorrow. How about that?
okay, yeah. For sure, overall rating, I mean, out of 10, I'd have to give it like an 8 so far. Like
Okay.
they seriously, like, I was going into this with super low expectations. Last year, CitizenCon, I literally turned off halfway through because I was so bored.
I liked
And
last year actually until the end.
yeah, it just, I don't know. But this year, man, like, they could have ended it off of, like, they could have only shown the first segment for me, and I would have still given it like a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, true.
That's how strong they started off. So I don't know. I mean, I still want to temper my expectations. I know Jared like tried to hype up tomorrow, but like,
No
I'm
matter
trying
what,
to temper it.
this stuff has to end up on your client. No matter what.
Right, exactly.
That's what we
And I'm a
cannot
big
forget.
gameplay guy too, which is why like I've been kind of bouncing in and out of, the PU. Over the years, I haven't really played much. I kind of just follow, your guys' updates on the game and stuff, and just I'm waiting for like the gameplay, more of the gameplay to come in for me to be like, okay, now I can really jump in. Because every patch I'll jump in for a second and like, okay, the game is still borked. Like I'm waiting the next patch.
In fairness,
but,
that's how I play too, because I've kind of gone through all the paths. You've seen it all, and then a patch comes out, you check it out, you're like, "That's neat. All right, I'll see you guys next patch."
I just complain. That's it. I don't even play it anymore.
But no,
you mine a lot, Mike. We know how much you mine.
I play a bit. More Gun Rush right now than anything.
Yeah, I still have to play Gun Rush. I am excited about the resource management stuff coming in experimental modes. That was an awesome announcement.
Yeah.
But as far as tomorrow, what I'm excited about, like the biggest one for me personally is going to be the life in the first person and the destination adventure stuff. I mean, I'm also hoping that in that closing ceremony or whatever, I'm anticipating some kind of Squadron 42 announcement of something, whether it's a release date or something. So I am excited for that too. But the life in the first person for sure is like one of my more anticipated ones, especially after seeing like that video they show when they first showed off the fire propagation and that movement, how smooth and just like grounded it looked compared to what we have currently in the PU. Like that got me super excited. So
my favorite was when they were using the extinguisher. The way the fire reacted to the extinguisher was super impressive. That was out of all the fire stuff, I was blown away by that. I know Level, you loved the smoke leaving the reclaimer. That was something so subtle, so simple.
I'm very excited about the gases, Mike. I mean, like,
hey,
I've never been more excited about gas technology in a game, but yeah, seeing those plumes of smoke in the distance and having that be dynamic as opposed to set piece, that could be game changing, So if a ship is bellowing smoke, whether it's in space or on the side of a planet, like that tells a story in itself. It's a marker. It's a visual marker, So I'm excited about that. I hope that the fire stuff doesn't get too out of control, because the one thing I didn't love about it was that it just seems to spread as if the ship is made out of wheat or something, It's just like burning down the hallway, and it's like, these are metal panels, like maybe it wouldn't spread so quickly. So I hope there's more fire situations where your component catches on fire, it's going to damage itself a bit, you run up and put it out with the extinguisher, and then maybe if you get hit with some sort of incendiary missile or weapon that spreads fire to the interior of your ship, then that's when it would start spreading more, or something like you get hit with the
It's already
phosphorus.
been 11
is
years. You're adding more dev time to the game.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm just saying.
No,
I
no,
hope
no. I
that
hear you. I'm just messing.
every time a circuit board catches on fire, your whole ship doesn't just go up in flames immediately. You know, I hope there's some level to why a fire would spread so quickly versus other times.
And again, Rich Tyrer in chat. By the way, it's not spreading the metal panels. It's spreading what's behind the panel, like a submarine.
Yeah.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah, pretty cool stuff. But all right, 12. We'll let you go. We'll bring in our final caller for the day, and then we'll send everybody off. So 12, thank you again. Enjoyed it. I can't believe we're talking at the end of this and being as happy as we are. I'm super impressed by it today. I think everybody exceeded people's expectations for the most part, for sure. So, all right, brother. Thanks for calling, man.
Thanks,
All right,
12.
thanks. Get
Yeah,
some
man.
rest. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, especially Mike, you psycho.
I'm doing it again tomorrow, so it should be fun.
Do not get up at the same time tomorrow, man.
Why
You're
not?
crazy.
I always
Okay,
do.
man. All right.
I
It's your
can't-
health, you know,
I can't
whatever.
not sleep. I
right.
mean, hey, I get up at 6, and I'm going to go to bed right after this. It's a normal day.
Yeah.
Right?
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in our next caller and our final one. So everybody in the queue, I'm sorry. Rebel, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you.
It's
Hi,
so
Rebel.
impressive. Everybody that was on the line waited the entire time. So
Oh, I'm
amazing.
exhausted, man. I
I'm
can
sure.
imagine how you guys feel.
I'm sorry for the wait. But
No,
I
I'm
appreciate
sure you guys
waiting.
are more tired than I am. You guys have been crazy. So,
Yeah, we have to
But,
talk a little more, I guess. That's about it. We still got to hang
Yeah.
out and enjoy watching the same videos with you. So I don't know. I'll start out with what you enjoy the most.
I think my favorite panel would be the engine panel, but
Okay.
that also might be because I'm a software engineer that works in graphics and rendering, and I do like AR, VR stuff.
All right. So impressed by this, eh?
Yeah, all the graphics features they're adding with regards to the lighting and some of the other stuff they showed with the clouds was, I mean, it's already impressive, and the improvements they showed today looked even better. But what really kind of made my jaw drop was when they actually demoed server meshing actually working, and I was like, holy crap, this is the game. It's here.
Yep.
This is it.
This is it.
So, and I mean, I know it's a demo, but like at this point, it's probably just edge cases and stuff like that, getting it, into the rest of and that's part of what the testing is for and stuff. So
For sure. I mean, their level of emotion made me emotional too. I mean, that was hard to ignore. That was very real. That was very special. Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, it was that moment where everything leading up until this demo was just a concept. It was just an idea, and nobody's done it before, at least at this scale or fidelity, right? So seeing it function was that big moment of, oh my gosh, I think they can do this.
Yeah.
Right? Because in my head, I was thinking of like, what's the backup plan if server meshing doesn't work,
They don't need one
Yeah.
maybe now,
Yeah.
For sure, 100%. And one of the things that I always had like in the back of my head of the tricky part of that was getting, the handoff switching between servers working, and to see it just happen seamlessly, like you said, was crazy. And even afterwards, I started thinking, well, surely, like if you deploy this to a live environment with higher latency, area and stuff, that might become a little bit more janky. But after, I started thinking about it more, like all these servers, the replication layer, the DGSs, they're all going to run in the same cloud. So the latency between those things aren't going to be that high at all. So I don't think there might be as many problems as I thought there would have been seeing the demo after today.
Fingers
And a
crossed.
lot of modern shooters and action games have already figured out the latency issues, especially with people playing like even across continents from each other. There's a lot of really smart net code out there that figures out ways to make things look good on both people's screens and not get things feeling too out of sync, So I think
Yeah, trust me, in AR and VR, it's all about that right there. Like we have negative latencies sometimes because we have fancy reprojection algorithms that reproject frames from the pose they were rendered to the pose that your head is in whenever you move your head.
But so negative latency is not a meme. That was that thing that they said back in the day with Google, the cloud service, right? Didn't they say something weird about that people memed on?
it doesn't mean actual negative latency. Negative time
Obviously,
isn't
yeah.
actually a thing, but yeah, negative latency is a thing, and so there's this whole concept of motion to photon in AR and VR where the time you move your head and produce input for your head pose to the time for which light for that frame that's generated from that input presents to you, you can't have too much latency there or else you start to get motion sick and stuff. So, and it's not enough just to rely on fast network conditions and stuff. You also have to get really clever with the GPU and other fancy algorithms about how you can reproject this frame and make it seem like it was rendered for a frame that you're currently at, even though it was rendered for a slightly earlier position.
You sound way too smart to be watching my stream. You must have came from Level.
I like the daily dose of salt. I watch you and Tomato. Tomato's a little too optimistic for me sometimes, so I gotta even it out, you know.
There you go.
Yeah, but I will say I have like 3 major takeaways from today. First of all, I liked pretty much everything I saw. The most annoying thing for me was that it seemed like almost none of it is stuff we're going to get until either 6 to 12 months or Squadron 42. And
Yeah, they're really hammering 12 months, and it's really hard for me to listen to any of that when they I keep pointing out, and I'll hammer it, they didn't give us the date on the StarMap when that was everything that you're seeing now. You're going to get at the end of this year is what they said, and not seeing that, I have to say, is my biggest disappointment so far from today, and my only real disappointment, to be honest.
Yeah, if I had to bet, I would say StarMap is probably going to be one of those things, Squadron 42.
Yeah,
because they seem like it seems evident that there might be a announcement about it tomorrow, because that was one of the other things. I don't think they would have done the server meshing, or not my bad. I don't think they would have done the Pyro play it at CitizenCon and next week at home unless they were able to demo server meshing, because if they let people play Pyro without any sort of status update on server meshing and how it's going, or even a demo, that opens the floodgates for all the haters to say, well, they can't get this working, so this is the best they can do. And I felt like maybe that's why they chose now to let us play Pyro, because, hey, we can back up our claims about server meshing now.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and give it to people to try out.
Yeah,
And,
they don't have to necessarily show the jump as much as people may have thought. I still think that's really important for me. But this demo definitely puts my mind at ease.
Yeah, I think if they can seamlessly transit between imaginary boundaries like they did in the demo, that they can do a one-dimensional transition pretty easily.
Yeah, and just how they covered all the possible things. Can I shoot through it? Can I throw something to it? Can I see them moving over there? Am I going to be able to see my friends on another server? And like every answer was yes. You're just like, okay, like a lot of questions just got answered, you know?
Yeah, the jumping between a warp gate now seems like the easiest part of that whole thing compared to, hey, let me fire a bullet at your vehicle on the other server and have it look completely seamless like the whole way through. That's the crazy impressive part of what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's I'll be honest, even I still have trouble wrapping my head around how that happens, because these are, I mean, it's got to be like some sort of atomic database operations that are happening with the transition of the authority between the servers that's just like happening seamlessly. But it's just crazy because it's not something that's intuitive or natural to think about in that way.
Yeah, it's going from your client to a server and then another server and then another server, right? It seems, I don't know, man. It seems like a lot of places for it to end up.
Layer.
Yeah, the replication layer is essentially, from everything I gather, is just essentially a proxy for the existing server API that just proxies the entire database, and then the engines, the simulation code has been extracted into their own clients with authority over entities.
So the replication layer essentially though is a server or a cluster of servers though, then, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what I was like, what happens when it crashes?
Well, yeah. I was joking, but the replication layer can never crash then, Mike, or it needs to boot up more servers and take over, right?
I think the theory is the replication layer, being that it's mostly just a proxy at this point, it doesn't do a whole lot besides forwarding state between the persistent entity database and
It's a database, not a server, is what they're saying in chat. Again, Richard
yeah,
Tyler.
essentially.
Okay.
It's an in-memory copy of the database almost.
This is where my
So-
brain just goes, okay.
Fries. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't care.
So there's not the
Doesn't
basics
work.
is that most of the server code is going to be involved in their simulation, and so almost all of that has been ripped out. So there's a lot less code to cause a potential crash in the replication layer.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool, and showing the crash demo too was just like, one day people will be like, what's a 30K? What's all this 30K joking? that people
I don't know
about?
what that is.
Lore
Yeah,
Easter
man.
eggs.
Yeah, those. Yeah, there'll be lore Easter eggs of 30Ks that our children that
30K.
actually play the game will
Yeah.
will be like, what was that about?
Back in my day.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say I was during the first panel I was getting slightly irritated with it was specifically you, Mike.
Sorry.
Because no, it's not your fault. It was just funny to me because I
That
was
was
watching
my
it
entire chat, but yeah, not just
and
you.
to me the whole first video, the first 30 minutes came across as more of like a trailer or an ad for the engine to license to other companies.
Yeah.
And so they were showcasing features, and the whole time the response was, we know this is how the game works, we are aware. And until they got to the newer features. And in my mind it was like, well, we're not showcasing the game, we're showcasing the engine to people who might want to use it for their own projects. And so that also means for stuff like I forget the name of it, but the damage system.
Maelstrom.
Yeah, Maelstrom. To me, that was more of a showcase of the fact that they can do it, not necessarily a demonstration of their intention to make every single environment destructible. Clearly, they want to do it with their ships, apparently. But I'm not sure that we're going to be going through forests with trees that get knocked down all the time. Maybe we will. Maybe
I hope
they
Levels.
do. Maybe I'm wrong.
I hope we do. I hope Levels right on that. That would be amazing. If I can respond to that a little bit, I will. The only thing that I'll say about that is I didn't back a game so they can sell their engine to somebody else. But if that is a way to chill out with the monetization in the way that they've done, I am all for it. But I again will say I did not back a game so they can make an engine to sell to other people. Right? I didn't back a game
that's
so
completely
they can
fair,
make a
and I
company.
would even
game.
agree.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think,
more
lost
of the
perspective.
any it's kind of like how essentially they used backer money to buy the latest studio that they bought to integrate to their studio. Well, now they technically own an entire studio. Based on our funding, it kind of gets into a weird gray area, but we also know that probably financially is the best way to move forward for CIG to save money in the long run with developing stuff. So if they end up selling their engine like Unreal does, or licensing it for free and then people pay, but it
I'm not going to be
makes
mad about
CIG
it.
a stable company and they can invest more money into the game and have to rely less on ship concept sales, then fans win at the end of the day.
Exactly.
So I think most people probably view it from that perspective, where we're not like want CIG only to make Star Citizen and never become more than that. It's like, yeah, if they make their company strong and future proof, and it allows them to experiment more and take more risks with their game and develop more features for us, then everybody wins, right?
Yeah. I'll just never remove from the hill that I'll die on is just gameplay. I just please, I'm dying. I've been here for 11 years. I'm dying, man.
Yeah.
I'm dying of thirst. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry.
Well,
I'm thirsty.
they're going to run out of excuses once server meshing's in the game, in my mind, right? Because once you get that AI functional and responsive, which they're saying it was way better on Pyro, but I don't know what that means exactly. Because is it better because are they running a server meshing layer there that we don't know about? Are they doing something different tech-wise?
Burke said 30 FPS servers. I would guess that he said you couldn't quantum to a bunch of different locations. I would imagine that they only had the station and a couple of landing zones.
Yeah,
and
less
then-
entities. Maybe an entity check would have been a good idea there in comparison to maybe some other things. But when I said the gameplay, Richard Tyrer said, come tomorrow. So Gameplay
will be here.
tomorrow.
I mean, I'm hyped for tomorrow. As
Yeah.
tired as I am after all the stream and everything, I am hyped for tomorrow. If they can
Same.
match today or even get anywhere near in the same ballpark, it's going to be a good show.
If they have another announcement equivalent to look, here is server meshing working in a demo, I'm gonna lose it because I don't know what that would be. So
Yeah. But all right, Rebel, you want to give your number and your number rating and what you're most excited for tomorrow, even though you kind of just said potentially maybe what it was.
Number rating for the day?
Yeah.
I would say probably 7 or 8, mostly because a lot of the stuff didn't seem like it was coming that soon. It all looked like a repeat of previous years where they're going, a year out or so. So we'll see how much of that we get and how soon it'll actually come. As far as tomorrow, I am most excited for whatever everybody seems to be hyping up that's not on the schedule. Because looking at the schedule, I don't see anything else that really interests me that much. Character Creator could be cool, and Life in the Verse could be cool, but they don't seem as hyped as
their
everybody's trying to make
descriptions
it.
aren't very hype.
They're very vague too, right? Like they could mean a lot of things and special things, but yeah, they're not exactly hyping up those panels that much.
No.
Yeah.
All right, Rebel. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you,
call.
Rebel.
I'm glad we
Appreciate
got
it,
you
dude.
in. I apologize for the people who didn't. My cat is being so disruptive right now. Okay. We let him go. I'm sorry. I misclicked and I let him go before we could properly say goodbye. But thank you very much, Rebel. I appreciated your call, man. And Level, I think that brings us to the end.
This is the end, my friend.
Excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely excited for tomorrow.
What's your rating for today overall, since we asked the other people too?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of like, I mean, if I'm going to compare it as like how other CitizenCons have gone, this is like, I think it's
It's
a
up there.
9 for me, to be honest. Like,
very little issues.
I don't know what else they could have done other than being like, here's the Banu Merchantman or something crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Like the ship panel was the only, I wouldn't call it a letdown, but just not super exciting in terms of like, here's a couple of tiny ships that aren't particularly innovative, and here's why we don't have big ships yet. So that was the only kind of mark from me. They probably need, it would be nice to have Jared up there as like a moderator to clarify a few things that I think a few of the net presenters maybe skipped over or something. Jared's very much in tune with what the audience is like wondering about, and he does a good job of like jumping in there with those little clarifications of like, hey devs, we know you know everything about the game, but they don't know everything about the game.
Exactly.
So
Simplifying.
here's that
maybe.
missing bit of info that might have helped with a couple of the presentations. But hyped for tomorrow. I think we're seeing Squadron 42. Jason in my chat says Nyx is the surprise announcement for sure, you know, but
I believe him. It makes sense.
Yeah,
But you never know. There's a lot of choices.
It could go a lot of Terra maybe. Terra. How much would that blow people's minds?
That
Dude?
would be
Terra
insane.
Would be crazy.
That would be insane.
And they've just been secretly developing one of the most like asset heavy systems in the game, you know.
Yep.
Like okay.
Terra. I see where you've been hiding.
Yeah. There's nothing on the lineup that could suggest any sort of secret economy quantum thing popping up. And I doubt they would do that as like a secret panel as opposed to just
They would be
announcing it.
hyping that for weeks and months, and there's no chance that they don't understand the level of that importance. They would never do something like that, right? No shot.
Yeah, it is a shame that it's not a part of this panel at all, which makes me wonder how far back is that tech, you know? Like, are they even close with any of it? But
and then it makes me wonder how quickly will all this cool stuff lose its luster without the meat on the bone, right? These are the bones, but the meat on the bone hasn't necessarily been shared with us yet, but maybe a bit tomorrow with the gameplay, and maybe we'll get to. They do seem to be given a little bit of, I guess they're making some minor economy changes in the game and just kind of keeping things alive while they can.
What panel are you most excited for tomorrow?
I still think the FPS one. I think it'll be really fun to discuss
Okay.
with you. I think for me, I spend more time out of my ship than I do in it, and I just have really I spend a lot more time. I like the SPK stuff. I like the bunker
Mhm.
missions. I like doing that stuff. And I like the idea of doing that stuff. Doing it has been painful, and I would love to see the alleviation of some of that pain, and what their plans are to do that. And I think it would be really fun to discuss with you in particular. Just we've had some little mini discussions off stream, and they've
That
been
might be
fun.
where I take over as the SaltEMike of the stream.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I'm particular about my FPS mechanics, and I don't accept subpar stuff, and so we'll see what they can deliver. Hopefully it's good.
Yep.
My panel that I'm most excited for would be taking flight.
Okay. That would
Any
be my
more
least.
master modes, quantum boost, the kind of fast travel, shorter range quantum boost stuff, control surfaces. Very interested in that. I think they mentioned that they're going to talk about that a little bit today.
They did.
And I want to hear more about ship weight, cargo ships performing differently when they're fully loaded. That means a lot to me because I am attracted to shipping gameplay. And when taking a full load of like Quantanium or aluminum or whatever, something that aluminum doesn't weigh a lot, but something, steel,
Sure.
somewhere, if I have to like really
Tungsten.
slam on the brakes, yeah, tungsten. You really got to hammer the brakes, or like you're coming in hot and you can't slow your ship down. That appeals to me. That injects a lot of skill to the game that I want to see. So hopefully we'll hear something about ship weight and cargo affecting that. I want to hear more like if VTOL becomes important for certain ships. So like if the raft all of a sudden becomes a great ship for taking cargo to a planet's surface in high gravity because it's got all these big VTOL engines specifically for that, then that would be cool. But maybe I'm hoping for a bit much on that panel. We'll see what happens.
It could be. It can go so many ways, right? Depends on
Yeah.
how long they go, and they've been doing a lot behind the scenes. So maybe I should be a bit more excited for that panel, just because it's been a year of little mini discussions here and there, a little Spectrum post every once in a while from Yogi, but not a lot of showing. Obviously, we have master modes and arena commander, so that's a big deal. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle that are still unknown.
Yeah.
So it might be a
Oh,
big one.
Addison brought up another point from today in my chat about the sound stuff, which actually was a
Yep.
lot cooler than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, you were really impressed by that. They did an ISC that they did share a bit of that already, so it was a bit of
Yeah.
it. So I wasn't
didn't-
as impressed because I saw it already.
Yeah, they showed some of the reverberation stuff, but the interior, the realistic sound specifically for the ship combat, I wasn't expecting that. So I'm curious to see what the evolution of that is, and maybe that'll be. There's this game I used to play, a FPS called Shattered Horizon.
I know what you're talking about.
And it's an astronaut FPS. And when you got hit by an EMP, your suit would simulate all this combat sounds around you. But when you powered down your suit, you would no longer show up on your opponent's radar. So you could use it to stealth your way past enemy lines in space and then power back up. But when you're powered down, you just hear yourself breathing. All the sound effects from firing your weapon are muffled in that same realistic way. And it created this fantastic atmosphere for the game where you had these two different audio environments, and an EMP would power down your suit too, and you would lose that sound replication ability. So I wonder if maybe CIG is building towards something like that, where your ship and or your suit replicate the sounds for you if you maybe have a high enough combat suit, right? Maybe you have a
Maybe.
high-end combat suit that does sound replication, but it gets hit by an EMP and you lose that. Maybe you're in a crappy little flight suit and you don't have sound replication. Like, there's some interesting angles they could take with that, and that does excite me a bit. Also, for the FPS panel, I am excited about anything they talk about EVA.
Yeah.
You know, moving forward, that EVA
That was
stuff
a
that they
big thing
showed
from
last year
Yeah.
was super cool, and it made me very much like get Ender's Game vibes, you know, where I'm like, okay, let's get tactical with EVA combat. How's that going to be different from boots on the ground combat. I want to know, I want to get good at it. I want to think about and theory craft all the cool strategies with that. So
Yeah.
that excited me. I hope we get that and them saying like, and it's coming in 322 or something like that. You know, that would be very exciting.
I don't know how we don't see a little bit of that. Maybe the coming in 322, we'll see. I mean, that is definitely, again, one of those, we told you at some point this year that those are the things you would see by the end of this year. We only know one thing that is in 322. I forgot what it was that they mentioned. Oh, the clouds, right? From the original panel really early on. But outside that, it is unknown what to expect on that. For me, my fingers crossed hope, but now maybe a little bit less, would have been new StarMap, EVA, and some of the FPS radar kind of stuff that they showed last year, right? We gave them 12 months. I think it's appropriate to be like, okay, it's kind of time for those things to be delivered to us. But hey, we'll see. Obviously, there's going to be some other stuff from some other teams as well, mission-wise and things like that. I don't know. If I was to give it a number, I would say 8.5. Maybe it's hard to not say 9. It's hard to not say
I mean,
9.
you did cry. I mean, it's got to be up there.
Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed by that, but
SaltEMike produced Salt.
I cry at movies. Okay? I cry at movies. I get emotional. When emotional things happen, I'm an emotional guy. I get angry sometimes. I can get sad too. And
anyone who
sad.
can make it through The Notebook without shedding a tear, like, are you even human? Come on.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But I think, yeah, pretty high rating, 8.5 or 9. And as far as the presentation, but I have to try to stay calm and be like, all right, realistically, when am I going to get to play these things? And how relevant will this be? And how much, again, meat on the bone out of all this are we going to get? So
it's hard being teased, you know,
yeah.
And not knowing how far all this cool stuff is from us actually getting to play it. And I'm right there with you, man. Gameplay is king. I'm not playing Star Citizen every day. I pop in from time to time.
Yeah.
But the gameplay is just not there yet. Yeah. So
when Star Citizen makes New World look good, like I've been playing New World a lot, we got a problem, right? We got to step it up a little bit. New World did a really good job, but New World is very, very the most basic MMO possible, right? And when that is like, I am enjoying the hell out of it.
The Amazon one, right?
Yep. Who also, by the way, like if you're getting really excited by them calling it StarEngine, first off, they've called it StarEngine a couple times in the past, but they both use Lumberyard, and what's their name is calling it Azoth Engine. So, right, like which is a thing in that game. So maybe if people were getting excited by the naming convention, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Everybody does what it seems like everybody with Lumberyard is doing what they need for it. CIG is obviously doing incredibly big things because they need that. So not taking away from that, just the naming thing is all.
Well, it's like our last caller said, I forgot his name, mentioned that it did seem kind of like an ad for the engine. So maybe that's why they're branding it a bit more heavily now, where before it was just like, it's the StarEngine and you could find it in like Wikipedia somewhere.
Yeah.
But now it's like StarEngine and there's a literal star in the engine.
It had a logo and all of it.
So maybe they're getting ready to start market this engine because they're like, hey, you know, Unreal's pretty cool. Have you seen what we can do with all of our crazy stuff? And Epic is a huge company, you know, 5,000 plus people, I think. Like they're employing these people by selling the Unreal Engine and collecting a percentage. So I don't mind CIG pursuing that path at all. I kind of hope they do.
You did a lot of videos on Unreal after today. And you seemed like everything I watched, you were very impressed by those things, right? In Unreal. And obviously there were some, you know, ups and downs with some of the stuff, but how do you feel after today with what they shown with the StarEngine? You seem very excited.
I'm very impressed with the engine. I think it can handle probably a lot of the cool like gameplay and engine are two separate things, right?
Mhm.
If we're not having fun in the game right now, I don't think it's a problem with the engine per se. I think it's that they haven't built out fun gameplay loops for us yet.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, in terms of like compare, I'm very impressed with what they're doing with the engine. It seems to be on par, if not ahead of a lot of the things Unreal is doing. Certainly in the scale size of things, they're ahead. Unreal has some really cool asset streaming tools in the latest engine that are super impressive. Where before they broke things up into like chunks, which would
Yeah.
be tiles of information that would come in and you would load in chunks of the level.
And you would feel it.
They've gotten it, yeah, they've gotten it down to a point where it's way more streamlined, where it's like it's literally loading in things in a much more intelligent, fluid manner. And that's very impressive. I don't know if StarEngine can do things quite like that yet. It seems like it's being broken up into chunks more, but again, they didn't deep dive into all of that stuff yet.
No. And I'm glad they
I
didn't, to be honest.
yeah, Unreal still has the incredible level of detail, nanite asset streaming stuff, which is I I don't know if Star Citizen was kind of alluding this that some of their new shading and shadow stuff looked really good at a distance, but we did see asset popping even in their
We did.
video demo, and
And they touched
Unreal's
on how that will
clearly
improve later. So they
yes.
showed what they had now, but definitely made it a point to say that it will
Yeah.
improve.
The pop-in will get better. So,
Yeah.
at the moment, Unreal has better tools for that, and their tools are really good to make the workload less on the artists, where you don't have to optimize multiple levels of geometry for everything. You can make your high-end one, throw it into the game, and then it very intelligently scales it down as it gets further away. So, there's definitely areas of Unreal that are clearly ahead of the StarEngine, but StarEngine is beating it at scale without question. And
Mhm.
then the other angle is the lighting, the volumetric cloud stuff in StarEngine, and the lighting is, I mean, I haven't seen examples of it looking quite as good in Unreal, but
When they showed the
it's
scuffed
very impressive.
clouds and
Yeah.
swiped to the good ones, I was like, okay, that's what, I'm pretty sure I've had my clouds turned off for a while just because it always
Yeah.
turned me off, that flickering, staticky feel to them. And when they swiped and it was gone, I
Yeah.
was like, that's
Of
butter.
of
That's
course,
money.
the biggest thing, if we're talking about the engine being accessible to other developers, are the tool set, and so Unreal is one of the best in the biz right now in terms of
Mhm.
its tool sets and being accessible.
Yeah.
I mean, on par with Unity in a lot of ways. People say it's easier to learn Unity, but um, I have no idea what StarEngine's tool sets look like. Are they easy to learn? Are they completely alien? They're probably similar to Unreal because a lot of devs build their tool sets based on Unreal's blueprint systems and stuff like that. And we saw a bunch of blueprint things in StarEngine, and that's just generally become popular. But again, in terms of if we're rating the engines side by side in terms of how you could potentially market them or sell them or get other people interested, then the tools for using the engine have to be extremely intuitive and
Yeah.
robust. So
Yeah.
that's a huge angle as well.
Yeah.
Like Unreal is crazy. You can just like open it up, hit like the multiplayer button, and like get a friend in your game in like half a second. You're like, whoa, that was easy.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
I don't know. Is this where we call it?
I think so, man. I
Yeah.
think we need to get some sleep. We need to recharge.
Yep.
We got a big day tomorrow.
Sounds
We'll be
like it.
back here again, guys.
Yep.
I think we're gonna see some crazy stuff from Squadron 42, which is, I mean, that'll put me over the moon.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Gary Oldman's cloth physics. We saw Squadron 42 today, Mike. That's what it was. That's what they were talking
Technically.
about. It
Yeah.
was Gary Oldman's cloth simulation.
All right. Well, I'm putting your channel. I'm linking it in Twitch. So if you guys haven't yet, make sure you go and subscribe to Level. YouTube.com/@LevelCap Gaming. And if you're watching here on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button to not miss anything tomorrow. But
And likewise, for my viewers, check out SaltEMike on twitch.tv/SaltEMike.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep. Yep. And
Yep.
the Salt E with an E. I mean, I guess it's spelled
Yeah,
out here.
it's
but
up. It's up here on the screen. You can
Yeah,
see it. So yeah.
exactly. One thing we didn't get to do is, we didn't thank people who supported us during the stream. So I'm going
Yeah.
to give a big blanket thank you on my side. I just looked, and I don't know what happened during the stream, but the number went up significantly. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all the love, and Level, yeah, I'm sure you do too, right?
Likewise, thank you guys so much for the donations through the stream.
Yeah.
I was trying to respond in chat to everybody when they did donate. I might have missed a few, but
Yep.
your contributions are fantastic, guys. It's great. It makes us feel very supported and like you're enjoying what we're doing here. And hopefully we added to the presentation. I like to think we're doing something that I would want to watch
Yeah.
versus watching the standard CitizenCon panel. Because I hopefully we brought some good, interesting commentary, and Mike with a little bit of the salt and me with a little bit of the optimism and going back and forth here and there. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a little role reversal from time to time.
For sure, for sure. So I guess that's where we leave you guys. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We appreciate you, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. So, bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.